Chapter 11 Morio's Tooth. 2 weeks ago his training had utterly destroyed Training Ground 13. That was nothing. Training Ground 13 had been turned into a field of holes and gouges barren of all foliage and scattered with the occasional dead animal. Here in Training Ground 9 there was no longer any ground. Mountains of rock and dirt stretched high into the air as the canyons they had been born from steadily filled with the shattered remnants of what had once been a forest. Trees decades old had been reduced to nothing but splinters, and each and every leaf had been shredded into a fine dust. Huge chains pounded away at everything around them, compressing the man-made mountains until they were strong enough to give even the great toad boss Gamabunta a pause. There was nothing left. And yet he did not stop. Hour after hour, day after day, he continued on, pausing only briefly for a few hours of sweet unconsciousness. He had no choice in the matter. If he were to stop he would think, and were he to think he would remember. He could not bear such torture. With a crack his chain descended from the heavens, splitting a mountain in twine with little effort. As long as he could train, as long as he could push himself to the limit, and keep himself there, he wouldn't have to deal with the world around him. And yet the words still echoed within his head even as the doubt wrapped itself around his heart. You don't deserve me in your life, you don't deserve anyone. He wanted to say that she was wrong, wanted to shout it out to the world that he was worthy. But then maybe he wasn't. Could he honestly say that he, the thief, the murderer, was worthy of having people within his pitiful life? What had he done to possibly earn the companionship of others? Absolutely nothing. Perhaps that's why everyone left him. His mother. His sister. Tatsuki. Mito. Gone, all gone, and why? Was it really because he didn't deserve to have them? Were the divines bringing these people into his life in hopes that he might earn the right to keep them, only to be disappointed every time and take them back? What cruel gods then must they be to let him first taste the reward he could never earn? A chain thicker than he was tall snapped towards each side of the mountain. He had split like striking serpents. They pierced through with an explosion of earth, sending rocks flying and raining dirt upon the wasteland this place had become. These chains possessed so much strength, so much power, and yet he could not enjoy it. This power, what good could it do for him? He who had lost those closest to him, he who had no family, he who had committed himself to the path of a shinobi, to the world of shadows, what use for it did he have? The large chains split into 1,000 each, swirling around their creator in a glowing blue haze. He did not need power. No power could not help him. He needed control. Of his chains. Of his future. Of himself. The chains ground together, sliding amongst themselves in a writhing mass not unlike mating snakes. When they were done, she stood before him, a statue that towered over the landscape in its brilliant blue. Tatsuki peered down at him, smiling. Her face was so close to that of the real one, to the one he had robbed from the world. A single tear slid down his cheek as he gazed upon his creation. Giving a sad smile, he watched it crumble, specks of dissipating chakra descending like stardust. The beautiful scene did her memory justice. Without a word, more chains materialized around him, ready to be commanded. A sharp stabbing pain struck him then, as if a dagger had been plunged into his navel. It quickly faded, but looking down he could find no cause. It was back as quickly as it had left, bringing with it 1,000,000 burning needles that seared deep into his flesh. Another dagger went through his chest as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath that did not come. 5 through the chest, navel to sternum, 1 to the heart. He felt as 2 more slid into his head. As the pain threatened to overcome him, he managed to make out a curious sight. His chains, currently coiled around him as if to protect him from his pain, were losing their glow. It was slow at first, the darkening, but it accelerated exponentially, leaving him with dull blue chains that seemed more real than any he had ever created. Before he could ponder the occurrence, they shattered. His last sight before his consciousness faded was the mask and long purple hair of a familiar umbu. Well, at least it wasn't someone new. Meeting people hadn't been ending well for him lately. Good afternoon, my name is Yakushi Kabuto. Ah, someone new then. That was good, new was good, especially here. He had never known how much he hated hospitals until 2 years ago. This was the first time since then that he had found himself trapped within one. He didn't like it. The white, the brightness, the harsh chemicals used to disinfect everything within this hellish domain, even the nurses who did their best to be pleasant and make his stay as comfortable as possible, drove him mad. This was not proper, this was not right. He should not be here, confined to a bed, relying upon others for basic needs. It was weakness, vulnerability. If there was one thing he could not stand, it was being vulnerable. But if nothing else had kept him on edge, and keeping him on edge kept him awake. He might be vulnerable at the moment, but he'd be damned if he had his throat cut in his sleep. Were anyone to come, he'd do his best to fight back. He'd fail miserably, but when his assailant finally got the better of him, he'd look straight into their eyes as death took him. He was not one to surrender. This new person, though they seemed awfully young to be here. What brings you here, Kabuto? His tone was short and clipped. He wanted to get straight to the point. Pleasantries were to be saved until they were necessary. Here, lying in bed almost completely immobile, he didn't need pleasantries, he needed to heal. Preferably in his own damn apartment. Yes, my apologies, I forgot that despite your current status as a civilian you fall more into the shinobi-like category. I'll do my best not to waste your time beating around the bush. Naruto gave a small nod of thanks. Well, before we begin, do you remember the last time we met? Had they met before? Now that he mentioned it, the young man before him was rather familiar, but why? I'm afraid not, though you are admittedly very familiar. Not surprising, I really wasn't someone you would have bothered remembering at the time, you had no reason to. As it so happens, I was the one who gave you a checkup 2 years ago, when your mother brought you in. I'm not normally one to do such, but we had been short-staffed that day and the hospital didn't want to keep your mother waiting. Understandable. His mother Kushina had never been a patient woman, and tended to be rather destructive when bored. That was not the kind of person you wanted waiting unattended within the hospital. The trouble she could get into and the damages she might cause would be astronomical. Yes, quite. Kabuto paused to push his glasses back up to the bridge of his nose, taking a quick look at the files in his hands. Now, as I was saying, because I was the one to last examine you, they thought it best that I take a look before we come to any definite conclusion regarding your condition. As he set the files down on a chair and his hands came alive with green chakra, he lightly gestured towards Naruto. You don't mind, do you? Even if I did, I couldn't stop you. Do as you must. Kabuto acknowledged the words with a quick nod and got straight to work running a diagnostic jutsu over the entirety of the young Uzumaki's body. It was at 8 points during the examination that the medic found the exact same points that had started hurting during his training. Certainly made sense. After a few more minutes of running his hands over Naruto's chest, Kabuto deactivated the technique with a sigh and shook his head. So he began. The good news is that I know what caused this. The bad news is that I was more right than I had suspected 2 years ago. Naruto shot him an inquisitive gaze, prompting him to elaborate. 2 years ago I brought up a concern I had regarding you and your developing chakra coils. You and your sister are the first children to be born to a Jinchuriki. Your sister, however, is now a Jinchuriki. My worry was that because you had been conceived in the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra, your coils might be affected. Once again Kabuto fixed his glasses. When I told your mother this, she was understandably concerned. I prompted her to seek the opinion of a proper medic, as at the time I was still training, but I am unsure if she ever did so. Judging by what I've seen, however, I would have to assume she did not. They probably would have been able to tell at that point, even if I couldn't detect any problems with your chakra network. Naruto chose that moment to interrupt. So you're saying I have problems with my network? He asked. Kabuto gave a nod. Yes, it would seem that your conception, paired with the amount of time you spent in the presence of your mother and sister throughout your early years, has led to your body developing a dependency upon the Kyuubi's chakra to properly function. Though I am unsure as to why it took so long for it to show, I hope you'll excuse me for this, but did your mother and sister not leave 2 years ago? The symptoms should have been obvious soon after. For you to have such a delayed reaction is absolutely baffling. They were gone, the Kyuubi's chakra wasn't. Oh? Kabuto raised a brow. What do you mean? There's a seal on my arm. I don't know the function, but when I attempted to enter the Uzumaki compound, I was attacked by stored chakra of the 9 tails. Some of it lingered within the seal. And it's not there anymore? No, the chakra's gone now. Frowning, Kabuto looked over his papers one last time before scribbling a quick note and giving a nod. All right, then I'll let the doctors know so we can begin treatment for chakra withdrawal. You should be up and about within the next few weeks, though I don't expect you to be ready to train for at least a month. Then again, you're in Uzumaki, maybe you'll surprise us. How much is this treatment going to cost me? Kabuto actually began laughing. Look at it this way, said the young medic with a smirk. You're damn lucky we can take directly from your clan's accounts. He was back on his feet more or less within the week. It was painful and he had been advised against it, but he could not stand being bedridden. While he had not been fully released from the hospital, he had been granted permission to leave the grounds to visit a nearby park. So here he was taking one hobbled step at a time over well-worn paths under the shade of a verdant canopy. The park was beautiful, of that there was no denying, and it represented the connection Konohagakure no Sato had to the surrounding forests. Blankets of thick grass covered the ground, scattered with flowers of every color, and the birds sung happily within the trees. The warmth of the sun and the buzzing of insects brought with them a sleepy calmness that invited you to take a mid-morning nap. Unfortunately, he was quite tired of napping. He had come out here for something to do. Continuing on the path, he came upon a curious sight. Sitting at an old stone table, a single man sat proudly. He was quite old, easily the same age as the sandaime, and covered heavily in bandages. The sight of a cane propped up against the table caused Naruto to take a quick look down to his own. Doing so, however, reminded him of his own bandages wrapped tightly around his right arm to hide his seal. How similar, he couldn't help but wonder must they look at the moment. Curious as to the man's identity, he approached with slow steps. The nearer he got to the table, however, the more he could make out. Resting on the table was a game board, and on that board a multitude of pieces. More alarming though were the two white masks that peered from behind nearby trees, no doubt to warn him of their presence. This old man was certainly someone then. Be they Umbu or private security, it was not the average person who obtained their protection. Unperturbed, he carried on, aware as the man's eyes opened slowly, and took in his every movement like a hawk. Standing next to the table, Naruto asked of the man, "Are you waiting on someone?" After a moment or two of thought, the man replied, "An opponent." He indicated the game set before him. "I see, and whom might be your opponent?" "Whomever is seated across from me." Pondering that for a moment, Naruto decided that he hadn't anything to lose. Taking the seat across from the man, he set his own cane against the table. Though it was hard to tell, the man seemed almost amused. "It is not wise to make enemies so easily, child," he advised. "At least I know this enemy sight before me. Better that than pretending I have none." "And you have enemies?" "Every man has enemies, whether he knows it or not. Conflict is human nature, there will always come an opponent." The man nodded to that. "Well spoken. For someone so young, you seem to have a rather solid grasp upon the nature of the world." "I am learning slowly from my mistakes. With every one I make, my eyes open just a bit more to the reality of this world I live in," admitted Naruto. "They have not yet killed you, then that is fortunate. The world is not often so forgiving. Sometimes death is preferable. I am fortunate only that it has not yet tempted me." The man stared at him in silence for some time before next he spoke. "You are an interesting one. I wonder then how you would react should I do this." Reaching over, he plucked one of Naruto's pieces from the board and tossed it away. "Your piece was assassinated," he explained. "What do you do now?" Reaching into his purse, Naruto withdrew a coin and placed it down. "Simple," he answered. "I replace it." "And why use a coin? Surely a pebble would have been sufficient." "You cannot buy a man's life with a pebble." The man across from him grinned. A fortnight later he was back to the training field. Chains that had once come effortlessly now struggled to maintain their solid form for more than a few minutes at a time, their brilliant blue glow having been replaced by an oily black. Pain shot through his body with the creation of every link, his chakra system as weak as an untrained child's. But he wasn't untrained. He knew what he needed to do, he knew how to do it, and yet his chakra could not comply. It was frustrating to no end, but at the same time it was also a welcome change. It was something he could work on this time with far more knowledge than he had during his initial learning. So let it hurt him to make them, let them dissipate into nothingness soon after their creation. Soon enough he would be able to use them better than he ever had. It would just take time, and Uzumaki Naruto had plenty of it. 4 chains materialized under each arm in a coalescence of wispy black chakra twisting together until they roughly resembled limbs. There was no hand and no fingers on either of his new appendages, but they were close enough for now. His flesh extended his left arm, and the chains that made up his new limbs obeyed all of them. Frowning, he shook his head. It was bad enough that he had to move his body to properly direct them, but to be unable to control 2 sets of 4 separately. That was terrible. And it wasn't even controlling 2 sets, it was controlling one, while the other did nothing. Naruto had a lot of time, but this might end up taking more than he could provide. It would probably be better for you to start with chakra exercises rather than jumping head first into controlling those chains of yours. Said chains dissipated as he spun to face the person who had spoken. He had never seen that face, but he did know that hair. Cat, I did not know you were there. I never got a chance to thank you for taking me to the hospital. You have my gratitude. She waved him off. Don't worry about it. We have taken a liking to you, and word of a civilian destroying training ground 9 had brought you a small audience. If I hadn't done it, one of the others would have. Almost as an afterthought, she added. And please call me Yugao, I'm off duty. Regardless, you have my thanks, Yugao-san. If you want to thank me, you can stop trying to get yourself sent to the hospital again. This is not how you should be training after suffering chakra withdrawal. And what would you recommend? Like I said, chakra exercises. You know them, don't you? He shook his head in the negative. I'm afraid I've never heard of such things. That gave her momentary pause. Had he really managed to achieve what he had using those chakra chains without ever learning chakra exercises? This kid could become a chakra monster in the future. Then again, he didn't seem all that inclined to frontline combat. That was a pity. His chains could probably make entire armies hesitate if he used them as he did in Training Ground 9. It was no real wonder they were wiped out. The potential for each and every child was terrifying. Well, then you might as well start calling me Yugao-sensei, because I'm going to teach you. As much as he'd rather train alone, being taught something by an umbu was not an opportunity passed up lightly. Alright, Yugao-sensei, where do we start? He wondered if this was going to become a reoccurring thing. Another mystery item just like the last lay wrapped in brown paper atop his table. Of course, this one had a rather defined shape, being long and thin opposed to the almost box-shaped parcel he had last received. Taking just as much care opening this one as he had the last, he was rewarded with the sight of a black handle emerging from a sheath of black leather. What was most peculiar upon first inspection had to be the seal of Oni no Kuni proudly engraved into the sheath. As far as he was aware from Irika's lectures, Oni no Kuni was not known for its weapons and had all of theirs made in Tetsu no Kuni. Why then was he receiving a blade that originated from that land? Unsheathing his new blade showed the same black metal as the handle. In fact, it was all made of one piece. The blade was single-sided and just over a foot long. While the unsharpened side remained the same from the tip down to the grip, the blade itself moved out slightly as it continued up and curved back near the tip. Save for the tiny edge that gleamed silver, no other part of the weapon reflected any light. Sheathing it, he found a note within the paper it had been wrapped in. Morio's tooth, it read. Supposedly made in Tetsu no Kuni using the blood of the demon Morio, it was named and blessed by 7 priestesses of Oni no Kuni who bathed it within a pool of Ayu no Mizu they had been gifted upon Takigeki's creation. It was to be housed within a shrine within Oni no Kuni to be used should Morio ever return, but was stolen and used to slaughter the 7 priestesses who had decided to escort it themselves. It took me quite a while to obtain it, almost as long as it did Kusanagi in fact, but my godson deserves a proper weapon. Wield it well. Suddenly the blade he had held only a minute before seemed far more sinister. Who could have imagined such a history behind such a simple piece of metal? Then again, considering its origins, it really wasn't all that simple. More than that, however, he finally had a name. Not of his blade, but of their blade, the one who called himself his godfather. Kusanagi, huh? I wonder who the last no-wielder was. At least now he had a starting place. There was a little girl under his tree. Now this in itself wasn't too strange, as plenty of students had eaten their lunch under his tree. Usually he was gone by then, but even if he wasn't, he really didn't care. They didn't even know he was up there. For future shinobi and kunoichi, that was pretty sad, considering he made no attempt to hide himself. That aside, what made this case different was that she wasn't eating her lunch or resting in the shade, but crying. Crying, and under his tree. He was at a loss as to what to do. Did he leave her so she could cry in private? Did he ignore her? Did he tell her to find somewhere else to cry? How did one deal with crying girls? Naruto would have been his only experience with crying girls, but she never cried. He had, however, dealt with a crying woman. Would something like that work here? And more importantly, was it even worth trying? Why should he care? Why should he involve himself? Perhaps it was better to stay out of it. Then again, whispered another part of him. She's a clan heiress. Indeed, for it was Hyuga Hinata herself who was crying beneath his tree. It may cause trouble later, but it also smelled of opportunity. Earning favor with the Hyuga clan was certainly nothing to scoff at. Currently they were the largest clan within Konoha. If you excluded the Uzumaki, who only had 3 members, they were also the wealthiest. They could make a great ally. Peering down, he raised his voice just loud enough for her to hear him. Are you all right? Startled, she jumped, looking wildly about until her eyes met his. He peered down lazily from his branch in a manner that probably would have made Dog proud. Well, the poor girl began, stuttering nervously, telling him absolutely nothing. Come on, them out with it. Are you okay? Apparently that was the wrong thing to say as she fell onto her butt and began crying again, hugging her legs tightly. Naruto gave a deep sigh. He really wasn't a people person. Jumping down, he crouched next to her. She flinched when he placed his hand on her back, but relaxed quickly as it began rubbing the same soothing circles it had with Mikoto. It was not much longer before she was clutching onto him as she sobbed. Yeah, he thought, shaking his head. It's exactly like dealing with Mikoto. SHHH, hush now. He continued to comfort her for another 5 minutes before her sobbing ceased. All right, feeling better? Timidly she nodded into his shirt, too embarrassed to look him in the face. Good. Now tell me what's wrong. It took a minute for her to choke it out. They branded me. Branded? Like cattle? Who did? Her family? Was that some sort of punishment within the Hyuga clan? You're going to have to explain that to me. I don't know what you mean. Slowly she reached for the white cloth that had been tied across her head, removing it to show him a large green cross. Hooked lines came from either side to meet it in the middle. It really wasn't something that looked good across the forehead. Maybe over the sternum or across the back, but not on someone's face. One thing was obvious, however, and that was the fact that this brand was a seal of some sort. It marks us as branch members. My father named Hanabi heiress. Well, shit, so much for gaining favor with the Hyuga. At the same time, it made his blood boil to see family treat each other in such a way. Branch and main? Fine, he was okay with that. But to brand the members of the branch members like cattle? That was going too far. What was worse was that he didn't even know the function of the seal. Hopefully it was nothing harmful, otherwise he'd probably end up swearing the Hyuga clan as his enemies. What else does it do? He asked. When we die, it seals away our bloodline so it can't be stolen. She answered. He gave a small sigh of relief. Sure, it looked stupid, but that was a perfectly good function for the seal to have. Others may have questioned why the main family didn't wear it, but if Hinata was kicked out of the main family because her sister was named heiress, that meant that the main family was a direct line of the clan heads. Not the kind of person that takes a lot of dangerous missions. They have a clan to run after all. It's also used by the main family to control branch members. What? He had never studied the art, but as an Uzumaki he knew that was an absolute abomination. Through clenched jaw he managed to growl out, how? Frightened by his anger, she quickly continued. Members of the main family can use a special hand seal to cause pain to anyone bearing the mark. So that would be your father and sister then, yes? And the elders. Wait, what? How could there possibly be elders? Was there a technical third part of the family that allowed them to be free like the head family even though they should be marked? Something was wrong in this clan, really wrong, but there was nothing he could do. Nothing he would do, not for them. But for the young girl who had just cried into his shirt, he wished there was some way to free her from such a clan. He was actually surprised a clan like that was allowed to exist, though he knew he shouldn't be. This was the shinobi world, shrouded in darkness, devoured by shadows. But this girl should at least have the chance to see the light. Lifting her chin up with his left hand, he gently ran the fingers of his right hand over the seal. If only there was a way for me to set you free, he mumbled. Much to his surprise, as his fingers touched the seal, it rippled like water. As soon as he removed them, it returned to normal. Trying again with his left hand resulted in nothing. Was that then the result of his seal? Placing his index finger to the center of her seal, it trembled like a reflection in a turbulent pond. He didn't want it trembling, he wanted it gone. And so it melted away. Was this why Mito had refused to tell him what his seal really was? Had she hoped that he might accidentally remove the seal that kept her locked within his sister? His surprise must have shown on his face as Hinata asked, "Is everything okay?" He gave her a strained smile. "Yeah, everything's fine. I removed the seal." She didn't believe him until he let her view her reflection in one of his kunai. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." She gave him a crushing hug, which he weakly returned. When she finally pulled away and made to leave, he managed to stop her. "Wait, you can't let them know," he reminded her. "I'm sure they'll be displeased should they learn." Tying her white cloth around her head again, she gave him a cheerful wave and a beaming smile before she ran off. Shaking his head, Naruto was left to ponder how his seal truly worked. Displeased was an understatement. She found him in training ground 2 days later, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. After calming her in the same manner he had last time, he was able to find out what happened. One of the elders was teaching Hanabi to use the seal. She sobbed. "When he had her try it on me and nothing happened, they called for my father, who removed the cloth." Her hands moved to the white band around her head, revealing a new seal. "I was rebranded, and then they had Hanabi practice activating the seal for the rest of the afternoon." Words could not describe the rage that consumed him. Never before had he been so furious at anyone or anything. To do something like this to your own family was unacceptable. And as much as he felt anger, so too did he feel guilt. It was his fault she had suffered. He needed to set this right. He had spent quite some time thinking about the function of his seal. At first it would simply remove other seals, but how would that work? The only real way was to remove the chakra it was formed with, but that wouldn't cause seals to ripple, would it? No, it had to be something else, something far more complex than he could possibly imagine. And now he had a way to figure it out. Removing his glove and unwrapping his hand to the wrist, he placed his middle and index finger upon the seal. Like last time, the seal trembled under his touch. Unlike last time, he didn't want it to disappear. No, this time he just didn't want it to work. The seal on his arm glowed a faint red and was soon copied by the seal upon her forehead. As both seals stopped, he knew that it had to have worked. It was a gut feeling, purely instinctual, but Uzumaki Naruto, he trusted his instincts. Chapter 12: Silent Paintings. She was surrounded by darkness, cloaked in it, covered in it, drowning in it. Gone were the pale green flames that flickered upon the cold stone walls or the candelabra that had sat elegantly upon the center of the table. Now there was only darkness, darkness, and silence. The world he had created around them was reduced to a pile of rubble, slowly sinking into the murky waters that covered the floors. The table, once the center of what had been the dining hall in which they shared countless meals, was no more than large slabs of jagged wood covered by the tattered red cloth that had graced it as they ate. Stairs which had led to a luxurious bedroom and a bathroom fit for a goddess had crumbled to the floor in small mountains of rubble. The doors that had granted access to her rooms had vanished as soon as the stairs had collapsed, leaving no escape for her. Trapped in this horrid prison, she could do but one thing, the one thing she wished more than anything not to do. Remember. You don't deserve me in your life. Even now the words were acid to her ears. You don't deserve anyone. Her stomach twisted and knotted as her words played back to her over and over again, each one bringing a wrenching pain to her chest that she had never felt before. She had no words to describe the pain that tore at her soul, nothing to compare it to. Never before had she suffered a wound that was not physical. She longed to be able to claim such still. But this torture brought on by her vicious, heated words were nothing in comparison with what her eyes still saw. Were she to live for another 10,000 years, she would never be able to unsee the face of her precious warden twisted with hopeless despair as she left him. The pain in his eyes as he lost one of the few he had close to her, despite the fact that he was angered by her hand in taking away his first friend, would haunt her every waking moment. It was still preferable to the dreams. While she was awake, things were easy, memories were relieved, thoughts of getting back to him circled her head, and a deep emptiness burned in her chest, but as she slumbered everything changed. No longer did she suffer memories, but possibilities, a million scenarios running through her mind. Not one of them ever ended well. From him having been the one to cast her aside, to sneers and violent reactions when she attempted to re-enter his life, her horrors played out before her in vivid detail every time she closed her eyes. And yet not a single torture she endured in those dreams was as crushing as seeing his face perfectly calm as he looked down upon her. He was not happy to see her, he was not angered by what she had done, he simply looked down at her as if she was just another person. There was no recognition in his eyes, no memories, and he didn't even bother speaking. She would cower before that gaze, the look he gave to everyone who he was not close to, and she would be nothing to those beautiful purple eyes. It was fitting, as here, trembling in the darkness without any hope of seeing him, she was just that, nothing. Burying her face in her hands, she wept for the loss of her warden as emotions she did not know pulled her deep into pools of misery. There would be nothing to ease her sorrows in the darkness of her prison. It had been sitting there for almost 2 years now, that sheet of paper, and even now it stared at her from across the room, blank space filled with accusation. It was just paper, it had no awareness, but she could have sworn it judged her for every second she did not write on it. It was a letter, was supposed to be a letter. And yet here it sat unwritten. But what was there to write? She had come back to Konoha at the behest of Kushina, and still had yet to see the woman's son. He was the entire reason she was here and not enjoying herself gambling throughout Hai no Kuni, and yet he couldn't be bothered to show up. Then again, the boy had never met her and probably didn't even know she was supposed to take a look at his chakra coils to ensure they had not, and would not be damaged by the Kyuubi's chakra. Hiruzen had been less than helpful finding him too. Yes, she understood that the boy might want his privacy, but at the very least he could have sent him here. She was Tsunade of the Sannin, for fuck's sake. Who wouldn't want to meet her, even if it was only to stare in wonder at the size of her rack? Wasn't he around the start of puberty? Such an opportunity should have drawn him like a moth to a flame. Perhaps then he was not a moth. That, or she wasn't a no. She wasn't even going to finish that thought. As experienced as she was in the world, she still looked damn fine. She wasn't going to let anyone, including herself, tell her otherwise. He was probably just intimidated by her beauty. Moving past those thoughts, her apprentice had been acting kind of strange as of late. Before, she had spent her time around the compound reading or out taking walks in one of Konoha's many parks, but now she had been spending almost all her free time training. Tsunade couldn't remember the last time Shizen had trained. When asked about it, her apprentice had simply made a comment about removing the rust that left the Sannin puzzled. Surely the girl didn't think she'd be going on missions anytime soon, did she? If Tsunade was stuck here in Konoha looking for the ever-elusive red-furred ghost, you could bet your ass her apprentice was staying here too. At the same time, however, perhaps a mission or two would be good for her. Let her stretch her legs a bit, interact with new teammates, and get a change of scenery. Trees were nice and all, but they got boring pretty quickly. Maybe when they were done in Konoha they could go on a vacation and visit a beach or something. It certainly sounded nice. Sparing one last look at the paper that still sat untouched on her desk, Tsunade left the room, escaping its judgmental glare. Kushina was waiting desperately for word on her son, but for now the paper would remain as it was, covered in as little as she had done for Naruto. Those eyes still haunted him, pools of ethereal purple that glowed deep in the blackness of that stormy afternoon. Shadows had clung to that figure like the arms of lovers begging him back to bed, but his arm had been left unclaimed by the grasp of Night's daughters, burning an angry red as if it were attempting to burst into flame. And he knew who it had been. By the gods, he had known. There could be no other. The simple fact that he had been present gave it away, but those eyes belonged to only one person within the walls of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. He had been there to witness her funeral, but why? What could have driven the young man to watch as the woman he had lashed out against in retribution was put to rest? Was it guilt, respect, or was there something more, something that Inoichi could not see? He looked down into his hands and the bottle held carefully in them. He knew this wine, all the clan heads did. To think that the boy not only managed to get his hands on it but would waste it all on a dead woman left the Yamanaka with a strange feeling. Something wasn't right. But he didn't have time to figure out what it was. Even now his clan was seething in rage, demanding the head of the Uzumaki prince. To them it was a message, a threat, and despite them not knowing what part he may have played in the young man's ire, they knew the body had been brought to him. It was enough. It was also foolish. Were anyone to attempt to harm the boy, they were likely to end up like the unfortunate Tatsuki, with a large hole torn through them. He knew from experience that any attempt to use family techniques would probably end up backfiring, as they drowned forever in his mind. And politically, Inoichi shivered at the thought attacking him would be disastrous. The Uzumaki had always had friends in high places, and it was rumored that the daimyo of Hai no Kuni himself favored their clan. As its prince, Naruto could probably turn many of their allies against the Yamanaka clan. That was something Inoichi would rather not risk. And there was still something that didn't sit right with the man. If Naruto was upset enough to kill, why go after a clanmate who had distanced herself from the shinobi clan? Was it in an effort to somehow avoid backlash, claiming that while they were of blood they were not of his clan? But those eyes had burned with such hatred. Did he still harbor a grudge? Was he angered by her death? Did the boy somehow blame Inoichi himself for her death? It sounded preposterous, but Inoichi dealt in the mind it was entirely possible for the boy to feel that way. And it scared him. If anger drove him to act in a way that only brought about more anger, where would this vicious cycle end? He was only a boy, but he had already proved himself dangerous. Dangerous and unpredictable. For a clan that prided themselves on reading opponents' unpredictability was every Yamanaka's worst nightmare. He did not want this boy as an enemy to his clan. His clan seemed to have different ideas. Inoichi could only pray that no one would be stupid enough to anger the prince. It was too soon for another funeral. He had only just buried his sister. The silence was only broken by soft breaths from beside her as her daughter slept peacefully through the night. Such rest would not find Kushina. She sat upright in the hotel bed she shared with her daughter, gazing out through the window at the nightlife of the town they were currently staying in. Crimson sheets matched her hair and splayed over her lap, leaving her bare torso exposed to the cool breeze that slithered in through the barely open window. Plagued as every day were her thoughts, filled with worry and anticipation in equal measures, hope and worry leaving her constantly on edge as she waited. Days had passed, turned to weeks, and then months. It had been 2 years. Something was wrong. Her letter to Kurenai had gotten lost in delivery, or her former student was refusing to respond to her inquiry to her son. Her daughter's words about the two not getting along seemed more plausible with every day her letter went unanswered. Hiruzen had been sent a dozen letters, but he had not sent another after he initially suggested she return from her trip. He knew she couldn't do that, and he knew why. Couldn't he see that she just wanted to hear how her son was doing in her absence? How were his grades? Did he make any friends yet? Meet any girls? She couldn't stand this, being completely cut off from his life. She needed something, anything, desperately to show that he was still doing okay despite her missing presence. And then there was Tsunade, the person she needed to hear from more than anyone else. It had proven difficult enough to convince the woman to return to Konoha to look after her son's health, but after hearing that the Kyuubi's chakra might be irreparably harming her son, Kushina made sure to get the best. Now all there was to do was wait. Tsunade would come through eventually. She had faith in the woman despite her silence concerning her son. Either the Sannin would inform her that the young medic had been wrong, and it was safe for her to return, or she would be informed that the medic was right and his coils had been damaged. If he was wrong, then the trip would be cancelled immediately, and she'd return to Konoha at once. If he was right, then she'd be forced to continue waiting either until Tsunade had fixed any damage her son's coils were strong enough to resist any effects of the Kyuubi's chakra, or he reached chakra maturity, and his coils were done forming. If his coils were done, then his Uzumaki healing could make up for any damages the Kyuubi's chakra might cause, but if the coils were damaged before chakra maturity, his healing factor would work against any attempt to fix the damage his chakra network had taken. Whatever the case, she would not know it, not until someone sent word she was desperate to receive. She was worried sick, but there was nothing she could do. Nothing but wait. Sliding gracefully out of bed, she took up residence on a chair by the window. Sleep would escape her this night as it had many before. And it would for countless more. Once again there was something beneath his tree. This time it wore a pretty little bow. 2 chains cautiously retrieved the small box, and 2 more opened it. There was a pastry inside, a roll covered in icing, and a small note that had only a picture. Chibi Hinata smiled up at him. When he turned to the window of the classroom, Hinata smiled and waved. She was a strange girl. While she was still as shy and timid as she had always been, she seemed to interact with him whenever she could. It was almost as if she didn't have anyone else. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed true. It was somewhat saddening, but it also reminded him that he was not the only one in this world who suffered. And still there were those whose suffering made all that he had experienced, and all that he had ever heard seem as paradise. There was no time to bemoan one's own troubles, it did nothing to help. No, you just had to keep moving on, always taking another step forward, never looking back. For if you looked back, you faltered and you fell deep into a sea of misery and despair from which there was no escape. To hesitate was to die. To stagnate was to die. Uzumaki Naruto did not plan on dying anytime soon. He had been hurt, yes, but he'd be hurt again. He just needed to be more careful. Watching as Hinata took her seat, he couldn't help but recall the feeling he had felt when first meeting Mito. Mine. Having freed this lamb from the dead pasture of its clan, was it not now his responsibility to watch over it? He gave a slight chuckle. He had heard people calling him a wolf before, so why was he feeling so protective of this lamb? Was it because he had once again found himself with no one? Was he so desperate to have anyone near him that he'd even accept such a timid creature as company? No, not company, she was his duty. Her clan had no doubt noticed that the seal, while present, did not work, or he assumed that it operated as he had planned. Hinata seemed too cheerful for it to not have worked. Then again, this was a village of shinobi, and as Dog once said, look underneath, he would have to confirm that she was okay and not being forced to act like this to not raise suspicion. In a shinobi village, however, not raising suspicion also raised suspicion. That's just how it went. But assuming they had noticed that the seal did not work despite being present, anything that happened to her because of such was his fault. Were she to be hurt because of his actions, the blame would fall upon him. Were she to be exiled from the clan, it would be he who would be expected to take her in. She was his now, his duty, his responsibility, his lamb. He'd make sure she was taken care of. Retuning to earlier suspicion, as much as he'd like to trust her and whoever it was who made this gift without Mito's chakra to exponentially increase his healing factor, he could not risk eating food he had not prepared himself. Perhaps one day, when he had a way to check for poisons or some way to nullify them, he could enjoy something like this. Until then, however, he could not accept such a gift. Stashing it in a hole in the trunk of the tree for whatever animal might fancy it, Naruto turned his attention to the classroom. Iruka was about to start his lecture. Hidden as it was behind her books and behind her long blonde hair, she seethed. Every time she saw the girl, she was interacting in some manner with him. Did she not know who he was, what he had done? This was not someone you tried to make your friend, this was someone you dragged off to prison, or better, the headman's block. Not only had this bastard murdered her aunt, but he had the gall to drag her corpse to her father. Her dad had mentioned to her mother and herself something about having entered the boy's mind on orders of the Hokage, and that made it quite obvious even to her why he had done such a monstrous thing. It was revenge, retribution, a message, warning, and threat all in one. She wasn't going to stand for it, and most of her clan felt the same. So for this girl to be friendly to him, for her to want to be close to him, it sickened her. It needed to stop now, and if no one else would do it, then it fell to her. That thing didn't deserve to have any attachments, it didn't deserve anyone. It was for the girl's own good that she be taken away. As class was dismissed for lunch, Naruto made for the roof. Rent was due soon and he needed to collect the last of it. His plans to make a quick visit to the training grounds were interrupted, however, when he spotted one Yamanaka Ino making her way to Hinata with quick steps. Crouching down upon the edge of the roof, he watched carefully. Hinata was halfway to his tree when the blonde caught up, grabbing her shoulder and throwing her to the ground. Naruto tensed, ready. Behind him, a handful of chains swayed dangerously, waiting impatiently to be used. "Aino?" stammered the lamb as she tried pushing herself up. The blonde sneered down at her. "And where do you think you're going, Hida?" she spat. "Anji going to see a friend." "No, you were about to go see a monster." He's not a monster," the timid girl responded. Naruto was slightly surprised she was standing up to someone, let alone for his sake. Then again, were their lives switched, he'd probably do the same. She had found someone who didn't treat her like her clan. He was probably pretty important to the young girl. Ino, on the other hand, didn't seem as surprised. "You wouldn't know what he's done, would you? He's a monster, and I'm not going to let him sink his claws further into you." That was enough. Not only would he rather she not inform the others, but for her to think she could come and force Hinata to follow what she said was unacceptable. He had already removed her clan's ability to control her. Who was this Yamanaka to think she would be allowed to? It was insulting. He had taken upon himself the well-being of Hinata by defying the biggest clan left within Konoha's walls. A mind walker wasn't about to undo his work. In a flash, one of his chains sped forward, only to stop growing, firing off a small length of dissipating chains. The black mist streaked past the face of the Yamanaka heiress. He had yet to manage to keep them solid once he disconnected them, and so they wouldn't travel more than a foot or two before they began breaking down. Even had he aimed at the young blonde, no damage would have come to her. But she didn't know that, and neither did any watching students. What?" shouted the girl in indignant disbelief. It wasn't long before her gaze found his crouched form on the roof, and the eyes of her fellow students followed quickly after. Many quickly shied away. The gifts of his godfather were worn proudly today, his hunched body covered by the fur cloak as chains swayed behind him like the tails of a demon. Purple eyes looked down coldly from a face of pale skin, and his red hair served only to add further contrast. To any shinobi this might be found as an odd sight. To a group of academy students it was terrifying. Morio's tooth, which rested across the small of his back, was not normally visible. Grasping the blade as he was now, however, brought eyes to it. More than a few were intimidated by the classmate they so rarely saw. He was not like them, he was something else. If Ino was to be believed, he was a monster. Despite her tendency to gossip right now, it seemed she very well may have been right. That is enough, Yamanaka. He did not speak as a child. It was like listening to their parents' voices spill across his lips. One day they might come to learn that it was not a student that was before them but a shinobi. He was a child, yes, but a shinobi still. And while he had a ways to go before being considered a true shinobi, he was far above them. Naruto leapt from the academy roof, rolling into a crouch next to Hinata. Helping her up, he rose to a stand, looking down at the shorter heiress before him. If anything, she only seemed more angered by his presence. "You!" she hissed. "I," he confirmed, releasing his blade and crossing his arms over his chest. "What do you think you're doing here? You have no place amongst people. And you have no place trying to tell Hinata who she may and may not associate with." He spared the girl beside him a quick look before turning back to the angry blonde. "She is under my protection. So the Uzumaki ally themselves with the Hyuga? Hinata is under my protection. The clans are as they have been. This does not concern them. It concerns them when you murder a Yamanaka." He frowned. He had not intended for such to be known throughout Konoha, but children had a tendency to talk and parents were even worse. This would probably be throughout the village by week's end. "That's not true." Hinata was quick to his defense. He crushed that immediately. "It is," he admitted, ignoring the young Hyuga's horrified gasp. "He's a monster. He probably enjoyed every damn second of it too," Ino accused. Naruto's eyes hardened. "Do not speak so lightly of that which you know nothing. What happened on that day is between Tatsuki, myself, and your father. You think I don't know? You think the entire Yamanaka clan doesn't know that you killed my aunt to get back at my father?" Naruto was momentarily surprised. Tatsuki had been the clan head's sister? That he had not known. That certainly made things more complicated. His surprise, however, was taken by Ino as a sign that he hadn't expected people to know why he had torn through her aunt. "That's right, we all know, and now everyone here knows it too. She may have left the clan, but she was blood. You're not going to get away with it." Biting down his anger at her accusations and restraining himself from replying with "I already have," Naruto responded calmly, as if these details were unimportant. "Nevertheless, Yamanaka Hinata is under my protection. You will leave her be. If she's under your protection, then she's against the entirety of the Yamanaka clan." Naruto raised a brow. Those were some rather big words. He had to wonder if she realized exactly what she was saying. Disregarding the part about himself, she was very nearly claiming the Hyuga themselves as enemies to the Yamanaka. That was a very foolish thing to do, especially in Konoha. She probably didn't mean it that way, but that's why it was so crucial to choose one's words carefully. Instead, he focused on what that implied about himself. "Then your clan has proclaimed me as foe?" "Well, no, not yet," she admitted. "Then you proclaim me an enemy of the Yamanaka?" Ino froze. Her father had been going over the basics of clan law with her, and she knew that it was well within her abilities to proclaim him as a foe to the clan, but that also involved the Uzumaki clan as a whole. While plenty of her clan members would be pleased should she do so, she also knew it was a bad idea to do anything of the sort without first consulting her father. "No? You tell me that those under my protection are your enemy, and yet cannot proclaim me as foe?" He spat on the ground. She first insults him by trying to take control over Hinata, and now she insults him by refusing to follow up her words. Uzumaki Naruto was a proud young man. He did not take insults lightly. "Fine, if you are too cowardly, I'll do it myself." He looked about those gathered, noting several clan heirs. It wasn't perfect, but it would suffice. "I, Uzumaki Naruto," he began, looking straight into the Yamanaka heiress's eyes. "Of the Uzumaki clan, do renounce the Uzumaki name." The multitude of gasps were ignored. "I, Naruto of Hai no Kuni, do swear before this gathering of heirs and the people of Konohagakure Yamanaka Ino, heiress of the Yamanaka, as my enemy for as long as I should hold grudge. As I swear myself foe to the heiress, so too do I proclaim myself enemy to the Yamanaka. By my word, this is spoken by my will, let this be." Spinning on his heel, he left with one piece of advice. "You'd best inform your clan Yamanaka lest I meet them first." And then he was gone. As her best friend Sakura approached her, Ino knew without a doubt that she had just fucked up. Her father was going to kill her. If Naruto didn't first. The piece clicked into place as he tried not to notice the stern, disapproving gaze aimed at him by the man across the table. When the man made no move to continue the game, he was forced to meet his uncovered eye. That was stupid. Incredibly stupid. Naruto hung his head in shame. Yeah, he admitted his pride throbbing in pain. It was. And what was it then that prompted such a thoughtless decision? My pride, answered Naruto. I acted out of pride without taking the time to fully think about what I was doing. The man across from him gave a gruff grunt. Indeed. But you said fully think. We both know what you didn't think of. What was it you did? The pride of my clan. This was my problem, my actions. I didn't want the clan associated with them. Then be glad you at least thought of that much. Had you not renounced your clan, you would still have resources and political sway, but you would have dragged its name through the mud over a petty squabble. She may have died and you may have been the cause, but it happened. We must move on. Regret is a waste of time. The man nodded. And the dead have no need of pride, remember this. I will, but I do not expect to be able to humble myself. A snort of amusement answered his statement. I did not think you would. You just need to be more careful about where that pride of yours takes you. It's okay to have pride, it's okay to have a lot of pride, but it is unacceptable for a shinobi to lose control. Restrain yourself even if you have to use your pride to do so. I understand, thank you for the advice, Danza-sama. Danza just smiled. The streets were rather crowded today, far more so than they usually were. Despite the numbers, he easily made his way through the sea of flesh. After his game with Danza had ended, the man gave him a parting word of advice, telling him to be seen within Konoha. He had just declared himself the enemy of the Yamanaka. If he were to not be seen, he would look cowardly. While it was good to remain in the shadows, it was equally important to back up your words. No promise broken, no threat idle, and everything spoken said with absolute confidence. Anything less would damage your reputation, and reputation was rather important when it came to influence and dealing with the clans. Naruto was most definitely dealing with the clans. He would need every bit of reputation and influence he could get, especially having revoked his Uzumaki name. Confident enough people had seen him, for now he ducked quickly into the sanctuary of a local shop for a break from the masses of people. Paintings covered every inch of the walls, even more stored safely in stacks of frames. It was rather evident that whoever did these did them out of passion rather than to simply make money. Anything sold was likely used to fund the creation of more. One had to admire that in any form of craftsman or artist. Naruto allowed his eyes to wander over the multitude of canvases, each one a sea of color. For almost an hour he lost himself within the shop, taking time to examine everything. It was as someone appeared behind the counter, however, that his amethyst eyes found themselves drawn to a single piece of artwork on the wall. It was simple not in effort but in design. The blank canvas opened into a mouth, and a gray tongue emerged from behind perfectly white teeth. It was what was on the tongue that happened to catch his attention. The design was odd, but there was no mistaking the fact that it was a seal of some sort. And while his arm didn't react as it would with a seal such as Hinata's, it did feel a sort of pull to the image. Turning to the pale young man behind the counter who watched him curiously, a boy that couldn't be any older than himself, he inquired, "Are you the painter?" The boy nodded. "I am. My name is Sai. A pleasure to meet you." The smile given seemed fake, unbelievably so, as eyes squinted under a head of short black hair. "Then tell me, Sai, where did you see this seal?" The change was instantaneous. Eyes snapped open with a seriousness Naruto had not expected to see in another his age. "My!" called the boy. Within 5 seconds, a young woman with skin just as pale as Sai's emerged from a room behind the counter, long black hair flowing down her back and a disinterested frown gracing her face. "Watch the counter," he instructed her. "This gentleman was interested in the Root of Silence. I'm taking him to see our special selection." Just as the boys had done, her eyes hardened as they looked over him carefully. She gave a silent nod as Sai motioned Naruto to the stairway. Following up the pale young man, Naruto was brought to a small empty room. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, he had to block the tanto that went for his neck as Sai lunged at him. His chains wrapped around the blade when it made it within a foot, and Sai was quick to surrender it to put some space between the two of them. Considering Naruto's chains had a good bit of range to them, that was probably not a good idea. Then again, neither was staying close. Taking hold of the tanto, he tossed it back to Sai's feet. The boy warily retrieved it, never taking his eyes off of Naruto's chains. I suppose I wasn't supposed to ask about the seal then. There are only two types of people who know about it. Considering I don't know you, it means you must be a new root agent. Root? Can't say I've heard of it, can't say I want to. What I want to hear about, however, is that seal and where I can find it. And why would you want to know that? Naruto shrugged. Curiosity. I know it's a seal, but I don't have any knowledge on sealing. I have no idea what it might be capable of. I'd like to. Sai stuck out his tongue, showing the same image that had been painted. Oh? Naruto quirked a brow. Now that's interesting. What does it do? It keeps us silent. A grin found its way to Naruto's face. He was certainly glad he had entered this store. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but you couldn't tell me if you wanted to, could you? Sai shook his head in the negative. And if I could let you? The young man narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You said you had no knowledge of seals? I don't. Naruto quickly removed his glove and unwrapped his arm to the elbow. But with this he made a fist and showed Sai the seal that covered his right arm. I don't need any. He had been wanting to try this on another seal ever since he had changed Hinata's, and this was probably the best opportunity he could get. Not only was there a seal but secrets. In the shinobi world there was little more valuable than secrets. These secrets were far more valuable than he could have ever hoped. Chapter 13. The First to Kneel. The seal rippled and glowed as his finger brushed over pink flesh. Naruto could only imagine how much of a pain in the ass it must have been to first apply the seal upon such sensitive flesh. As the glow faded and he pulled back his hand, Sai looked at him quizzically. It's done, claimed Naruto, much to the other boy's disbelief. What? Don't believe me? Try saying something you would have never been able to say before. I don't know what else the seal does, but you should be able to talk now. We can change everything else later. Shooting Naruto a suspicious look, Sai complied. Taking a deep breath, he tentatively spoke. As Shimura Danzo has been conducting business with Orochimaru. Dark eyes widened as the words spilled easily from his lips. You did it, he muttered. You actually changed his seal. Sai looked at Naruto with awed wonder, as if he were gazing upon a legendary shinobi of old come back from the grave. I told you I could. As confident as he sounded, Naruto was relieved that it had actually worked as he had wanted it to, which meant he really had figured out in the simplest of senses how this seal of his worked. To think he possessed the ability to change seals however he wished within his hand. It was actually a bit terrifying. Seals could do absolutely anything if one had proper knowledge, so how much did his seal know and how? He'd have to test the limits ladder to see exactly what he could accomplish. And the other parts, you can change them too? I can if I know what they are. Whether I will or not, however, still has yet to be decided. Sai nodded in acceptance. Yes, of course. You still know nothing about me, about us. He had to stop when Naruto raised a brow. You don't even know how many bear that seal, do you? Come, let's go somewhere we can talk about this more comfortably. After you? Naruto gestured to the door as he stepped aside. It would seem he had not forgotten that the young man he was in the room with had recently tried to kill him. He heard the girl's voice as Sai stepped into her view. About time you got back. How long does it take to dispatch a single? She froze as she saw him follow the boy down the last few steps. Why you didn't kill him? She whispered in disbelief, her dispassionate frown slipping to show her shock. Sai took a quick glance around the shop before answering, making sure no one was there to overhear what he was about to let slip from his tongue. Shimura Danzo has been meeting Orochimaru and assisting him in the creation of Odogekure. A sharp intake of breath was her reaction. It would seem a very valuable ally has wandered into our humble shop this day, was the pale boy's way of explaining the matter. There is much to be discussed. We'll be in the main room. Make sure no one else enters. She gave a nod and Naruto once again found himself following Sai into unfamiliar territory. His hand rested itself upon Morio's tooth just in case. Behind the counter was a small room, empty save for a table with 2 chairs and a small bookcase atop which rested a small potted plant. Sai didn't stop here, however, and moved towards what Naruto could only assume was a storage closet. Unlike the shop entrance, an upstairs room, this door slid open to show a space completely filled with unmarked boxes. Without pause, the boxes were slid aside just as the door had been moments before. A quick look to the floor of the closet revealed tracks, and when he looked back up, Sai shot him a small grin that looked far more genuine than his earlier attempts at smiling. There was another door at the back of the closet hinged like the first two, and the boy was quick to usher him down the stairway it opened to as he closed the doors and slid the boxes back into place. Waiting for Sai to finish and pass, Naruto fell into step behind him, still not willing to show the boy his back after that little stunt upstairs. The pale young man seemed to understand and made no mention of it as they moved down into a large sitting room. Tables were scattered about, some covered in books, others in maps. Against one wall was a basic cooking area, and posted on a different wall was a large board covered in slips of paper. 4 couches circled a coffee table in the center of the room. Indicating to one of the plush blue couches, Sai proceeded to prepare drinks for the 2 of them. Naturally, Naruto had to decline. You said you needed to know the entirety of the seal's function in order to fully change it, yes? Naruto held up a hand to pause him. Yes, but first I need to know who exactly it is I'm dealing with. You've mentioned a man by the name Shimura Danzo. I happen to know someone by the name of Danzo. Tell me about the one you know. Shimura Danzo was the teammate and rival of our Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and is the leader of Root, a private army that takes upon itself the village's dirty work regardless of whether the village approves of it or not. I see he wouldn't happen to have a bandaged right arm and be missing an eye, would he? Sai stiffened at the description. Yes, that's him. You must have met him then. I have. Naruto nodded. You say his private army is called Root. What can you tell me about them? They are the shadows that protect the great tree of Konoha. Each one is trained and conditioned to serve without question, and they answer only to Danzo himself. They have no emotion, no thoughts that do not pertain to the mission. Compared to the average shinobi within Konoha's employ, they are far superior, having been trained like Umbu from the age of 6 onwards. They are in a way Danzo's equivalent of Hiruzen's Umbu, and serve much the same purpose. Earlier you claimed not to recognize me, and that must have made me root. What is it you and your compatriots have against the organization? Sai looked down at the coffee table for a few moments to gather his thoughts. They took everything from us. Our families, our identities, our very lives, and when they realized that some of us were of no use to them, they tossed us away. Naruto's brows rose dramatically. From the way he was talking, had Sai been one of those Root operatives? This had the potential to become an extremely beneficial opportunity for him. A group of biter warriors trained for most of their lives before being tossed out, possessing seals they didn't seem too fond of and that he could remove without effort. Naruto had mused the thought of having himself a pack, but this might be the perfect chance to make one. It was difficult for him to keep the pleased smile that threatened to form from crossing his lips. It wasn't time for that, not yet. He could revel in his victory later when it was secured. For now he had more to learn about those who were so spiteful towards the shadows that guarded the great tree. As Sai had yet to volunteer any more information, it was up to Naruto to keep it flowing. From the way you speak of it, am I to assume that you were at one point part of Root? The pale boy nodded. Yes, I was. We all were. We trained for years, doing everything we could to perfect our skills, but it didn't matter. Emotional conditioning is the final step in the training process. We failed. As hard as they tried, we could not let go of the emotions that kept us human, not fully, and so we were considered failures and removed from the program. He was not worried about you betraying? The seal was the first thing given to us. It prevents us from speaking of anything that could harm the organization or Danzo, and keeps us from disobeying any of his orders. He has a seal that complex? He had help. Orochimaru of the Sannin is not renowned for his sealing knowledge, but his genius easily makes up for what he does not know. He had been at one time the rival to Namikaze Minato, who is well known to be one of the greatest seal masters in generations. Orochimaru no doubt picked some of it up just being around our Sandaime Hokage. Even so, to be able to stop you from disobeying someone, I can't help but wonder how it functions. You can't tell? Naruto shook his head. The seal on my arm tells me nothing. I simply think about what I want, and it changes the seal accordingly. He looked down at his covered arm. I don't even know what it's called or who it was who placed it upon me. Something that advanced would have had to come from someone at least as skilled with seals as the Sandaime himself, but I'm not sure even his knowledge would have been enough to create such a thing. It is, however, a very powerful gift, one both you and I should be thankful for. A small smile split Naruto's lips. Of course the boy was still focused on changing his seal. Who would want to be bound to someone they hated? Well spoken. So if the seal keeps you loyal, why would he throw you out? For the good of Konoha. Sai grudgingly admitted. We cannot fit into route due to our emotions and the way they affect our thoughts during missions, but we are all trained as shinobi despite having civilian status. Should there be an invasion or other such crisis, we would be able to help protect evacuating civilians and assist Konoha's forces. Naruto's respect for the old man increased greatly hearing that. Others may have disposed of failures, but to have found such a use for them was impressive. They didn't seem too pleased by it if Sai's words were anything to go by, but even they had to admit it was probably the best way for Danzo to make use of the shinobi he had trained. A sound idea, but you do not seem happy about it. We're not. We were trained for more than protecting civilians in the case of an emergency. Some of us have done a decent job readjusting into society, but many of us have not. We shouldn't be here hiding waiting, we should be doing something. Covert ops delivery of sensitive material tipping the balance between factions, anything would be welcome at this point. Anything? Something about the way he said it made Sai pause. After a moment he met Naruto's eyes and nodded in the affirmative. Anything. We can't continue like this. Including letting me change your seals from Danzo to myself? Sai stared at him in shock. He has no further use for you, I do. If you need purpose so much, you can serve me as you would have him. I need a moment, please excuse me. Sai stopped part way to the stairs, turning back to the man who had offered him the closest thing he would ever manage to get to the purpose he was created for. Do you mind if I speak about your offer to Mai? She is in the same position as myself. Naruto waved him off with a casual flick of his wrist. Do as you will, my offer extends to all of you. Should it end up being 1 or 100, I shall be pleased. Though he didn't see it, Sai gave Naruto a quick nod before starting his ascent. It was not long before his return. Standing silently to the side of the couch Naruto was sitting, and Sai quickly fell to his knee. I cannot yet speak for the others, but if you free us from him, we are yours to command. Naruto didn't even try to stop the large grin that devoured his face. Then from this day forth you are mine. Deep calming breaths were doing nothing to abate his anger. Arms crossed over his chest, he looked down at his seed as she fidgeted before under his wrathful gaze. You did what? He hissed through clenched teeth, straining every fiber of his will to keep from yelling. And not me, she claimed. It was him. He claimed that I was his enemy, and so was our clan. The look on his face said that he didn't believe her for a second. That so? Came his growl. So you mean to tell me he just decided to make an enemy out of our clan on a whim? He killed Aunt Tatsuki. We don't know that. We don't know anything about what happened. He paused before he had a chance to lose control. Gods above, had he really raised a child that couldn't stop and think? They were of the Yamanaka, for fuck's sake, the mind was everything to them. Even if he did, and Noichi continued. And even if we consider it retribution for what I did to him, he has made no further move against us. For all intents and purposes we had a ceasefire and neutrality, distrustful as it may have been. Now that has been broken, and by my old child. He shook his head mournfully. I had hoped to keep this from happening by stopping the others from going against him, but it would seem I should have focused upon you. I wasn't trying to make him an enemy. She claimed, ashamed to be standing before her father and admitting her mistakes. I wasn't even trying to interact with him. And Noichi paused for a moment. Finally he commanded, explain. I had noticed that Hinata had been interacting with him. Her father drew a sharp breath when she mentioned the former Hyuga heiress. Sweet merciful gods above, he prayed desperately that she had not somehow also dragged the Hyuga clan into this mess. Uzumaki was bad enough, but the Hyuga would turn them to dust without effort, and without any chance to make amends. I couldn't stand someone trying to be friendly to that monster, she continued offput when her father growled at what she had called the boy. So I tried to convince her to stay away from him during lunch. And? He didn't like that. She gave a shiver at the memory of him crouched on the academy roof, peering down upon her like a predator waiting to pounce upon prey. He claimed that she was under his protection and that I was to leave her alone. Inoichi's fists clenched. He had no doubt figured out where this was going. I asked him if the Uzumaki had joined with the Hyuga, and he said that the clans had nothing to do with it. She stopped, hesitant to tell her father of her next words. You brought her up, didn't you? I did. Ino nodded, never meeting her father's gaze. He got angry and told me not to talk about things I knew nothing about. He said the matter was between you, Auntie, and himself. Inoichi nodded. It was a truth he wished more of his own clan could comprehend. If he wasn't so busy trying to keep them from doing something stupid, he might have the chance to actually speak with the boy and sort the mess out. Or he would have had his daughter not driven the young man to start this feud between clans. Indeed, it is continue. He then told me it had nothing to do with the matter at hand. Hinata was under his protection, and that was final. Having thought about her words the whole way home in order to make her father see that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, she knew that it was even worse than she had previously believed. She took a deep breath and pressed forward. I said that if she was under his protection, then she was an enemy to the Yamanaka. I had hoped he would back off. Inoichi scoffed. The last time he had spoken to the Sandaime, he learned that Naruto was a proud boy even when he had nothing for him to be proud of. That was foolish and shameful, he admonished. As a Yamanaka, you should have been able to see that he is a proud creature. Trying to intimidate him into backing off by threatening someone he claimed to be protecting would do nothing but spur him on. Not only that, but you also threatened a Hyuga. He would have gained quick allies with them if they wished for retribution. I know I didn't think out my words properly. He responded by asking if the clan had declared him an enemy. And how did you respond? I told him that he wasn't, not yet. He asked me if I had declared him an enemy. I remembered then what you had been teaching me about clan law, so I froze. I knew I needed to consult with you about something like this first, but he didn't like my hesitation. She admitted. I think he was insulted that I could not answer. Well, at least she wasn't completely hopeless as a Yamanaka. Someone as prideful as Naruto would indeed be insulted by such. As he should have been. It meant you didn't have the strength to back up your words and that you hadn't taken things seriously enough to know what was going on before you opened your mouth. I would be insulted too. I take it this was the moment he declared us his enemy? His daughter nodded. At least the Hyuga haven't been pulled into this. Having the Uzumaki as our enemy is bad enough. This was her chance to escape, but she knew she had to tell him everything lest he tried to tackle this challenge without all the facts. Too-san? Yes, Ino? His voice conveyed the weariness he felt at the moment. She hoped this might make it better. The Uzumaki aren't our enemies, it's just Naruto. He shook his head. It doesn't matter, as an Uzumaki, any feud he has is a feud of his clan. Well, that's just it. Right before he declared us his enemy, he renounced his clan name. It made it worse. Inoichi tensed immediately, going completely stiff. Are you absolutely sure that's what he did? His face had gone pale and there was a trembling in his hands. Why, yes, Daddy. Inoichi took a seat and stared out at space for a few moments before meeting her eyes. Then there is nothing holding him back. Even a day later he couldn't help the small grin resting upon his lips. He may not have many yet, but it was a start, his start. No longer was he relying upon the name of his clan or the political influence they held, but rather he had started to create his own. Yes, he was currently a small fish floundering within shallow water and bringing unwanted attention to it, but he would make himself one of the great sharks that lived within the dark of Konoha's political sea. Then again, why stop at Konoha? Sai had given him approximate numbers, and with that many he may be able to start expanding far sooner than he had thought possible. Of course, it would also mean expanding far too soon. He would need to establish a solid foundation before his tower could start piercing the sky. Mai was tending to the shop today, as Sai notified as many ex-agents as he could find. With just 2 of them there was little he could do, but that would change in time. He'd just have to be patient. From his usual perch, Naruto could see Hinata through the windows. She had switched seats, moving to sit by the window closest to him, and keeping the Yamanaka heiress within her sights at all times. And while the blonde may have glanced in Hinata's direction a handful of times, she had made no move to approach, and shown no signs of hostility. No doubt her father told her how foolish she was to go after a Hyuga. The results could have been catastrophic for her clan. Turning his attention to the form of his teacher as the man stood up from his desk ready to start today's lessons, he was mildly surprised when the door to the classroom opened, and someone else entered. The black hair looked familiar, but the defeated slump was not. It took a moment for Naruto to place him. Uchiha Sasuke. So it would seem another Uchiha had managed to survive. Curious. He had to wonder exactly how much the young man actually knew. But more importantly, he had to wonder what might your relationship to Mikoto be, Naruto? She called as she entered their usual training ground. The young man was quick to cease his practice with his chakra chains and make his way over to her. Yes, Yugao-sensei? She had to admit she really liked the sound of that. Maybe when she was satisfied with her career in Umbu she could take on a team before her retirement. She still had yet to become an Umbu captain yet though, so that was still quite a ways off assuming that she managed to live that long. She was a kunoichi after all. She had a much shorter life expectancy than a civilian woman. I have heard of your recent issues with the Yamanaka clan. I trust I do not need to tell you how foolish that was? You do not, Yugao-sensei. I am aware of my mistakes. She gave a sharp nod. Good. Now we've been focusing on improving your abilities with chakra chains through the use of various chakra exercises, but I think it prudent to teach you some more skills that you can put to use immediately now that you have enemies within the village. Of course, what will we be doing first? I've noticed you have a blade. Am I right to assume you have no formal training with it? That is correct, I only recently obtained it. Understandable, may I see it? Without another word he unsheathed the blade and surrendered it to her waiting hand. She spent a moment running a quizzical eye over it before handing it back. An interesting blade. Does it have a name? Anyone who cared for a blade named it if the blacksmith hadn't already. Some names made no sense given for purely sentimental reasons or because they sounded cool, but others could reveal a lot about the blade or the one who had so lovingly crafted it. This he smiled fondly down at his gift. Is Morio's tooth. Morio's tooth, as in the Morio's tooth? It may not have been as famous as the Kusanagi, but it was a well-known blade. How could he have possibly gotten his hands on such a thing? There were people who would give anything for such an infamous blade. It was sure to attract attention in the future. The very same. He confirmed. How on earth did you manage to get it? That, sensei, he smirked, is a secret. It had been a long time since his old rival had looked so pleased with himself. He could have gone with it being longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked across his desk to the elderly man sitting across it. Of course, if Danzu was old, then so was he, and Sarutobi was not old, he was vintage. The bandaged vintage shinobi said nothing, just smirking at him and waiting for the Kage to speak first. Eventually Hiruzen caved with a sigh. What is it, Danzu? What has you so damn pleased? Well, you happen to know I like to sit in the park, do you not? Yes, at the table we used to play at. What of it? I met a most curious opponent recently. He happens to remind me of myself, actually. He gave a slight chuckle at the end. And please tell me how this is any of my concern, Danzu. I don't care who it is you play board games with in your spare time, though for men our age it's usually grandchildren. Oh, I was simply under the impression that you were rather close to his family. Then again, he recently renounced his clan name, didn't he? Hiruzen froze. No, there was no way he was talking about Naruto. If Danzu had managed to sink his claws into the boy, a shiver tore its way through the aged Kage's body. Such could not be allowed to happen. What are you up to, Danzu? What are you trying to accomplish using Naruto? At the moment? Nothing at all. For some strange reason Hiruzen wasn't inclined to believe the man. And so you decided to come tell me that? Why? Naruto can make his own decisions, and it's not illegal for the two of you to meet. Of that I am quite aware. But to think you would hide him from me. Danzu shook his head. Shame on you, Hiruzen, he's just like me. You should have introduced us. That's exactly what I was trying to avoid. One of you is more than enough, I do not need a second. You speak as if I was trying to change him, he was already like me when we first met. You'd have two of us regardless of if we had ever met. I had hoped to delay it long enough to resume my retirement. Fair enough, conceded Danzu. Now was that all you came here to do, Danzu? Let me know that you had met young Naruto. Of course not, I came to tell you you've lost him. Hiruzen shot Danzu a dirty look. And how do you figure that? Because he doesn't trust you anymore. That's nothing new, scoffed Hiruzen. I lost it weeks ago. But that doesn't mean I can't regain it. Danzu's grin split his face. Not when I'm the one he goes to for advice, you can't. Danzu left his office still grinning in a manner that made Hiruzen wonder if the veteran shinobi needed help. He couldn't blame him, though. Naruto's trust was hard to obtain, especially these days. And while it might not mean much at the moment, both he and Danzu knew exactly how much that trust would be worth in the future. It would be enough to completely tip the balance. Hiruzen only prayed it would be in the right direction. Could he be any more goddamn proud of the boy? Gods above, he hoped not, because this didn't seem like it would end anytime soon. It felt like just yesterday that he watched the boy take his first life, and now he was taking on an entire clan by himself. It was almost enough to move him to tears. It would probably move the Yamanaka to tears too, but that was for completely different reasons. He'd have to keep a closer eye out on the boy now, not to help him with whatever his plans were, but to make sure it was covered up properly. The thought of what he might have to cover up almost made him giddy with excitement. Mutilated corpses? Fires? Kidnappings? Political sabotage? Maybe he'd end a few careers or break up some relationships. He could find some way to revoke their clan status within the elemental courts, or turn all the other clans against them. Maybe he'd just stick to harmless pranks, but that wasn't much fun. Oh, there were just so many ways that the boy could hurt them. The possibilities were so deliciously endless. And that was to say nothing about how Kushina would react when she learned that the Yamanaka were the enemies of her son. She'd be pissed about him revoking his name, of course, but she'd probably take that out on the Yamanaka too. This could prove to be so entertaining that he may not read his Ika as much as he usually did. In fact, speaking of Ika, what if he did something like that? Kakashi couldn't help but giggle perversely at the thought. Naruto could somehow marry the Yamanaka heiress or seduce clan members. Maybe he could even have a child with Yamanaka blood. Oh, how sweet a revenge that would prove to be. Then again, Naruto could have done this knowing that Inoichi would do his best to keep his clan in line and might not have any real intention of doing anything. Just because someone was your enemy didn't mean you had to attack. It may not have been nearly as fun, but it was valid. Still, Kakashi hoped that wasn't the case. The heiress had challenged him. It wouldn't do if the only repercussion of her actions was some hostility between the Yamanaka clan and a 10-year-old boy. If Naruto didn't do anything, he might. Naruto might not like it, but he was unlikely to learn if Kakashi had been doing things to make the mind walkers tense and paranoid. It could be fun so long as he didn't push too far. The last thing he wanted was to drive the clan to lash out at him before he was prepared to take them. No, it was probably better to just lay and wait for now. Either Naruto would act or an opportunity to act on his behalf would surface. After all, any enemy of Naruto was an enemy of Hatake Kakashi. Chapter 14. And the flowers tremble. Sai had spent the last 2 weeks gathering up everyone he could find. Naruto was rather pleased with the results. 22 fully trained root failures stood at relaxed attention before him. Sai, who had quickly taken on the role of his right-hand man and second in command, stood in the same stance just behind him. Mai was currently above them, manning the shop and ensuring they were not interrupted. 24 people were now his to wield as he saw fit, and all because of a seal he knew very little about, and he had ducked into a shop to avoid the crowds of Konoha's busy marketplace. Looks like his luck was starting to turn around. Hopefully this would not be like the other times things had started to look good before crashing down around him. Purple eyes quickly ran over the figures before them, taking note of the dark black clothing they all wore. It wasn't what he wanted them to be in, but there wasn't much of a choice right now. They all had similar uniforms from their root training, and he didn't currently have the funding to change it. What he did have the funding for, however, were the masks they now wore. 22 vicious wolves snarled back at him, their visage forever trapped within white porcelain. The masks had not been cheap, wiping out most of his saving and a good chunk that Sai and Mai had managed to accumulate with their little shop, but looking at his forces he knew it had been worth it. Shizen usually called him Little Thief, but there had been once when she told him how people had compared him to a wolf. For the remainder of that day she had called him Wolf Prince. And she wasn't the only one to liken him and his behavior to a wolf. Both Dog and Yugao-sensei had brought it up several times, mentioning that most of the Anbu thought the same. Naruto was fine with that. Being called a wolf was actually rather flattering, and now he had himself a pack to further cement the views of those around him. He was a wolf, this was his pack, and they would be legendary. But the time for that was not now, not when they were still so new, so vulnerable. For now they would stick to the safety of the shadows growing within the concealing darkness until they were strong enough to stand in the light, and under the harsh glare of the sun. It could be months from now, but it could just as easily be years. It mattered little. Naruto had patience enough to see this through to fruition. Even if it took him the next century, his pack would make a mark upon history. Depending on the whims of the gods, he may even have the opportunity to write some of it. It had been a very long time since he had last worn something like this. Tattered brown cloth clung tightly around him, rough and dirty. His original cloak had been given to Mikoto when she had fled the village, but it was unlikely that anyone would have been able to tell the difference. He wasn't a fan of this cloak, much preferring the one his mysterious godfather had sent him, but that was far too identifying for his current task. 4 wolves crouched behind him, blanketed in the darkness of the overhanging roof. 2 more were closer to the target, and a half-dozen of them lay in wait further ahead. He had not spent much time planning this, to be completely honest. Not nearly as much as he should have, considering what he was trying to attempt, but it would have to suffice. This was not nearly important enough to him to warrant such careful and detailed planning, but it was something he needed to do. If nothing else, this would give him a good idea of his wolves' ability. He really wasn't someone who could accurately judge their skill, but even he could recognize when someone was good. As it stood, he knew almost nothing about their training save for the fact that it was supposedly Umbu level. The thought that he might have a whole pack of dogs sent a shiver down his spine. It was a terrifyingly exhilarating thought, but he knew that dog was no average Umbu. No, that man was far above Umbu level in a class all his own. It would not surprise him to one day seeing the man wear the Kage hat. Taking one last look at his wolves, he prepared to make his move, only to freeze mid-launch. He had not planned on her being here. It took him a moment to remember that he had originally seen his target visiting that woman. It was a wonder he had forgotten when he had learned most of his more favored choice words by listening to the woman speak. But when he had last met her, she seemed to have no recollection of him either, so perhaps it was not so odd that he had forgotten. She sat down next to the target, both chatting happily, and Naruto found himself with a problem. Not only was she going to make this more difficult, but he had been trying to avoid her for both their sakes. Going after her friend was bound to cause trouble he would rather avoid. He could call it all off, easily losing only the ability to see his forces in action, but was that what he wanted to do? He could always see how they worked later. This opportunity was nothing, and he really gained very little from it aside some good karma. Karma that he regretfully admitted he was probably in dire need of if he wanted any hope in his luck not turning completely around yet again. This was after all more for her good than his own. Sure, he may get an ally in her, but the chances were kind of slim. This wasn't the same case as his wolves, but far closer to the situation Hinata had been in. Of course, his target evidently had friends, which Hinata had sorely lacked. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to call this all off and leave her the way she was. Sure, he had heard about how much she hated it, though he still had no idea as to why, but she had friends and a good career going for her. She'd lived with it this long too, she was most likely perfectly capable of coping with its presence. So did he do a good deed and potentially gain an ally, or did he back off and save himself a lot of trouble? Who was he kidding? Trouble always seemed to find him. It was best he not try to avoid it. Turning to the wolves, he beckoned one closer. Yes, my lord? From the voice alone, it was a young woman, probably 16 at the oldest. We're sticking to the plan, but there's been a complication. He jerked his head to the table his target was sitting at. His young soldier peered down to the table for a moment before turning back to his face, staring from behind the safety of her mask. I understand, we'll keep her from interfering. Naruto nodded. See to it you do. Remember non-lethal and avoid being seen by the populace of Konoha. If she ends up seeing you, so be it, but I would prefer not to be exposed to so many people so soon. From her crouched position, she snapped a fist over her heart. By your command, my liege. Retreating back to her comrades, she relayed his orders, the 3 others turning from her and giving him a nod to show they understood. If that hadn't been enough, the 3 gave him the same salute she had and whispered quietly, "We hear and obey, Naruto-sama." Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the 2 women having lunch below them, waiting for the most opportune moment to strike. For the next hour and a half the sun beat down upon them, a world of activity swirling beneath their feet, but Naruto and his wolves did not move. Cold wind had blown about them, manipulating what few leaves remained in a dance like some master puppeteer. The sharp contrast between the cold air and hot sun had not been pleasant, but the 2 kunoichi seemed comfortable enough. At long last an opportunity presented itself. They had not moved more than a yard from the outdoor table before Naruto had launched himself off the roof and into the crowd below, ducking and weaving amongst the sea of people as he zeroed in on the 2 unsuspecting women. Takeout boxes had been precariously stacked within his target's arms and quickly found their way to the ground as he quite purposely ran into her. He offered no word of apology as he turned to face them, never slowing, the upper half of his face covered by his makeshift cloak. His uncaring frown had turned into an aggravating smirk before he turned away from them and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. He did not see the fury that crossed the woman's face or the surprised look that crossed her friend's, but he did hear her outraged cry. "Hey, that was my food, you little shit! Get the fuck back here!" He didn't have to look behind him to know she had given chase. The fearful looks on the faces of the people in front of him, as they scrambled away, said more than enough. However, that didn't mean he didn't look back anyway, shooting her a smug grin and casually flipping her off. If she wasn't enraged before, she was now. Through half of Konoha he ran, relying on his smaller size to slip through crowds and around obstacles, making sure she was always close enough to see him. He wouldn't have had to worry about her giving up, for with every second he evaded her she grew increasingly infuriated. They were nearing the training grounds when she had become angry enough to start throwing kunai. The sharp pieces of metal whizzed past his face at speeds he wasn't entirely comfortable with. He was fast enough to throw off her aim, but he was nowhere near fast enough to catch the flying instruments of shabby death, or have any chance of blocking them. Luckily, she still had enough common sense not to go throwing around jutsu against an unknown within Konoha's walls. Though rude, it was not illegal to run into someone, nor were they then forced to make amends. It was, however, quite illegal to use jutsu against civilians. And while she may have suspected him to have been shinobi trained, she had no real way to tell. It was not a risk she was willing to take. He was damn fortunate in that regard. Dodging another kunai as his feet first hit the grass of the training ground, it was time to act. Mitarashi Anko never saw it coming. She cursed in her mind. Anko was far too rash sometimes and was prone to rather violent tendencies. It wouldn't be good if she were to act without thinking and somehow injure the boy that had run into them. The council had it out for her enough. The last thing they needed was for Anko to give the council a legitimate reason to go after her. That, and there was something strangely familiar about the boy. Hadn't she heard of a young man in such a cloak running about the great village of Konoha? She couldn't quite remember, and it was driving her mad as she raced to catch up to the two. She had just reached the end of the tree line that encircled the training ground when she found a knife to her throat and a hand over her mouth. She was aware of a second presence pushing a blade against her right side. She managed to just make out the white mask before her movement was halted by the second presence pulling her head back by her hair, making it far easier for the first assailant to keep his blade to her neck. Looking down her nose, she could, albeit with some difficulty, make out the cloaked boy being chased by Anko. He had gone straight for the middle of the grounds despite having a better chance to lose the Tokubetsu Jounin in the forests that surrounded it. It was then that she realized the boy had no intention of escaping his pursuer. No, he was leading her here, and Kurenai wasn't in a position to warn her best friend about the danger. Her fears were confirmed when the young man lifted up his arm bent at the elbow and fingers splayed. The boy wasn't alone, and seeing that the two holding her didn't move in the slightest as he prepared to signal meant there were even more than those holding her captive. She had to wonder if perhaps the council had finally gotten tired of trying to do things legitimately, and had swooped to hiring a group to take care of Anko once and for all. A fist clenched in the air, and her best friend was suddenly on the ground, pinned by 5 individuals wearing the same black clothing and porcelain wolf masks. A sixth stood next to the boy, much like a guard. It would seem as though they had used some rather valuable bait. She realized as soon as he tossed off his hood, revealing a crown of crimson hair. Naruto, what was he doing with these people? Why were they after Anko? She'd have loved to ask, but her captors didn't seem like the chatty type if the blades they kept to her were any indication. 2 more figures emerged, then 1 from either side of her. So there had been 4 behind her. Then they must have been there the whole time with the sole purpose of keeping her away. They had failed or were unconcerned with her, bearing witness to their activities so long as she was unable to interrupt them. The boy in the middle of the field didn't speak, or at least didn't appear to, as he kneeled down in the grass next to her friend. Almost gently he pulled her clothes from her neck, showing the world the accursed symbol that branded her as the discarded protégé of Orochimaru. There was nothing save Orochimaru himself that Mitarashi Anko hated more. But with a simple touch it was gone. I grant you freedom from your seal, Mitarashi-san. Live well. The voice was soft, but it carried well enough to Kurenai's ears. She couldn't believe what she had witnessed, but there was no denying that the seal had been removed. The two holding her loosened their grip ever so slightly, removing their blades but keeping her arms secure. We suggest you take her home, Yuhi. She is bound to be confused. With that, the 4 surrounding her disappeared, as did the 5 atop her best friend. Naruto and his guards stayed only long enough for Kurenai to draw close. Giving her a look devoid of any sort of emotion, he turned his amethyst eyes from her, and was whisked away by the masked man by his side. Falling in the same spot Naruto had so recently occupied, she was quick to examine her friend for any other damage. Is it really gone?" Anko asked. She still lay on the ground, but her head had turned to look at her only real friend, her eyes wide with disbelief but filled with a spark of hope. "Yeah, it's gone." A large weight seemed to lift itself from Anko in that moment, but her face quickly turned to a scowl. "What's wrong?" Kurenai asked, confused. "Shouldn't she be jumping for joy right about now? How am I supposed to celebrate when that fucker spilled all my dango?" With the adrenaline leaving her system and relief flooding her heart, Kurenai couldn't help it. She threw her head back and laughed. Anko wasn't amused. "I want my dango, damn it." Squirming against his bonds did the man no good. He had not been captured by amateurs but by those who had been trained as weapons for their entire lives. There was no way a rather unskilled chunin such as himself was going to be able to escape them, not when he had been enjoying a cushy administration job within Konoha these past few years. If he got out of this, he was going to resume his training immediately. The metal chair he was tied to squeaked again as he pushed against his ropes, once more drawing the attention of one of his silent guards. The visage of a snarling wolf was more than enough to convince him to sit still. When the door to the far side of the small metal room he found himself in opened, both guards snapped into Konohagakure no Sato's official salute adopted from the Hai no Kuni they were located within. He was surprised when the person entering was a young boy. That surprise turned to horror when he identified him. He had heard that Naruto, formerly Uzumaki Naruto, had declared the Yamanaka heiress and her clan his enemy, but he hadn't really believed it. There was talk about going against the boy, but most of it was just nonsense spewed while drinking. Anything that wasn't had been quickly put to a stop to by their clan head Inoichi. That man wanted to do everything possible from escalating the conflict. Evidently his clan's opponent was not of the same mindset. This was not looking to be a good day to be Yamanaka Kira. It had been almost a month now since he had become an enemy of the Yamanaka, and Naruto was actually rather disappointed. They had done absolutely nothing so far. No move against him, no move to gain allies, nothing. But that was fine. Their heiress had already shown herself to be weak when it came to her own conviction, but Naruto was not. It may have been a hasty decision, but these people were his enemy now. By the gods, he was going to make them realize that. And now he had forces of his own to back him up. Moving to the man bound to the only piece of furniture in the room, Naruto couldn't help but give a vicious grin. It was not a good idea to let the wolf strike first. He had sent out a letter to the court of Hai no Kuni the day he had first renounced his name, and it was just today that he had received a confirmation. His renouncement had been acknowledged by the court, and that meant he didn't have to worry about the Uzumaki name being dragged into this. He was free to act, and there was nothing to hold him back. Withdrawing a freshly sharpened kunai from his pouch, Naruto got to work. He was awoken by a scream that sent him flying out of his bed and thudding down the hallway. Bursting into his daughter's bedroom, Inoichi froze. His daughter had turned on the lamp that rested upon her nightstand, and it illuminated clearly what had been done to the wall across from her bed. The wolves prowled beneath the shade of the great tree. He didn't even need to question whether or not the crimson writing was actually genuine. As a shinobi, he knew exactly what it was when he first laid eyes upon it, and the smell was unmistakable as the long blonde hair that hung down the wall tied to a kunai that had been quite solidly jammed in. It was probably what had woken his daughter. Also of note was the fact that dangling from the end of what could only be the hair of a Yamanaka was the skull of a canine. A wolf, if the words written upon his daughter's wall was anything to go on. He was aware of his wife comforting his daughter, and moved towards the curtains dancing in the cool night breeze. The window had not been open earlier. He had made sure it was locked himself, when checking on his sleeping daughter before retiring to bed. He had been worried that Naruto might try something and had hoped it would be enough to dissuade the boy. But he did not know who these wolves were. Peering out into the night, he quickly got his answer. Directly across from him, crouched upon a nearby roof, Naruto stared back at him. Flanking the boy were two figures in wolf masks, both standing on the downward slope of the roof behind him so as to just barely reach the same height as the former Uzumaki. Cold amethyst eyes gazed at him impassively. Your move. They dared him. This was more than a threat, this was a show of power. Naruto could have very easily taken the life of the Yamanaka heiress, his sworn enemy, but more than that, he could have taken the life of the clan head's daughter, Inoichi's daughter, his daughter. The thought filled his heart with dread. If anything, the boy was being merciful by giving this warning. It was obvious that the lack of action on the part of one of Konoha's clans had displeased him. They were a large group of trained family members and he was or had been a single boy, and yet they had not moved against him. He must have assumed that they thought little of him to ignore the fact that they were enemies. This was his way of reminding them exactly who they were dealing with. They would not have to be reminded again. Yes, Inoichi had known he was a threat, but that's why he was trying to avoid instigating anything further. It would seem his efforts had backfired, insulting the prideful creature on the roof across from him, and bringing this upon himself. The boy made no move other than to point towards the gates of the clan compound, where he noticed a group of his clanmates shouting in panic. When he turned back, there was no sight of the boy nor his wolves. The clan would need to be made aware. And he would have to come up with a way to fix this mess. Unacceptable. Unfucking acceptable. They thought they could stand against his godson? The godson of Orochimaru? The fools! Hasty steps thudded down the corridors of his home, passing terrified works and cautious soldiers. You two with me now. Without argument, but with a great deal of trepidation, 2 Oto shinobi fell in line behind their master. Deeper and deeper they went until Orochimaru had finally found what he had been looking for. In a room completely dedicated to studying the various clans of Konoha, the snake Sannin made his way to the far wall where failed experiments were being preserved within special tubes. Bloated bodies twisted into inhuman shapes cried out in agony at his approach, their minds having been driven to almost nothing by his cruel experiments in an effort to understand the mind powers of the Yamanaka. Taunt translucent skin did nothing to hide what lay within, veins pulsing with thick black liquid that the Sannin knew for a fact felt like the burning of 1,000 suns as it pumped through the flesh. He hadn't ever found a use for them until now. Orochimaru turned to the Oto shinobi behind him, both staring in unconcealed horror at what they were being shown. They had seen a lot working for him, but nothing like this. Gesturing the bodies that, while deformed, were unmistakably of Yamanaka blood, the pale man gave his orders. Take them to Konoha, all of them, and place them all around the Yamanaka compound. I want some nailed to the walls, I want some impaled on spikes in public spaces, I want people to wake up to them in their beds. Let them know that their loved ones have returned and that they'll share the same fate if they think they can go against the godson of Orochimaru of the Sannin. Why yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru went to walk away before he paused, turning to look over his shoulder. Cut a few of them open, he commanded, and fill them with explosive notes. I don't want them to ever forget what it means to cross my Crimson Prince. Kurenai gave a sigh as she followed around her best friend. Well, followed wasn't all that accurate. As she was dragged around was more like it, the Tokubetsu and refusing to release her hand as they searched for the elusive purple-eyed wolf. 2 weeks after she had been released from Orochimaru's Ten no Juen, she decided that she probably needed to meet the boy and thank him. She mentioned something about it being the proper thing to do, but Anko was never proper, as her choice in clothing could attest to. But whatever reasons the woman had for wanting to thank the boy so much easily attributed to how significant this was to her, she had dragged Kurenai along. Quite literally. But the Genjutsu mistress had searched for the better part of 2 years. What made Anko think she was going to find him in just one afternoon? Hey Kakashi! Anko waved down a dog Mastambu who lazily dropped down to approach them. I'm on duty, Mitarashi, you can't be giving out my name like that. The woman just shrugged, uncaring. You know Naruto, right? I do. He offered no more than that. Then where is it he lives? Even hidden behind his mask, Kurenai could see Kakashi's brow raise questioningly. And why exactly do you need to know something like that? Instead of answering immediately, Anko proudly pulled her shirt away from her neck, revealing unblemished skin. I need to thank the brat for getting rid of it for me. Only Kurenai heard the growl he gave when Anko called the boy a brat. If you show him the proper respect as the one who had the capabilities of doing something like that, I'll take you to his apartment. Kakashi actually knew where he lived? Kurenai nearly smacked herself. Of course he did. As distanced as he had always been fond of his sensei's children. She really should have asked him near the beginning of this mess, but at the same time there was no guarantee that he would have actually given up Naruto's location. Deal, now let's go get this over with. Despite trying to sound like this was the last thing she wanted to be doing, it was easy to hear the excitement in the woman's voice. With a shrug, Kakashi grabbed their shoulders, and a moment later they were before a rather plain residence. Have fun, you two, I don't do anything I wouldn't. Kakashi paused. Except little boys, I suppose. I might not do them, but if you really want to show your gratitude, he trailed off with a shrug, disappearing before the kunai Kurenai threw at him had a chance to make contact. Damn pervert. The red-eyed woman muttered, shaking her head. Knocking gently on the door, they were surprised when it was opened a moment later by a young girl with long black hair. She seemed just as surprised to see people knocking on the door. Naruto. The girl called back into the apartment, there are 2 women here to see you. She gave Anko a quick once-over before adding, and I think one of them's a hooker. Kurenai had to hold back the fuming woman before she attacked the girl, who couldn't be older than 12. I'll see you tomorrow, alright? There was a muffled response, but the girl seemed to hear it well enough, slipping through the doorway and starting down the street. Go on and he'll be with you in a minute, she called back without looking, pushing her friend into the residence of her sensei's son before she had a chance to run after the girl. Kurenai was surprised by how simple and clean it was. There was a kitchen area, a small table for 4, a coffee table, a couch, and a bookcase. She could see no decorations, so stains on the walls, no dirty dishes in the sink, nothing that would make her think a 10-year-old boy lived here. It was as if he had just moved in that day. A fuming Anko cheered up as soon as Naruto walked into the room from what Kurenai had to assume was a bedroom. Just what had Naruto and that girl been doing in his bedroom? Kurenai felt her face flush at the implications and Kakashi's parting words. A purple missile interrupted her less than appropriate thoughts as Anko crashed into the boy, squeezing him tightly to her chest. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She had no idea that Hyuga Hinata had said the exact same thing when he helped her last month. No problem. He managed to grunt out, his face flushing almost as red as his hair, as he was pressed into Anko's rather generous bust. Anko frowned down at him for a moment before an even bigger grin split her face. You're the boy who Inoichi was questioning, aren't you? I am, and you're a bit early for that dinner. I still have 2 years before I graduate. Anko gave a hearty laugh. I had almost forgotten about that. Kurenai shot her a puzzled look and Anko immediately clamped up. What are you? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Naruto shook his head, looking at a nearby clock. It's a bit early for dinner, perhaps I could offer the 2 of you some tea? Sure, why not? Anko was quick to take a seat at the table. Giving a sigh at her friend's antics, Kurenai turned to Naruto. That would be lovely, Naruto. He seemed to think for a moment before he let a confused frown settle on his face. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. He walked up to her and held out his hand. I'm Naruto of Konoha, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. His close proximity felt like a warm blanket on a winter's night, bringing with it a comfort that made her feel horribly exposed. Tightening down on instincts that screamed at her not to trust this strange being before her, this young man that didn't make her skin crawl but instead sent pleasant shivers down her spine, Kurenai placed her hand within his, fully understanding what he was doing. He was giving her another chance, willing to start anew, as if they had never met before. There was no way for her to fully express her gratitude to the gods for giving her the chance. Yuhi, Kurenai, and the pleasure's all mine. She felt her heart speed up and her cheeks darken as he brushed his hand against his lips. If you say so. Kurenai was sure she would have made a fool of herself if things had lasted any longer. As it was, her instincts were going haywire, and the last thing she wanted to do was push him away after he had given her a chance to be a part of his life. Luckily she was here with Anko, and Anko was well. Anko, we having some tea, or are you two going to be having yourselves a cup of coffee? Naruto gave a chuckle before releasing Kurenai's hand and making his way into the kitchen. You're quite right, Anko, I'll start it immediately. As the 3 sat around his table talking quietly about any subject that popped into Anko's mind and enjoying cups of hot tea, neither of the women noticed the chakra chains coiled within Naruto's sleeves nor the wolves hiding in the corners ready to cut the 2 of them down the second Naruto gave the signal. If they were fortunate, they would never know. The darkness of night covered him, hiding his identity, as he slipped into a rather dingy bar that had seen far better days. He moved to the back room and was let in without a word, the man with the face of a wolf closing it behind him and resuming his guard. There was little in the room, a single table and 2 chairs. In each corner stood a figure in a wolf mask, and the boy across the table from him was flanked by one on each side. He had come alone hoping to fix this mess, but his clan's greatest enemy did not have much faith in the supposedly peaceful nature of this meeting. Naruto greeted the head of the Yamanaka, meeting that purple gaze that was far too cold to belong to a boy so young. Then again, no boy that young should have a small army at his disposal. Naruto was no mere boy, he was a very, very dangerous young man, and it still amazed Inoichi that the son of Kushina had turned into this. Had he ever met the boy before his mother had left, he probably would have been able to predict something like this. Naruto had a far greater future than most children even dared to dream. Yamanaka. Inoichi winced. Not even by his given name, but as if he were just another clan member. Sitting down, he intertwined his fingers and gave a sigh. Look, let's cut through any bullshit and get right down to it. Naruto raised a brow but stayed silent. My family fucked up big time trying to take you on. They might not know it, but I do. I thought you'd stop at the first threat at least for a while, but then you sent the bodies? Naruto seemed genuinely confused. Bodies from missing Yamanaka turned back up mutilated and proudly displayed throughout the compound. Some of them were filled with explosive notes. The former Uzumaki gave a concerned frown. The only body was that of Yamanaka Kira, who I shaved bald and carved the head of a wolf into his flesh. His limbs were broken by my wolves, and we removed his finger and toenails before taking enough of his blood to write upon your Eris's wall. That is all we have done thus far. So you don't have any idea who may have done this? No, I have an idea. I simply did not realize they would be so quick to my aid without contacting me. An ally of yours, then? Something similar, yes. Inoichi frowned but said no more. Had Naruto done it, he would have been quick to claim credit. I see. Well, that aside, I realize that things are beginning rather dangerous. Even if it wasn't you, the clan thinks you're behind it. Some wisely are quite terrified and see how foolish it was to challenge someone who has nothing to hold him back, but the others are simply using this as a reason to take action. It's harder for me to keep my clan members under control, and you've shown just how seriously you're taking this. Inoichi gave a deep sigh. I know it was my daughter that made things this bad. My clan knows it too, and they love her for it. They want revenge for Tatsuki and feel Ino has given them the perfect opportunity. The Yamanaka head didn't miss how Naruto had flinched when he spoke his sister's name. I know you won't back down, and there's no chance my clan will. I don't want any bloodshed, but my clan needs to learn when to back down. What are you proposing? If you swear to keep things non-lethal, I'm willing to step back and let Ino direct the clan for the duration of this feud. Naruto stared at him, disbelief written clearly over his face. She may have managed to keep the clan afloat in times of peace, but against an enemy? Your clan will be brought to ruin. And if this continues, there's a good chance the clan won't survive to see the next Hokage. Naruto nodded. A fair point, but I find it hard to believe you'd be willing to let this happen. If rebuilding our clan from ruinous ashes is what it takes for my clan to learn, so be it. You're in a far too advantageous position at the moment. We have no real way to fight back. If I let them try, at least they will understand exactly why I wish to avoid this. The redhead thought for a moment, pondering this before sighing with a nod. So be it, Inoichi, I will play along. I did not wish to weaken this great forest anyway. I will fight them then from the shadows and bring them to their knees. Just make sure you are prepared to pick your clan back up. The two clasped hands in a firm shake, and Inoichi turned to leave. Before he could make it fully out the door, however, Naruto's soft voice stopped him. She was my first friend, you know. I never meant to hurt her. Squeezing his eyes shut at the mention of his sister, Inoichi nodded. I suspected as much, but thank you. You have put my mind at ease. You're a good man, Inoichi. I look forward to the day I graduate and can call you my comrade. Inoichi smiled as left. All of us who live beneath the great tree are comrades. He mumbled. Even when we're at each other's throats. Murky water went up to her knees as she sloshed through what she thought to be a sewer. There were only 2 years to go, and her mother had decided it was finally time for her to learn to control the power that was locked within her. Now if she could only find that stupid fox, she'd punch it straight in the nose and demand that it give her its power. The plan was foolproof. Coming across a rather large and out-of-place cage door, she eagerly ran towards it, splashing loudly through brown water. When no fox appeared to greet her, she became rather curious. Her mother had warned her about getting close, but she couldn't even see where it was. Surely it would do no harm to get a bit closer so she could see right? Walking all the way up to the cage with confidence that flowed thicker within her than her Uzumaki blood, she still couldn't see the fox. Looking both ways as if afraid her mother might be watching, she scrambled over the gate. The inside was nothing like the outside. The outside was empty and plain, but this was a war zone. Giant pillars of rubble littered the area surrounded by the murky water she had sloshed through to get here, which made them seem like islands. Chunks of wood were scattered about, and every so often she could see bits of metal shining in the darkness. Walking deeper, she eventually heard sobbing. Glad to finally find something of interest, she went towards the sound as quickly as she could, all caution thrown aside. What she found was not at all what she had been expecting. A woman looking much like Uzumaki Naruto was collapsed upon a pile of rubble, small waves of murky water lapping at her tattered dress. Her skin pale as the moon clung tightly to a body that was almost withering away. Hair as orange as a sunset was a tangled mess behind her, dirty and uncared for. When the woman heard her approach, her head shot up, dull red eyes, puffy from crying, darted towards her. "And Naruto?" the woman helplessly cried, as if desperate for her brother. But wasn't this supposed to be the Kyuubi? How did she know her brother? "No, I'm his sister Naruto." Before she knew it, the nine-tailed fox was clutching her like a lifeline. "Please," begged the fox. "Oh gods, please, you have to take me to him. You have to bring me back to him. Well, I'll do anything. Anything at all, just get me to him." Naruto didn't know why the fox was so desperate for her brother, but she had heard what the woman had said. An almost wicked smirk grew on the young Uzumaki's face. Her mother was going to be damned shocked when she found out. Anything? Chapter 15. A good girl she is. One almost couldn't hear the eternal rain as it cascaded from the heavens. It always rained in this place, so aptly named Amigekyo no Sato. The rain hid this place, and it hid it well. It was the perfect location for people such as these, for people like her. The silk of her cloak was cool against her bare skin, sending small tingles down her spine. Her shirt had not survived her travels, reduced to tatters by the time she had arrived under the ever-gray skies. Her pants had not fared better, but they had been salvageable, and now hugged her hips as a pair of shorts that only went to mid-thigh. Still, it had been better than nothing. She had started her journey with very little and had not yet had a chance to gain things of her own. It had been 2 months now, but it took 3 weeks just for her to get here. There had been no opportunities as of this moment for her to obtain some money to spend on a new wardrobe. Luckily, she had been given a generous amount of cloaks which she would be able to use well enough until proper clothing could be procured. What little she had on her upon her departure was spent getting her here, and that which she had found slipped into her shuriken pouch by a redhead that apparently couldn't take no as an answer when it came to helping her in her time of need was promptly spent on spare changes of undergarments. She would definitely be giving the young man a piece of her mind for slipping the money into her pouch when she had already been hesitant to take from him, but he would also be getting a great big hug for the help it had been. Thinking of the boy brought a warmth to her chest despite the cold fabric that rubbed across it with every breath. He had known of her only through his mother, a woman who had abandoned him, and yet he had not hesitated to aid her that night. Admittedly, she did not know much about the young man. She had seen him a handful of times when visiting Kushina, but never had she actually spoken to him. It was a thought that brought with it pangs of regrets. Would she have gotten closer to him had they spent time together? Would she have been an aunt, or even a second mother to the boy? It was a missed opportunity now. He was no longer the little boy who hid behind his mother's legs and yet refused to leave in fear of her safety. No, while he had always been quiet and reserved, much like her own son Itachi, the Naruto that comforted her that night had matured greatly. Considering the maturity that he had already displayed not long before Kushina had taken his sister and left Konohagakure no Sato, that was saying quite a bit. Of course, he had good reason for his maturity. He was, after all, the man of the house. It fell to him to make sure his mother and sister were taken care of, even if he really wasn't ready for such a task, and his mother had been perfectly capable of taking care of the household. In the end, it hadn't been those actions but that mentality, that view of the world already so burdened by duty and responsibility, that had brought such changes to the boy originally. Or that's what Kushina had once told her as they sat in the back garden one lazy Sunday afternoon watching as little Naruto ran about chasing butterflies. Naruto had instead been sitting nearby, close enough to be present but far enough not to overhear the adults' conversation. He had several books strewn about him that day, but his gaze rarely fell to them. No, he had not distracted himself with his reading, but rather watched carefully over his sister as she enjoyed herself. His lips did not raise as he watched her, but were drawn down into a small frown by the burden he had placed upon himself. She could still remember clearly the look in his eyes, the longing to join her in her carefree afternoon, but he had remained sitting near the table. The boy had practically lived for the sake of his family and wouldn't hesitate even a second before sacrificing his desires for the happiness and well-being of the two women in his life. And that fact only served to make her more upset with Kushina. There were two things above all else that the Uzumaki treasured: their word and their family. And yet Uzumaki Kushina, head of the Uzumaki clan, had seen it fit to leave behind her son as she and her daughter gallivanted about the elemental nations. Would it really have been so hard to bring him to the Uchiha compound to stay with her for a few years? She really didn't want to have to drag Naruto into her clan problems then, but Kushina would have noticed that something was wrong, and may have been able to get her and her son out of there. Okay, so perhaps some of her anger stemmed from bitterness, but she knew how hard it would have been for her to leave her sons behind. Even when Itachi had gone on standard patrol missions within the village, she was worried until he returned. How could Kushina have possibly justified her actions? She knew the woman had to have a reason, though she was not so ignorant as to immediately assume the worst of the woman. Kushina may have been rather impulsive, and she may have had a tendency to overreact, but even Kushina wouldn't have left her son behind without a reason to do so. For whatever reason Kushina had left him, but perhaps that had actually been for the best. Had she not, he would not have been there to shelter and comfort her on the horrid night. Who knows if she would have managed to make it out of Konoha alive? Even if she had managed to flee successfully, what reason would she have to live? Tension within her clan had strained her relationship with the Uzumaki head to the point where it was often hard for her to think of the two as friends anymore. Perhaps that's why Naruto hadn't been left with her, which turned out to be a very fortunate thing indeed. Itachi may have betrayed the clan and Sasuke may have been lost and most likely killed during the clan's eradication, but Naruto was still there. She might not have been the boy's biological mother, and she had no intentions of attempting to replace the woman, but by the gods she would do what she could for the last person she had. And to think she only actually spent a night with him, a single night of sobbing and sleeping. She didn't even know him, but that was still more than she could say about anyone else at this point. She really had no one else left. But at least she wasn't alone. Well, not completely. Sure, he couldn't be here with her, and she couldn't do anything to help him at the moment, but the warmth in her chest reminded her that he was still there, and would always be there if she ever needed him. The feeling was pleasant and comforting, reassuring her that despite all that had happened, not all was lost. The feeling, this affection, reminded her much of what she had felt for her sons, what she had once felt for Kushina, and what she had felt for Fugaku before the stress and pressure of being the clan head of the Uchiha had broken the fun-loving man and left him as nothing but a cold, power-hungry monster. She blamed the clan's recent problems, mostly their extermination, on the man her husband had become, but she blamed the creation of that man upon the clan itself. It truly was a vicious cycle that had brought about their own destruction. And now there were only two left. But what were the chances that with only two Uchiha remaining that both would end up being in the same country? The same village? The same building? What about across the fucking room? Peering over the shoulder of Zetsu, who she stood behind, she could see her eldest son standing across from her, staring at Pain in disinterest. The pleasant warmth in her chest turned into an inferno of white-hot rage every time she laid eyes on him. He had betrayed the clan, but more importantly, he had taken everything from her. The only thing about him that was even slightly redeemable was the fact that by taking away everything that she had and everything that she once was, he had ended up driving her to Naruto. This man, no, this dog across from her was not her son, Naruto was. And for him, she would remain here watching so that he might stay safe. She didn't know exactly what they wanted, yet her backer had not fully elaborated, but when it involved so many S-rank shinobi, it was worth keeping an eye on. Pain said something and Zetsu stepped aside, letting those of the circle see her, but she did not worry about being recognized. Uchiha Mikoto had died as far as the world was concerned, and no one here could see her face, hidden as it was behind a mask. As the newest member of Akatsuki under the guidance of Zetsu, is there anything you would like to say? Questioned the leader of AIM, his purple eyes peering at her calmly. Pain was the only one in this room sans Zetsu that had any idea as to who she was. He may not have known her real name, but he did know who it had been who sent her here with the half-plant. Tilting her head to the side for a moment in thought, she nodded in the affirmative. Hips shaking as she bounced on the balls of her feet like an excited child, the words she spoke rolled off her tongue and sprang forth from her mouth like a psalm, clearly read despite the orange porcelain that concealed her features. Tobi is a good girl. Kigo and Rin have returned from their mission, they reported as a success. Hidden behind stacks of paper, Naruto nodded at his desk. Thank you, Mai. Tell them to get some rest, they've been running missions back to back for 2 weeks now. Of course, Naruto-sama. Is there anything you need before I leave? He rifled through piles of papers for a few moments before withdrawing a folder that quickly found itself in her hands. It's the updated mission list posted in the assignment office. If you see Sai, let him know that he's absolutely horrible with money, and that I need to talk to him about going over budget again. Yes, Naruto-sama. Is that all? He thought for a moment before giving her a charming smile. Would you mind having some food sent up? I've been stuck in here all day trying to fix Sai's mess. The young man was a highly skilled shinobi and had a way with the troops, but he didn't understand money in the slightest. Had Mai not been running the shop with him, it would have no doubt gone out of business within the first week. From a dispassionate frown, the young girl's lips quirked upwards into a small smile. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're fed. Next time, however, I expect you to take a break by telling me we're going out for some lunch. Helplessly, Naruto looked up to the clock 4:30 and back at the stacks before him. Struggling to make the decision for a minute, he eventually hung his head with a defeated sigh. There was just too much to be done at the moment. Yeah, next time. He nodded mournfully. She stifled a laugh behind her hand and went for the door. I'll be back in an hour or so, Naruto-sama. Good luck with your work. Closing the door behind her, Naruto was left alone in his makeshift office. Giving another deep sigh, Naruto let his eyes wander over the room. Unfortunately, there was little to see. The walls were plain, barren of everything save a single clock, and there were no windows to gaze out of. A bookshelf was tucked into a corner, next to which was a filing cabinet. The only light in the room was from a lamp near the door, and one on his desk, casting most of his office into rather risky shadows. He'd have to see about fixing that, but they were already contemplating the merits of a proper building to house the pack. Maybe he'd hold off on that for now. It wasn't like they had a lot of money to throw around in whatever manner might strike their fancy. They needed to use what little resources they had sparingly, which was the reason he was so irritated by Sai's inability to keep to the rather generous budget he had provided. Well, no use crying over spilt milk, he'd just have to make sure it didn't happen again and send Sai on a few missions to cover the extra expenses. Of course, saying that sounded far more simple than it actually was. They were trying to keep a low profile at the moment, which means they didn't have requests pouring in. No, they had to find the requests themselves, making cautious contact with those who were having troubles and contemplating going to a hidden village for help. One might even say that they were intercepting missions, and that was proving to be no easy task. It was also paying far less than Naruto would have liked. Yes, the missions were being taken by shinobi, but they were not of any village. That placed them below a village which could send backup and above a group of mercenaries. So while the pay wasn't all that bad, they should have been getting a lot more, which would have made everything much easier. Well, there was nothing he could do at the moment, not until they had firmly established themselves and were ready to defend against any would-be aggressors. Considering this was the shinobi world, they would come crawling out from all around the second they got wind of another group trying to get a start. They were easy pickings right now, no point in tempting those who could rip out their throats. It would be at least another year before they could really start anything, but that was fine. It would take some time to get used to this and properly arrange everything anyway. He was going to be a shinobi, he wouldn't be able to have such an active role when he was focusing on his career. He did not have the luxury of being retired as Danzo did. Though in all fairness, the Warhawk had certainly earned it. Fortunately, Naruto had people he could leave most of the managing to in his absence. Sai was horrible with money, but he was a competent leader when it came to the wolves and had a talent for knowing which missions would go well and which would end up requiring more shinobi or ready backup. They typically avoided those. Mai, on the other hand, was brilliant at managing the budget and keeping track of everything that was going on. Sai was great, and he was glad that he had met the pale young man, but he appreciated Mai a hell of a lot more. If not for her, they wouldn't be doing nearly as well as they had been. That's not to say they'd be in serious trouble without her, but her presence had helped them progress at a tremendous rate. They had both grown on him, showing themselves to be reliable and competent, but he could not deny that he favored Mai over Sai. She had become something of a personal assistant to him ever since he had formed this pack, and he greatly enjoyed her company. This did not feel like Tatsuki or Mito had, but rather a friendly companionship in which two individuals simply shared the pleasant feeling of not being alone. And while like Hinata he felt a need to protect her partly out of duty, as her leader he also knew that she was perfectly capable of looking after not only herself but his pack in his absence. It was a refreshing change, one that helped him greatly. For two people to be close and yet remain so separate made every conversation a relaxed affair in which he didn't have to tell her what thoughts might be bothering him, and she didn't tell him of what bothered her. Just two people escaping their problems with some pleasant company, like cleansing the palate for a quick respite before life presented you with the next dish of problems to deal with. Should she leave as those he had grown close to before he would miss her, but he also felt as though it would be far easier for him to accept. There were no heavy emotions associated with her, just cheerful memories, and for that he was grateful. He didn't know if he could go through all of that again. Of course, he also knew he wouldn't have to. His wolves were loyal, some almost to the point of fanaticism, and they would not leave his side. He would never have to worry about them betraying him. Their seals had been modified to ensure such. It was unnecessary, but the precaution helped put his mind to ease. No, his wolves were the only people he could rely on, a strong foundation that would give him stable footing in this chaotic whirlwind of life. And just as they took care of him, he would look after them. It was almost like having a family again. The drink was poured quickly and down even more swiftly. Placing the empty glass down, Hiruzen contemplated another drink. He'd had 4 this afternoon, and was well aware that a drink or 2 more would mean he couldn't do any more work, and he really didn't want to deal with the last of today's paperwork when he'd no doubt have a mountain of new papers waiting for him in the morning. At the same time, after 2 drinks, he really shouldn't have been doing anything concerning the running of Konohagakure no Sato. Not that he'd been doing much of his work anyway, too lost in thought. He hadn't actually touched any of his work since after his lunch break. Instead, he had chosen to stare out at the village he loved so dearly. It offered no answers to his problems. Problems which primarily concerned the only redhead currently in the village. Sure, most of them were technically with the Yamanaka clan and their mysterious assailants who identified themselves with the image of the wolf, but he was no fool. Had he made mistakes before? Lapses of judgment at crucial times? Absolutely, who hadn't? But he was old, not blind. Even he could see that the Yamanaka were perfectly fine even after Naruto had delivered the cold corpse of Inoichi's sister to the man. It had not been until Naruto had renounced his Uzumaki name and declared the Yamanaka heiress his enemy that these wolves had started wreaking havoc upon the clan of Mindwalkers. Could it be coincidence? Yes, it could be. Coincidence, per timing, great timing. It could be all manner of things. He would not rule out the possibility that this group was taking advantage of the boy's declaration to keep people believing he was behind it, but he likewise couldn't rule out the idea that Naruto may have found himself some rather skilled allies to aid him in his little war against the Yamanaka. He knew how foolish it was to underestimate Naruto's capabilities. Something along the lines of starting his own private army was not something Hiruzen needed to be convinced the boy could do. He was well aware that the boy had remarkable potential, and something so basic was well within his capabilities. He had learned the dark truth of one of Konoha's biggest secrets within a few hours of its happening. For fuck's sake. Underestimating him, civilian or not, was not to be done. Then there was the matter of his Umbu, all of which seemed rather fond of the boy. Some might even say too fond, considering they had allowed him entrance and free reign within the Uchiha district despite Hiruzen's direct order that no one was to enter. Gods above, they had defied his orders in a time of crisis because they approved of the young man's rather shinobi mentality. That wasn't the end of it either. Ever since Naruto had become the sworn enemy of the Yamanaka, the clan had been receiving hostility from the Umbu. You did not want to be the subject of ire when it came to Konohagakure no Sato's Ansatsu Senjutsu Takushi. Luckily, things had remained rather mild. Well, mild in the sense that no one had been grievously injured. There had been a few suspicious accidents during training, but there was no way for Hiruzen to know if some of them had been legitimate accidents, or if Umbu agents were lashing out. There were other ways they were lashing out though, such as surprise reevaluations that more often than not ended careers and removed Yamanaka clan members from the Umbu forces. Passively, they had taken upon a blind-eye policy to anything that happened around the clan compound or even involved one of their blood. In most cases, they favored any non-Yamanaka involved, which usually resulted in a lot of Yamanaka receiving disciplinary action or even being forced to retire early. The Mindwalkers were not pleased, but there was little Hiruzen could do about it. Usually situations such as these would have been taken care of by the Mindwalkers themselves, and therein laid the problem. Not only would the mind walker performing the interrogation be suspect of answering in favor of the clan, but even if they got one who was honest, they wouldn't know if the one being interrogated was hiding things. And because of that, he had to take the word of the Umbu agents, all of them would. It had not gone unnoticed either. The civilian populace was well aware of the tension, and seemed to side with the Umbu for the most part, straining the Yamanaka clan's ties to the village in a manner eerily reminiscent of the events leading up to the Uchiha massacre. Hiruzen would have to see if Itachi's Black Ops team was behind this. He wouldn't be surprised if they were directing it in such a way. Then again, it could be Naruto himself behind the similarities. Hiruzen shuddered at the thought. He knew Naruto was extremely capable, but the idea that he might be directing and maneuvering Hiruzen's forces in such a way that recreated the events of one of Konoha's great tragedies and risked letting the secret out was not a pleasant one. In fact, it was downright fucking terrifying. That was just his Umbu too. It said absolutely about what the wolves had been doing. It started rather harmlessly, with members going missing for a few days before showing up again completely unharmed. It had done little to disrupt their lives, but it had left all clan members rather paranoid, and wondering if the next person to be taken would return injured if they returned at all. It was rather fortunate that Inoichi had explained everything to him, otherwise he may have become worried about such an outcome. But just because Naruto had given his word that things would be kept non-lethal didn't mean he couldn't cause some major damage. The clan treasury, for example, had been completely emptied. No one was sure how the wolves had managed it, but they not only managed to take everything without being seen, but rotting boar carcasses had been dumped into the cleared vault, and painted in red was a snarling wolf on the outside of the treasury door. Had it not been for that picture, and the rather copious amounts of blood the wolves had poured over the boars seeping through under the door, the Yamanaka would likely have never known. As it was, the village as a whole still didn't. In fact, most of the things the wolves did to the Yamanaka clan went unknown. The Mindwalkers were not about to admit what was happening to them, and show weakness. Shinobi found it difficult to resist vulnerability. Ally or not, they would take advantage of you for as long as they possibly could. And were anyone to learn that the Yamanaka clan was currently fighting and losing against the civilian child of Kushina, or know, their reputation would be crushed. They were having trouble enough getting missions as it was, and now had no treasury to fall back on. Were they to lose the few missions they managed to obtain, they would have absolutely no income, and the clan would become destitute. It was already well on its way, and the fact that it was being run by a 10-year-old girl wasn't helping. Inoichi had mentioned it being part of his deal with Naruto, who may or may not have been in league with the wolves, that she would lead the clan so that all his quarrel could be with her through the Yamanaka. There was something else about being a life lesson, but Hiruzen had been too occupied at the time by the fact that a 10-year-old was in charge of one of Konoha's prominent clans to pay much attention after that. But aside from those events and the occasional sabotage utility, there was only one last event worth note, known as the Renji rape. Rather ingeniously, the wolves abducted several women, knocked them out, stripped them nude, and left them chained up within the basement of one Yamanaka Renji. They were found 3 days later after an anonymous tip was given to the Umbu. Naturally, the women had no recollection of him doing anything to them, or even of meeting him, but that was the beauty of it. Because the Yamanaka were so well known for the mind arts, it was easy for people to believe that their memories had just been altered. Because it was a Yamanaka in question, they couldn't have anything checked, or rather could not believe anything any of the Mindwalkers claimed. This event had not managed to stay within the clan, not when the women were Konoha civilians, and the Yamanaka no longer had the funds to buy their silence on the matter. The only reason Hiruzen knew what had happened was because Yamanaka Ino, the clan heiress, had found a box in her room containing the undergarments of the women, along with a rather detailed painting of a pack of wolves beneath the moon, each one glaring at the observer with wrathful red eyes. Of course, that also helped put Hiruzen's mind at ease. While there was no definite proof Renji had not raped the women, and the wolves seemed to have no interest in such acts, more concerned with ruining what remained of the Yamanaka clan. And while Ino, Inoichi, and Hiruzen himself knew the truth, no one else would believe them. Even the Yamanaka clan believed Renji had done it, and blamed him for the great loss of reputation that had befallen them. The Nara and Akimichi, who had thus far been aiding the Yamanaka as discreetly as possibly as to avoid becoming targets, had promptly withdrawn support after that incident. There was no way they could let themselves be associated with such a thing. And so the Yamanaka were left with nothing and no one. There was only one way direction for them to go now, and that direction was unfortunately downwards. There was no way for things to improve at the moment, which meant things would just get worse until they could no longer call themselves a shinobi clan. He had to wonder if that had been the plan all along or just a pleasant bonus for the wolves. If Naruto truly was involved, he suspected it had indeed been planned. And to think this all may have been avoided if Hiruzen hadn't been so hasty when it came to retrieving the information he believed Naruto was in possession of. He had been in possession in some rather dangerous secrets, but it was not what they were looking for, and Inoichi couldn't even properly make out the true extent of Naruto's classified knowledge. It was for that reason that he blamed himself for this entire mess. They gained nothing from his actions and succeeded only in pushing Naruto away. He had been fostering a pretty good relationship with the boy before the event, and now all of it was lost. No, not lost, just relocated. To Danzo. The Sandaime Hokage still couldn't believe he had managed to drive the boy to Danzo of all people. There were various outcomes that played through his mind resulting from this development, most of them bad, but there were some possibilities that would be good for the boy. He'd have to simply sit back and let Naruto make his own decisions. Any attempt at interfering in the boy's life at this point could produce absolutely horrid results. And it was because of that, and partly out of guilt, that he had not attempted to end the war between the young man and the Yamanaka clan. It was mostly his fault that things came to this, that Naruto was pushed into this situation. Who was he to try to step in when Naruto was handling it so well? The Yamanaka would be a rather substantial loss, and one very soon after the loss of the Uchiha, but it, like the Uchiha massacre, was necessary. He would surrender the clan like a sacrificial lamb in hopes that the wolf might eat it and move on, its hunger sated. He just prayed that Naruto moved on to someone else's pastures and didn't turn his hungry gaze to the flocks of Konoha. Most of them wouldn't stand a chance. Danzo was waiting in the usual spot. Slipping into the seat across from him, Naruto was glad for this break from his work. It had been a year now and things were coming together nicely. It wouldn't be too long now before he could truly allow his pack into the world with confidence. Unfortunately, the last of the work was a lot more strenuous than the work he had done getting everything set up. It was to be expected, though. He was organizing everything so that it would not require his attention often. The plan was to let Mai manage everything as Sai led the pack itself. The two were used to working with each other, and had become used to working with him. They'd do well leading the pack while he was occupied with starting his shinobi career. It's been a while, Naruto. Been busy? I have, he answered with a nod. Is retirement still treating you well? You should know that I'm not really that retired. Naruto pretended to be confused despite knowing the old man across from him was an expert at reading people. Oh, do you mean because you serve as an advisor on the Honorable Council? Yes, I suppose that would be a lot of work and take away from the feeling of retirement. That's not what I was referring to. Isn't it? Whatever could it be that you speak of? I know you've been in contact with them. Their sudden change in movement told me something had happened. It was no hard to figure out it had to do with you. I don't know how you managed to convince them, but I do find myself rather impressed. I'm afraid I cannot take credit for something I don't know of. Do not think you can fool me, Naruto. You know very well what it is I speak of. After all, you have spent the past year turning them from a loose collection of soldiers into a professional organization. You may have used already prepared shinobi, but it's still remarkable that someone as young as you managed such a feat. Not everyone has what it takes. Still a bit lost here. Who? Danzo's lips turned down into a deep frown. With the slightest of movements, two figures dashed from behind the trees towards the former Uzumaki. Unlike the wolves he had expected to meet his men in defense of their leader, two black chains intercepted them. Naruto wasted no time in executing them, and within seconds his chains had wrapped around the men's necks and snapped them with violent jerks. Danzo's frown increased in size. He had thought that the wolves would have defended their leader instantly. Perhaps they knew how capable their lord was and deemed it unnecessary to guard him. It was a rather bold move, but it also ensured that they would not be caught, and that anyone who met with him would immediately feel like they had the upper hand. The false security they felt would likely become the undoing of many men in the future. It was not wise to underestimate Naruto. Much to Danzo's pleasant surprise, he felt a blade to his neck. Seeing as Naruto was still seated before him and to the best of his knowledge did not know any solid clone techniques, Danzo let his gaze move to the side. The snarling face of a wolf was next to his own, the person behind it paying very little attention to his captive as they gazed towards their leader. Moving his eyes back to Naruto, he lifted a single brow. So you still don't know what I'm talking about? Absolutely not, that's just a pet. Surely you know a wolf when you see one. Danzo gave a snort. Yes, of course. Now call of your mutt before I teach it the hierarchy. The wolf-faced shinobi growled in response but released his captive at Naruto's nod. Take care of the bodies and return to the den, I can take it from here. The wolf gave a nod and left with the bodies to obey. You know I had left them as civilians for a reason. I'm well aware, but I also know you did that because you didn't have any use for them. I, on the other hand, did. Either way, their training gets put to good use, no? Are you trying to say terrorizing the Yamanaka is a good use of the soldiers I poured valuable time and resources into? I'm not, but I won't deny that it's one of my uses for them. Quite. I've attempted to influence things outside of Konoha recently only to run into members of your pack that seemed quite lost. I'm not sure how they managed to become so separated. Damn, and here I was hoping to keep that a secret for a bit longer. It isn't often that plans work perfectly, Naruto. You should know that. Naruto snorted in amusement. The perfect plan was to never be known. I was just trying to get a firm grounding within a few minor countries before it was discovered that I intend to play on a global scale. A wise choice, but one that really doesn't matter now. Indeed, I'll just have to make do. I'm sure I can abandon a project or two to finish some of the others as soon as possible. I'll take the hit, but at least I'll be better prepared for any others that might come afterwards. Tell me, Naruto, how does your pack fit into Konoha? By prowling within the shade of the great tree, of course. And yet you have members of your pack far from the tree. Shrugging, Naruto gave a grin. What can I say? From time to time we like to lie in the sun. The sun is no place for men like us. The disapproval within his voice was obvious. He had expected a better response from the boy. There are times when one must seek out prey. We find the sunlight to be most bountiful. And with that bounty, what will you do? A hardened seriousness came into Naruto's gaze as he stared into the older man's single eye. I will feed my pack. You will never be able to devour it all. Venom spilled forth from his tongue, dripping to the floor like acid as he spat in defiance. Watch us. The look she received as she walked down the streets of Konoha's seedier district caused her to withdraw into her fluffy jacket. Men drunk despite the early hour jeered at her, while the many soiled doves who could always be found sent her disapproving looks and scoffing sneers. Looking down to the paper clutched tightly in her delicate hands, she once more reviewed the address. Normally she wouldn't be anywhere near this part of the village, but Naruto had instructed her to come here, and she didn't like the thought of disappointing him. She really liked Naruto, not in the sense of a crush, but more as her friend or maybe even brother. He had helped her when her family had branded her as a branch member, and continued to look after her afterwards. He was the first person she could think of as a friend, and she had to wonder if he was what Niji would have been if he didn't hate her. Shaking her head at the thought, she glanced around to find her destination. Double-checking with the paper in her hand, she headed towards the small one-story building that looked rather out of place. With buildings 3 times its size flanking it, and the walls painted a dark red, it was hard not to take notice of it. There were no markings on the outside and no windows to peer into, but the addresses of the buildings it sat between let her know this was the right place. Moving towards the black double doors, she was aware of the leer of drunken men, turning into an almost shocked horror as she drew near it. Sneers and scowls sent to her by women of pleasure vanished as they tried to retreat out of sight. The 2 doors opened, and she made note of the wolf-masked shinobi standing before each one. Though their faces were hidden, she got the feeling that the snarling wolves were glaring at everybody in the street, almost if daring them to try something. A young woman, perhaps 15 years of age, came through the door next. Her skin was pale, exceedingly so, and long dark hair fell straight down her back in a long rectangle. Bangs on either side of a dispassionately frowning face went past her breasts to rest near her navel. While there were Manyu who would be of the opinion that Hinata was more attractive or would become more attractive than the girl when she reached the same age, the young girl couldn't help but be intimidated by the young woman. That was put to rest when she bowed low in greeting. Welcome, Hinata-sama. Our lord has been waiting. Hinata was admittedly a little confused. She was aware that Naruto had allies within the village, but never had he mentioned a lord of any sort. Was this how he had gotten the support he had, by befriending a lord? Please, if you would follow me. Hinata only hesitated for a second before following after the woman. If Naruto thought she should be here, then she would trust him. As she fell into step behind the woman, she could hear the doors shutting behind her, and the 2 men take their positions ready for the next person who would attempt entrance. Swallowing down her fear, she continued behind the young woman and was surprised when walking through a second door brought them to a room that contained only a large staircase. There were torches in each corner of the room, and under those the face of a wolf. It took her a moment to realize that there were people below the masks, their bodies hidden in the blackness the dim torches could not penetrate. Something warm and soft entwined with her fingers, and the woman sent her a small smile. "Can't have you getting lost now, can we?" And with that, Hinata was led down the stairs and into the darkness. She didn't know how long they walked or how many turns they had ended up taking, and Hinata understood why the woman had deemed it necessary to hold her hand. Though necessary or not, Hinata was unused to such physical contact, and having the pretty young woman intertwining their fingers together had left her with a rather bright blush. "Come on, we're almost there." "Why, yeah?" Hinata gave a timid nod and an eep of surprise when the woman pinched her blushing cheek. "Well, aren't you just the most adorable thing? No wonder he's taking you under his protection." She must have been talking about Naruto there, and briefly Hinata wondered if Naruto thought she was adorable too. "It's probably a good thing I'm escorting you too. The wolves would probably devour such a timid little lamb." "Are really?" "Oh yeah. In fact, I'm thinking about it myself." Hinata blushed even brighter, causing the woman to giggle. "I think the two of us will get along well enough, Hinata-sama. If you're ever feeling a bit lonely, feel free to come find me." "Oh, okay." The ex-heiress's face had gone completely red, much to the young woman's amusement. That look of amusement, however, was wiped off her face the instant they stopped before a large steel door flanked by 4 guards. Upon seeing her, one of them entered the room while the other 3 saluted first to the woman, and then proceeded to bow to Hinata, much to her confusion. When a loud knocking from the other side of the door was heard, 2 of the guards stepped further away while the final one held the door for the 2 women, permitting them entry. Entering, the last guard followed them in, shutting the door and taking his place beside it, much like the first had done on the other side. It was a familiar face surrounded by stacks of paperwork that greeted her. "Naruto-kun?" The young man looked up from his work and shot her a smile. "Good morning, Hinata. How have things been?" For a second she liked to imagine that he had actually asked about her personal life, something that filled her heart with warmth, but she knew the reality was he wanted to know about the going-ons of the Hyuga clan. She really couldn't blame him. Not only had he defied them by ruining the seal on her brow, but he had risked their ire a year ago, when he declared her under his protection and publicly placed himself against the Yamanaka. Thus far the Hyuga had yet to do anything, which was usually a good sign. If they had a problem, you would hear about it. Perhaps because it involved Hinata, who was not just a branch member but one whom they had been unable to properly brand, they didn't care or even hope that something would happen to her due to the conflict. She really couldn't say for sure. They'd been well. "Are you doing okay?" "The wolves and I have been doing wondrously, thank you. It's because of that I wanted you to come here. Seeing as we've finally managed to set ourselves up, I wanted to meet them. You're under my protection, these are the people who will be ensuring it." "I don't think I understand." "These are my wolves, my guard, my shinobi, my own personal army." Hinata's wonder had obviously been noticed as he paused. She had obviously not expected him to have his own army, and not many would. "I'm giving you some of them." "What? Why?" One of the guards gave a low growl at the fact that Naruto was being questioned, but the redhead just smiled. "As your own personal guard, of course. I promise you were under my protection, and while you haven't been given any trouble by the Yamanaka yet, and your clan still hasn't figured out what to do about your seal, I would rather be safe than sorry." With a snap of his fingers, 4 masked individuals appeared. Each one was dressed in the dark gray uniform she had seen all the others wearing and bore the same snarling masks. But there was one difference that set them apart: a single green X proudly displayed above the mask's brow. It reminded her of the caged bird seal, and she knew that was probably the idea behind it. "Come, Naruto stood, let me introduce you to your protectors." Hinata had a feeling that things in her life were about to change, and not in a bad way. Had it really been almost 4 years already? She would ask where the time had gone, but she knew very well that it had disappeared into the countless bottles that littered the Senju compound. Shizen had valiantly attempted to keep the grounds clean and her sober, but it had all been for naught. Though she had admittedly kept the main house almost completely alcohol-free. Tsunade had stopped drinking there 2 weeks after they had moved to Konoha and moved her activities to the many guest houses and the gardens instead. Things had felt pretty slow as she lounged in the sun with her drink of choice, nowhere near as fast and hectic as her decade-long gambling spree that had flown by in an instant, but they had still gone far more quickly than she had realized. It felt like only months ago that she had stepped back into Konoha, and yet it had not been just a year or even two but rather very close to 4 full years. There were few in the world capable of keeping themselves drunk for outrageous amounts of time, especially if they planned on staying alive in this violent world, but Tsunade was much to her own shame one of them. And now 4 years had been drunk away. Guilt briefly flashed in her heart. There was no doubt in her mind that Kushina had been anxiously awaiting word on the well-being of her son, and Tsunade hadn't even found the boy yet. Not that she had actually been searching, more concerned with studying the bottom of her bottles than locating the son of a famous shinobi within Konoha of all places. Who here would hurt him? The worst that could have happened was him being homeless for a few weeks before someone took him in. There was Kurenai too. Tsunade knew for a fact that the woman had been looking for the boy. He hadn't been brought here as far as she knew, so the chances of Kurenai having found him were pretty slim unless she had managed to get over whatever problems she had, but that was fine. Just because Kurenai hadn't found him didn't mean someone else hadn't. Hiruzen had admitted to knowing where the boy was living, though he refused to say in an attempt to respect the boy's privacy, which was absolute bullshit. Tsunade was his godmother, why wouldn't he just tell her where the brat lived so that she could take a look at his chakra coils and be done with it? It really didn't matter at this point though, did it? Even if there was something wrong, he'd be starting to go through chakra maturity at this point. If the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra truly had been harmful, then it was good that Kushina had left with Naruto, and it would be safe for them to return on schedule. If it hadn't, well, she really wouldn't be able to tell at this point. Nothing seemed to come up concerning him, and his health either, as Hiruzen hadn't sent for her. If there had been a problem, then she knew he'd want her, the world's greatest medic, to take care of it. So for all she really knew, he was perfectly okay now. The only problem was finding some way to explain the fact that she had sent not one single letter to the worrying mother. It must have gotten lost, could only work so many times, and she really couldn't use it to explain 4 years without updates on Naruto's health. If she told the woman that Naruto's network was fine and exposure to the Kyuubi's chakra would cause no damage, then Kushina would be furious that she had not been notified earlier so that she could return. On the other hand, she had no real way to tell her that she had been right, and had made the correct decision in separating herself from him, and yet she had not told her that. It would have no doubt helped Kushina a lot to know that she had done the right thing, and yet she had heard no word either way. There really was no winning for Tsunade at this point. No matter what she said, the fact remained that she had kept the worried mother in the dark for all these years. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. But she wasn't just a woman, no, Kushina was a mother, an Uzumaki mother, and one that she, Tsunade, had kept from her child. Maybe it was time for her to return to gambling her way across the elemental nations. It could buy her a few months at the very least, long enough to drop Shizen somewhere she'd be safe and find herself a nice little town to be buried in. Kushina would be out for blood. Then again, would the woman leave her son again so soon after returning? She doubted it, and chances of him leaving when he was about to graduate the academy were slim, so he couldn't join his mother in her hunt. She might survive a bit longer, then maybe even escape the Uzumaki woman's rage completely. She scoffed at her own thought. There was no escaping an Uzumaki's wrath, it just didn't happen. And unfortunately this was not a problem her beloved Sake could fix. Well, not that she had any left. The stores of the Senju clan was vast, but she had managed to completely empty them of everything alcoholic by herself in a mere 4 years. Had she not been the greatest medic in the world, her liver would have failed 10 times over. Oh master, was there something you needed? Tsunade hadn't even heard Shizen enter the house. How long had she been home? No, just thinking. Shizen sent her master a curious look, but otherwise left it at that. It was odd for Tsunade to be in the kitchen, seeing as she usually spent her time drinking in one of the guest houses. Actually, it was odd to simply see Tsunade not drinking, especially at this time of day. She should be at least 12.5 bottles in by now, and that was on slow days. Hey Shizen. The silence was broken by Tsunade's voice as her apprentice looked up from her search of the fridge. Yes, Tsunade-sama? Have you heard anything about Naruto recently? Unseen to her, Shizen frowned. You know, if you told me why you're looking for him, I would know what things to listen for. You still haven't even told me why we came back to Konoha. Tsunade paused for a moment, contemplating it before giving a sigh. We moved here for him, she admitted. Her apprentice sent her an incredulous look. We moved here for him? What on earth does that mean? I know his mother. She asked me to come keep an eye on his health while she was away. An eye on his health? She asked you, the greatest medic to ever live, to look after his health just because she knew you? Surely any trained medic would have worked. There aren't a lot of combat medics, but Konoha has plenty trained to work in the hospital. Shizen knew there was more to the story, and Tsunade, realizing this, gave another resigned sigh. I'm the boy's godmother. Slowly Shizen closed the fridge and went to the table her master sat at. He doesn't know, does he? Her voice was soft but carried a noticeable edge. Not unless Kushina told him. And you decided not to go looking for him? All he knows about you is that you're one of the Sannin. You don't mean to tell me you expected him to come to you, do you? Is he even aware that his mother is concerned for his health for whatever reason? Does he have a reason to seek you out? I've looked, and one of his mother's students is keeping an eye out. She was going to send him to live here at the compound if she managed to find him. Neither of us have been able to locate him yet despite our best efforts. Tsunade looked up in confusion when Shizen scoffed at her. That's a load of bullshit, and you know it. I saw him just last month at Ichiraka Ramen, and the month before that at a shinobi store buying kunai. He's not that hard to find unless he's trying to hide from you. Wait, you saw him and didn't tell me? Shizen scoffed at her again. Tell you what, that I ran into Naruto again, had a friendly chat, and continued on with my day? Why didn't you bring him here? You know I've been looking for him. No, I know you've been waiting for him to show up while you spend your days getting drunk off your ass. What did you expect me to tell him? Come back to the Senju compound and meet Tsunade. I don't know why, but she's been looking for you isn't something you'd tell someone. That would have worked perfectly well. He doesn't need to know why I'm looking for him. I'm Senju Tsunade, for fuck's sake. Just a chance to see my breasts should have had him coming back with you. You really don't think highly of him, do you, Tsunade-sama? What on earth are you talking about? I told him you were looking for him. When I couldn't tell him why, he scoffed at me. A legendary kunoichi wanting to meet you for reasons unknown is beyond suspicious, and only a fool would accept it at face value. He's 11. He should have been jumping for a chance to meet me. He was 8 when I met him, and that was when he was just a little thief and not at war with the Yamanaka. He's what? Shizen lifted a single eyebrow. Have you left the compound within the past 2 years, Tsunade-sama? He ended up declaring himself their enemy not too long after his 10th birthday. Renounced his Uzumaki name, from what I hear too. I don't believe this. How could it have happened? The details are pretty fuzzy, shrugged Shizen, surrounded by a lot of rumor and speculation. If you really want to know, you'd have to ask Naruto himself. You know I can't find him. That's because you're not really looking. With that, Shizen left the room. She was right, and Tsunade knew it. The Sannin had never wanted to find Naruto, perfectly content to let things sort themselves out. At first she had wanted to avoid the boy who had just lost his mother. He'd have been confused, hurt, and emotional, and she didn't want to deal with that or have him start thinking of her as a mother figure. As time went on, she realized that it would have been easier then, and explaining everything, including her absence up to that point, would be far more difficult for her to do. The explanation was put off for the next day, and then the next, and then for weeks after that. As more and more time passed, she knew it was less and less likely for him to accept any explanation she came up with. What a way that would have been for him to meet his godmother. But now, having put it off for 4 years, she had probably lost all rights to call herself such. And for reasons she could not explain, the loss of the godson she had never met hurt her just as much as every other loss she had ever suffered. Perhaps being in his life would have helped her close the wounds of her past, the wounds she drank to forget. Maybe, just maybe, she could have found in her godson another reason to keep on living, one to give her life purpose after Shizen left her to start her own life. Senju Tsunade would never know, and that doubt would haunt her for the rest of her life. There was both excitement and hesitation with every step she took, each one bringing her closer to her village, her home, her son. It had been 4 years now, 4 years, 1 month, 6 days, and 10 hours since she had last seen her son. Next to her, Naruto was practically dancing in excitement as they made their way closer to the village hidden in the leaves. But each step Kushina took was slower than the last. She was happy to be coming back, to be able to see her son again after all this time, but she was worried. She had left a note explaining everything within the compound, but Naruto wasn't able to access it. Hiruzen knew of her reasons, or at least had a good understanding of them, but had Naruto been told by the old Kage? The Sarutobi head had voiced his disagreement with her plans many times before she had left, and she knew that his refusal to write any letters after the first was because his suggestion was the same. Come home, but she couldn't. He should have known that. Then again, he wasn't the professor for nothing. Perhaps he felt it better to risk exposing Naruto to more of the Kyuubi's chakra as she sorted everything out than to rely on what little of her plan remained. Of course, one also had to realize that leaving behind her baby boy was the hardest thing she had ever done. If she had returned, she knew she wouldn't have been able to leave again. She couldn't do that, couldn't risk damaging Naruto's coils with the presence of the Kyuubi's chakra and taking away his chances of ever being a shinobi. He had always wanted to be a shinobi so he'd be able to protect her and his sister. She couldn't take that away from him. She just had to hope that he would understand why she had to leave and why she couldn't come back to take care of him. Naruto's training had gone well, and that meant she didn't have to worry about anything concerning her daughter. It also left her a lot of time for Naruto. In fact, it left all her time for Naruto. She would make sure that Naruto had all the training he wanted and then some. Every second she had available would be devoted into making Naruto the shinobi he wanted to be and making up for all the time she had spent away from him. The first thing she was going to do when she saw him was sweep him into a big hug and cover his face with kisses. She'd make sure he knew exactly how much she loved her baby boy and that she was never going to be leaving him like that again. Come on, Ka-chan, faster. I want to see Nikun. Naruto was just as excited as she was, if not more so, and had no worries making her hesitate. She hadn't been the one to leave Naruto. Kushina was. Naruto was simply taken with her. It had been difficult at first for the girl to be separated from her brother. The two were often close by Naruto, keeping an eye on her to make sure she was safe, and to be so far away from him, and know it was going to be years until she next saw him, was hard on her. It had taken a little encouragement, and a few mentions about how proud her brother would be, but once Naruto started training, her skills grew by leaps and bounds. Most curiously, however, it had been her ability to call upon the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and keep it under control, that had gone by the fastest. It was almost as if the Kyuubi wasn't just letting her take the chakra but was actively helping her control it, which was a ridiculous thought. Then again, Kushina knew little about the seal her husband had used all those years ago. Few did. The Shiki Fuin was not something used often, and as a result not much information was available. Perhaps it was the seal that allowed her daughter such control over the volatile energy that made up the strongest Biju. Whatever the reason, Kushina was just glad to know her daughter was able to call upon such power should anything ever happen to her. Few could go against Jinchuriki, even fewer against one who could call upon large quantities of a Biju's chakra and retain their mind. It was not a power intended to be wielded by humans, and the results were devastating. Smiling, Kushina looked down at her daughter. Faster, you say? I don't think you can handle faster. Naruto pouted. I can too. I bet I could get there faster than you. That sounds like a challenge, stated Kushina as she raised a single brow. Hey, you're on. A race it is then. On the count of 3. 1, 2, thr. Before she could even finish counting, her daughter had started running as quickly as she could towards the village they called home. Home where her family would be whole once more. Her heart leapt in joy at the thought. They were the Uzumaki, and there was nothing more important to them than family. Chasing after her daughter, Kushina let her thoughts drift to thoughts of her son's smiling face and sparkling purple eyes. She couldn't wait to hold him again. Chapter 16. An empty home. Unease grew with every step, but she pushed forward regardless. She could hear whispers grow by the second, eyes on either side of the street locking onto her figure and tracking her movement as she made her way to the home she had not set foot in for 4 long years. It was a curious thing, this attention, and it immediately raised red flags within her mind. She had visited every major country and a handful of the minor ones without creating a tenth of the stir as her return to Konoha had. Hidden villages, both those who knew who she was and those who did not, paid her little mind as she went about her business. Or at the very least they had not been so public about any mind paid. Was it because so many people here knew of her? Did they perhaps not expect her to return? Just the thought of not coming back for her son sickened her. Surely they hadn't assumed that she had meant to leave him here and live out the rest of her years outside the great walls of Konoha. Unfortunately, she couldn't say she'd be surprised if they had. There were few who had known of her plans to leave at all, and only 2 that had any idea as to why. It was admittedly far too easy to come to such an unsavory conclusion. Such thoughts did little to ease her troubled heart. doing her best to ignore those around her, and the way they shied away from meeting her gaze. She was only slightly aware of her quickening of pace, and her daughter struggling to keep up with the swift strides of her long legs. As the sea of flesh that filed up Konoha's main market district dwindled into the far more manageable light traffic of the hidden villages' more residential areas, she found herself growing more and more anxious. She knew he wouldn't be there when she returned, waiting for her with a smile on his face and arms opened wide to hug her tightly, but some traitorous hope resided deep within her heart, praying to whatever gods might heed its call that he had found some way to gain entry to their home, and had spent the last 4 years living comfortably, as he attended the academy. That same part of her, that foolishly optimistic dreamer, pushed her to come here before going anywhere else. If for no other reason than to drop of their things before seeking out her son, she had listened to it silently, offering her own prayer that that side of her might be right. She knew it wouldn't be. Clan compounds passed her like leaves on the wind. Hyuga, Aburame, and Inuzuka. In no time she found herself before the white walls of the Uzumaki compound. Despite hearing that Naruto had been rather violently rejected by the compound's security measures, there were no signs of anything having happened. She knew it could easily be attributed to time, 4 years, and whomever had recovered her son after the accident, but that small part of her proudly declared that it had never happened and Naruto only had to experience the warning. She might let herself believe that part of her if it didn't also insist that he had found some way inside. Pressing a slightly trembling hand to the gate, she felt the familiar warmth of the seals as they responded positively to her touch. With a slight click, the bronze double doors swung open just enough to prevent the doors from locking before she could make her way inside. A light push was all the force necessary for one of the doors to swing open far enough for she and her daughter to walk in without trouble. The door had moved silently as if it hadn't been in use for the past few years, but she didn't let that get her hopes up. As long as she had lived in Konoha, not once had these doors been oiled. They were simply crafted so masterfully that they required no maintenance. Time had long forgotten who had made the doors that decorated the outside of the compound, but she knew it hadn't been her ancestors. Perhaps it had been a gift from a group long since forgotten, using techniques that would never again be known. There was no way to know. Closing the doors behind them, Kushina swiftly cut across the yard with quick strides. The grass came up to her navel, which left Naruto's head to just barely keep above it. Covering the distance to the door in a matter of seconds, she froze momentarily on the threshold of her home. Did she dare confirm what she knew? Could she face what would be within the lifeless emptiness that lay in wait? She took a deep breath and a quick look at her impatient daughter before turning the doorknob. But even though she had opened the plain brown door, her body would not move any further. It was only after an ungentle shove from Naruto and a graceless stumbling step that she actually found herself within the house she had always thought of as home. Aside from a light coating of dust, nothing was on the floor. Shelves and bookcases filled with pictures and curios remained exactly the way they had been years ago, completely untouched in her absence. There was none of the warmth she usually associated with the house present, replaced instead by a cold, indifferent building that couldn't care less about the troubles of the family it housed. Moving to the kitchen, she found the note she had written oh so long ago just where she had left it. Unopened, it mocked her from atop the dark wooden table. For a moment she wanted to blame things upon the innocent paper, but she knew that in the end it all fell down to her shoulders. She would have, however, felt better had she left the letter with someone, so that even after the compound rejected him he would know what was going on. Hindsight is 20/20, as they say. Leaving the kitchen, she headed towards her own room, absently noting that the dishes from the last meal the three had as a family were still sitting in the sink unwashed. After 4 years it might just be better to throw them out. Slipping through silent hallways, she found her room as neat and orderly as the day she left it. Anyone who knew her would be surprised until they realized the only reason it was clean was because she had taken all her things with her on the trip. Removing her scroll from her pouch, she tossed it on the bed, wondering if she should take the time to unpack now or wait until after she had located her son's whereabouts. She could always spend the day getting resituated into her home, and then look for him in the morning. It would be easy, she knew, to put it off, and she would also be able to visit the academy and search for him. They had about a week left, so the chances of him being there were high. But she couldn't do that, not after leaving him as she had. She needed to find him to make sure he was okay and explain everything that her letter had not had the chance to. But there was still that desire to hesitate, to push it off until later. It would be difficult to face him after not just a massive mistake on her part, but for leaving without warning and breaking up that held most sacred by the Uzumaki. She knew it must have hurt him for her to have left without goodbye, but she also knew a goodbye would have hurt just as much if not more, and she doubted she would have been able to go on with the trip if she had been forced to leave her crying son behind. He would not have let her go without a fight, of that she was certain, and he would have had to be held back at her departure to keep him from chasing after her. Even that, however, wouldn't have done much. He would have chased after her the first chance he got, even if it was months later, and he would never have found her. It was that fear that he might have tired following her, and all the horrid fates that may have befallen him in such a quest, that had given her the strength to disappear. He would have been tempted to try even if he didn't see her leave, but she knew her son well enough to know that he was unlikely to go through with it. Seeing someone go knowing they were departing made the trip seem easy. Finding out they had disappeared without a trace would have made him hesitate, would have made him think, and with his judgment not so clouded by emotion, he would have been able to see the foolishness of chasing after them. It should have bought her long enough for him to read her letter before his Uzumaki rashness kicked in and overrode his common sense. The letter in turn should have sent him to Kurenai, which would have ensured he not run off and that he knew there were people to help him while his mother was gone. Her plan had worked, but only in half the sense it should have. He had indeed stayed within Konoha from what she knew, but he had not read her letter or gone to Kurenai. Or rather, she had heard nothing from her former student about Naruto staying with her. Though that was to say very little, as there had been almost no communication between the two women over the past 4 years. She did, however, receive notice that Naruto had recovered after the compound rejected him, and was seen often around Konoha. Kurenai had never said more than that. No news could have been a good thing, meaning nothing had gone wrong, but it could also be news bad enough for her not to be the bearer of. She would find out soon enough. Deciding to unpack later, she ventured forth to her daughter's room, only to let out a soft giggle of amusement at the mess she found. Not bothering to unpack in an orderly fashion, Naruto had simply activated every seal at once and allowed her things to spew forth. Kushina watched as Naruto half-heartedly sorted things, which was for the most part just her chucking things into her open closet. "Naruto dear, leave it be for now. Let's go find your brother first." At the mention of her brother, Naruto was immediately standing upright and making her way over, ready to go. "All right. Let's go see Naruto ni." She delayed almost as soon as she had said that. Ka-san, where do we find Naruto ni?" That was a good question, a very good question. Did they visit Kurenai to find out what she knew? Perhaps he was staying with Tsunade and her apprentice at the Senju compound, living life like a prince. Kakashi could have taken him in, or maybe even Tuchi. She may have wondered about Mikoto, but word of the Uchiha massacre had traveled fast. There were rumors of survivors, but she didn't put much stock into them. As the wife of the clan head and mother of the traitorous Itachi who had gone mad and slaughtered his family, her best friend was most certainly deceased. Hiruzen knew about most of the happenings in Konoha, so visiting him couldn't be a bad idea, but he was rather busy, and at the same time a visit to the academy could let her know where her son was staying and how he had been doing at school while she was gone. So what was the best way to proceed? What was the best option? "I don't know, my little sunflower, but we'll find him, I promise." And most importantly, where was her son? The creak of the wood was barely audible as it swung open to admit them. Much like the compound, nothing had changed in this office since the last time they had entered it. Unlike the compound, it remained warm and inviting, as if someone actually spent a good deal of their life within the walls. Considering the amount of time he spent working through mountains of political bullshit, it was completely understandable. Hiruzen, his head having not bothered to look away from his never-ending workload, snapped quickly upwards to confirm the identity of the speaker. "Ah, Kushina. Finally decided to return to us, have you?" Despite the small smile he gave that may have fooled Naruto, Kushina was painfully aware of the accusation in his tone, and knew that by us he had really meant Naruto. Though he had the general idea as to why she needed to leave, he had never approved of it. There were plenty of days in which she wished she had heeded his advice. It was unfortunate that the past was so adverse to change, else she may have had a chance to undo her mistakes. "Yep," answered Naruto on behalf of her mother, beaming brightly at the aged Kage. "We just got back, Gigi." Hiruzen's flinch, when she affectionately called him old man, was not missed by Kushina. He had always been like family to the Uzumaki household, which made his reaction quite odd. How many times had she herself called him Gigi? How many times before this had Naruto? Never before could she remember him flinching as if struck. She was willing to bet quite a lot that it had something to do with her son. That's wonderful, Naruto-chan. Did you train hard while you were away? The young girl nodded enthusiastically, practically bouncing in place. I trained really hard, Gigi. Now I'm super strong, Naruto proclaimed. Soon I'm going to take that hat from you. Giving a deep laugh, he shot her an amused smile. You go right ahead, Naruto-chan. Returning to retirement sounds lovely. Turning back to Kushina, he continued. Now, was there something I could help you with, or are you just here to visit an old man? Kushina only hesitated a moment as the words caught in her throat. Even in her head they sounded bad, but to actually say them, to hear those words leave her lips? Still, she had to know, and there were few answers that came without asking. We were hoping to learn the whereabouts of my son. She cringed as her voice reached her ears. Her plans would have placed him at home, but those fell apart almost instantly. Who was it then who had looked after her son in her absence? If not her, who had it been to be there for her son when he needed someone? Kurenai would never have turned down Naruto, but her daughter's words near the beginning of the trip had her wondering if her former student and son really got along as well as she had always thought they did. Kurenai may not have turned him down, but had Naruto even gone to her? Of course you wouldn't know his current living arrangements, would you? Kushina flinched at the barb as Hiruzen shuffled through his desk looking for a scrap of blank paper. Pulling one out, he was quick to start scribbling down an address. Pausing, he looked into one of the corners. What was his apartment number? 116? 108, I believe, answered a disembodied voice, no doubt a hidden umbu-guard. Hiruzen gave a nod. Yes, that does sound right. Thank you, monkey. Of course, Hokage-sama. Beckoning Kushina closer, he handed her the address. He's been living here for I want to say 3.5 years now. If he's not there, Hiruzen gave a weak shrug. Then I really don't know where you might find him. Kakashi might know though. As I understand it, he's been checking up on the boy pretty regularly. She was rather relieved to receive confirmation that someone had indeed been looking out for her little boy. She'd have to pay a visit to Kakashi later to thank him. Of course, she should have known that Kakashi would want to make sure Naruto was doing okay. Even if he was an umbu captain, he would have found the time for Naruto, though whether or not her son spending time with the perverted veteran shinobi was a good thing was still undecided. Maybe she should have simply asked Kakashi to be the one to watch over Naruto officially while she was away. Originally she had been worried about impeding Kakashi's umbu career by having him watch over her son, but perhaps things would have worked out fine. Of course, her fear of Naruto becoming a perverted mini Kakashi had nothing to do with her decision to choose Kurenai instead. Nope, nothing at all. Thank you, Hiruzen. We'll have to have you over for dinner someday soon so we can all catch up. Now if you'll excuse us, I need to see my son. That said, she quickly left the office, almost dragging a waving Naruto behind her in her haste. When the door had been closed and Hiruzen was sure they were a safe distance away, the professor let out a long breath. Kushina would not like what she was going to learn about her son's life over these past few years, but at least he wouldn't have to be the one to tell her about it. He pitied the poor soul upon whose shoulders such a task would fall on. An angry Kushina was not something he would wish upon his enemies. When one is trying to remain in the shadows, noise can be used to your advantage. When one is instead sitting in a classroom waiting to take the first true step into the world of shinobi, that same noise is rather irritating. All around him children chatted loudly with friends and neighbors eager to finish the exam and earn their headbands. It was odd, he knew, to think of those the same age as himself as mere children, but compared to him, that's all they were. No one here had taken a life, no one here had experienced firsthand the politics of the shinobi world or learned one of the countless dark secrets that had been hidden away within it. They were innocent, naive, and he couldn't help but wonder if it would be better for them not to graduate. There were exceptions, of course, there always were. Aburaim Shino of the ever-logical Aburaim clan no doubt had the correct mindset for this line of work. His parents and fellow clanmates had probably taught him the truth behind the glorified tales of the shinobi world long ago, and spent every day since preparing him for it. Naro Shikamaru may have been lazy, but the heir of Konoha's Shadow clan was highly intelligent. Even if he didn't have what it would take to thrive in the dangerous world he was entering, he would know what it was that he was lacking and be able to make up for it through careful planning and preparation. It was not hard to see that the boy would make a solid Chunin squad leader, and Naruto honestly doubted that Nara was aspiring for anything higher. If he did, however, a command position could very easily find its way into his future. The final exception was without the slightest of doubts the only Uchiha within Konohagakure no Sato, and quite likely all of Hai no Kuni. That alone said quite a bit about what the boy had gone through, and it took no more than a quick look at him to see that he was ready for whatever else the dark world of shinobi might throw at him next. He had yet to figure out if Uchiha Sasuke had any closer ties to Mikoto than being in the same clan, but he wasn't likely to find out anytime soon. All information regarding the nearly extinct clan had been locked away, and Sasuke was not the chatty type. Convincing him to open up and speak of the clan he no longer had was just not going to happen. He'd just have to ask Mikoto the next time he saw her. Of course, while there were exceptions, there were also those who represented the epitome of ill-prepared. There were more than a few who stood out, but only one who put even them to shame: Haruno Sakura. She was worse than many others, not just because she wasn't at all ready for the world she was so soon to be thrust into, but because she honestly believed that she was prepared to face the life of a kunoichi. That alone was insulting to anyone in this field of work. She was a bookworm with nothing but theory and good exam scores to fall back on. She had no practical skills and no real knowledge that mattered outside of Konoha's walls. She was going to get killed, and that was the nicest way of putting it. As a shinobi, she would just be killed out in the field. As a kunoichi, there was a rather unpleasant separation between her defeat and her death. It was an unfortunate truth, one that she didn't have the faintest idea of. He could only offer his condolences for anyone she was teamed up with. Chances of her dragging them down with her were high. Of course, should she end up on a team with him, he'd be sure to straighten her out. He couldn't be working with such a liability now, could he? The thought of liabilities made him focus his attention on someone who he would have grouped in with Sakura without a second thought. Now, however, he didn't quite know what to think about Yamanaka Ino. One look at her could just about sum up the current state of the Yamanaka clan. Her hair, once long and well kept, was now thrown into a messy bun that did the simple job of keeping it out of a face that showed far more weariness than it did any sign of makeup. Her clothes, still purple, were crumpled as if she had pulled her outfit out from under a pile of clothes in the middle of the night with her eyes closed. Her purple skirt had been replaced with thick purple pants, and he had a sneaking suspicion that with the financial state of the Yamanaka she only owned 2 or 3 pairs of them. From what he had heard, she was doing a rather admirable job in holding together the crumbling clan of mindwalkers, considering she was only 12 and her father did little to aid her. It was still falling apart, yes, but not quite as quickly as it otherwise would have. From her disheveled appearance, and the weariness that clung to her like the perfume she had stopped wearing so long ago, it was easy to see that she was giving it her all. Unfortunately, that wasn't nearly enough. Still, she now knew far more than her old rival Sakura did about the shinobi world, and had most likely realized how weak and useless she had previously been. It was unfortunate that a child would be forced to grow up as young as she was, but this would be good for her as a kunoichi. Of course, he had all but washed his hands of the Yamanaka clan. As it was, the populace of Konoha was making their lives difficult enough, and the loss of reputation suffered meant their financial status wasn't faring much better. Tension would disappear in time as the Yamanaka slowly built back up their reputation and proved themselves to be the capable shinobi clan they had once been known as. It was much like a phoenix, Naruto thought, and he was the flame. They had been burned away, purified by fire, and now all that was left was for them to rise again from the ashes more magnificent than before. Had he not been dealing with Inoichi personally, he may have doubted their ability to do so, but that man would pull them through. As he continued to let his mind wander, still looking towards Ino, the most peculiar thought struck him. She looks pretty cute, exhausted. The others were easily enough ignored. Their laughing and chatting didn't concern her, and the occasional comment about her appearance had long since failed to affect her. But there was one thing she couldn't ignore. Cold purple eyes pierced straight through her from across the room, sending fearful shivers down her spine. Turning her head slightly, she could see him out of the corner of her eye, watching almost lazily. It was nothing like the predator she thought of him as, and yet his unfocused gaze may as well have been a murderous glare as far as she was concerned. The others might not see it when they looked at him, but she did. She knew the power at his command. She had tasted the bitter fruit born of standing against him. This room was filled with children, and amongst them sat a great wolf, calmly running his eyes over them as if they were nothing but a flock of sheep he was raising to one day devour. To him they were probably just as threatening as sheep might be, maybe even less so. Things had not been easy for the Yamanaka, the wolves having done well in their mission to destroy their reputation and strip away everything that they were. Had it not been against her clan, she may have admired the way they worked. As it was, her family was suffering for it, or more accurately, suffering because of her. She had brought down the wrath of the wolf without realizing that what she saw had yet to even begin shedding the clothing of a sheep. And never in her wildest dreams had she thought the wolf might have a pack. She should have honestly, but when he had renounced his name and declared himself an enemy to her clan, she quite incorrectly assumed it was only him. In the beginning, the rest of her clan had made the same mistake. It wasn't long until they realized just how large that mistake really was. The wolves had torn them apart without killing a single one of their members. One might have assumed that Naruto did not have what it took to just start killing them despite having ended the life of Yamanaka Tatsuki, but they soon came to the conclusion that he was simply not merciful enough to end it for them. No, his enemies were not killed swiftly, but rather slowly ground to dust. The Yamanaka would never forget that. And yet, strangely enough, he seemed to have stopped. Some may have said that the wolves had stopped, but she knew the wolves were his. How could those predators belong to anyone other than the beast she sat with in this very room? His eyes were all the proof she needed, for every time she looked into them she saw the image of a snarling wolf. Those purple pools said far more than his forces' masks ever could. But while he may have stopped, the populace of Konoha was still making things difficult. Not only could they get away with most things concerning the Yamanaka because the Umbu sided with them, but many had stopped trusting the Mind Walkers after the Renji rape scandal. There were few jobs for the Yamanaka to take, few places that didn't try to hike up prices to take advantage of their misfortune, and no one willing to offer any help. Naruto had truly done a beautiful job, and they hadn't even been able to strike out against him. There was no one they knew of to go after to hurt him, no compound to attack, and as far as the general populace was concerned, the wolves were made up by the Yamanaka to blame their struggles on. Her father had been right in his refusal to antagonize him. He must have seen how hard it would be for them to face a foe with no known ties within the village. And then Ino had managed to find a tie, one just as untouchable as the elusive wolf. She was quite thankful that the Hyuga seemed content letting Naruto teach them a lesson. Had he not declared Hinata under his protection and the Hyuga clan were to have learned that she tried to control their ex-heiress, the results would have been far worse for the Yamanaka clan. In that sense, having Naruto break them down was probably a great mercy, as while he was breaking them down he seemed to have no intention of finishing them off, leaving them to build themselves back up. If she knew anything about the future of her clan, it was that they would be siding with Naruto for the rest of the foreseeable future once they had managed to return to their former state. As the heiress, she would personally see to it they did. Of all the lessons she had learned from this, not crossing Naruto was certainly the most valuable. The chatter of her peers continued unaffected by her thoughts even as the door opened once more. It was not Irika who entered as she had been expecting, but rather a young girl dressed all in orange, her long blonde hair and twin pigtails. It took her a moment to realize that aside from the change of color, the girl was wearing the same outfit she used to. Curiously, she watched the girl observe the room until with growing horror bright blue eyes spotted the wolf and seemed to brighten considerably. Surely the girl could feel the sense of danger that radiated of Naruto even as he relaxed. Oh, who was she kidding? She was one of the few who seemed to realize just how much of a threat to their continued existence he was. He could tear them apart like nothing, and most of her classmates were painfully unaware. When she made her way to the great beast, Ino knew what she had to do. With quick movements, despite the toll running a clan was taking on her, she grabbed hold of the ignorant girl's shoulder when she tried to pass the Yamanaka heiress. As the girl turned to her, Ino was momentarily stunned by the resemblance she had to the wolf sitting in the corner. She knew of the Uzumaki, but it couldn't be, could it? The last time she tried to stop someone from visiting Naruto had ended poorly, but if this girl really was an Uzumaki, then the last thing they needed was for her to aggravate the wolf. All the clans knew that Uzumaki Kushina and her daughter left the village 4 years ago, leaving behind Naruto. Ino knew that were she in his shoes, then she wouldn't be too open to the idea of them just coming up to her like nothing had happened. Considering what happened to her clan, she was probably saving this girl's life. The way the girl practically growled what? At her attempts, however, did not sound too grateful. She walked down the unfamiliar hallways, absolutely giddy to be able to traverse the same path her brother had for the past 4 years. He'd be here, of that she was certain. After all, how could he miss what could very well be the single most important day of his career, the first one? A week had come and gone since their return with no sign of her brother. The apartment was his, or so the neighbors claimed, but he wasn't home and hadn't been home on the next few days they visited. There was a young girl, at one point a few years older than herself, that exited his apartment, but by the time they realized that she had been the only one within it, she had vanished amongst the crowds of Konoha. Kakashi had been little help when they asked, saying that if they couldn't find him at his apartment, then he could be just about anywhere in Konoha. Apparently the perverted jounin usually just ran into him while going about his business, and didn't know where her brother might spend his time when not at home. He had, however, suggested the academy or the practice fields around it. She had a feeling he was lying about only running into her brother by chance, but they still gave his suggestion a shot. She had no luck in the fields, and her mother had no luck speaking with his teacher. From what she understood from the Uzumaki matriarch's mutterings, it had something to do with not being able to disclose personal information about students. Naruto thought that odd, considering it was his mother asking. They had sought out Kurenai, her mother's former student, but the woman, much like Kakashi, only knew of his apartment. She had mentioned something about Naruto being rather private and independent, meaning she wasn't needed much, before claiming she had urgent errands to run and slipping away. It was suspicious, but Naruto had always made the jounin uneasy, so Naruto accepted that she could be telling the truth but didn't like talking about it. Strange, yes, but not really out of character for the woman she knew. When they weren't let into the Senju compound to speak with Tsunade, her mother had started to believe they were keeping her son from her, but speaking to Kato Shizen, Tsunade's apprentice, revealed that he wasn't there, and that Tsunade had probably locked herself in the compound after drinking too much again. Apparently it happened pretty regularly. Her mother might have been distressed enough to buy it, but Naruto had a feeling something else was going on, and no one wanted to be the one to have to tell them. It was not a pleasant feeling when it was about her brother's well-being. But that would all be put to rest today. There was no way Naruto wouldn't be here today, and she needed to take the test anyway. She'd find her brother, give him a great big hug, tell him all about the trip, and then bring him home. She couldn't wait to see the look on his face when he saw her. He was going to be so happy. Reaching the classroom in which all the hopeful graduates were, she didn't hesitate to open the door and immediately begin her search for her brother. With the chaos in the room, she brought little attention to herself. Blue eyes trailed over excited students until she found her target, sitting in the back corner. His red hair was unmistakable, but she noted with a slight frown that his eyes did not move to her upon her entry. Rather, they gazed lazily as a disheveled, though undoubtedly attractive young woman. Was that who her brother was interested in? She didn't look like all that much when it came to being a kunoichi, but perhaps appearances were deceiving. Then again, one didn't have to be a capable kunoichi to attract the attention of a teenage boy. Good looks worked just as well, if not better. Shaking her head of the thought, she eagerly made her way to sit by her brother, happy to be able to see him after all these years. She had only made it to the young woman he had been looking at when a hand rested upon her shoulder, halting her movement. Turning to look at the girl who had her brother's attention, she let out a frustrated growl at having her reunion interrupted. What? The blonde seemed slightly surprised by something, but she couldn't figure out what it might be. It only took a second for her to recover from her slight shock. Don't. It was simple, deceptively so. That one word could mean a great deal in this situation, a great deal that Naruto wasn't liking. And why not? Obviously this girl was trying to stop her from going to her brother, and she had no idea why. Did she think she was going to steal her boyfriend? Well, she was right. He was her brother before he was any girl's boyfriend. If she wanted to steal away his attention, then it was her right as his sister to do so. You have no idea who that is. Naruto nearly laughed. She knew exactly who that was. It was why she was trying to get to him. What, your boyfriend? He's my brother. I'll talk to him if I want to. The girl shook in honest terror at the thought of being in a relationship with her brother. Naruto would have been insulted had the fear in her eyes not been so real. She wasn't disgusted by Naruto, she was absolutely terrified. That would warrant some investigation later. What could have possibly made this girl so afraid of her kind older brother? Whatever Naruto, you knew he's gone. She pointed towards Naruto, who was watching the pair warily, having no doubt recognized his sister. The joy he should have felt at seeing her after all these years was absent, his face cold and expressionless as purple eyes seemed to judge her very existence. He might look the same, but you don't know what he's capable of. Sneering, Naruto ripped away her shoulder. Che, whatever. You don't know Nikun like I do. Naruto couldn't see the way amethyst pools narrowed at her statement, but the girl certainly did. She backed off then, not because of what Naruto had said but rather because she realized that what had been said obviously displeased the wolf in the corner. With nothing left to stand in her way, she started walking again, only to be interrupted before her second step could fall. "All right, everybody sit down. It's time to start the graduation exam." Yumino Iruka had entered the classroom. With the grown Naruto sat down in the nearest available seat. It looked like she'd have to wait just a bit longer to spend some time with her brother. It was odd for him to realize that he had all but forgotten the family that left him here hidden amongst the leaves. He was reminded of them from time to time, but never did he find himself thinking of them, too busy with the wolves and his shinobi training. Hiruzen had called it a training trip once, but he really hadn't thought hard on that. It had been a trip, and at the end of each trip the return. He had completely overlooked that simple fact. He had not expected to see them again. The wolves had reported their return a week ago, but even then he didn't consider the possibilities of running into them. He really didn't know what to feel about them at this point. His sons had left him, but in that darkness he had found himself purpose and identity. Did he really want to flood his world with their light when he had found comfort amongst the shadows? More importantly, could he bring himself to let them return to his life? They had left him without so much as a goodbye and stayed away for 4 years without a single letter. Would the pain they would bring be worth letting them back in? It would be easier to never deal with them, to carry on as he had in their absence, to pretend they were still gone on their trip. And then his sister had entered the room. He would not be able to avoid them longer than he had, it would seem. Or rather, not much longer. A week spent at headquarters had given him time to think, but he still didn't know what he wanted to do. Avoiding the problem until absolutely necessary was a rather attractive option. Of course, if he could manage long enough, he could become a chunin and not have to worry about it quite so much. As a chunin, he'd have complete control over what missions he went on and who he did them with. Sure, Kushina was a kunoichi, a comrade, and so was his sister, her headband tied proudly over her forehead, but just because they were comrades didn't mean he had to work with them. It would be better for everyone if they could all just carry on as if complete strangers. Picking his own headband off the desk, he tied it around his neck. He had contemplated putting it around his arm as Shikamura had done, but ultimately decided that he may as well protect a rather large weak spot with it. Iruka re-entered the room at that moment, having done a final confirmation for team formations. They had been decided previously based on those believed capable of passing, but any variances would need to be addressed. Settle down, settle down. The chatter of fresh genin quickly quieted, paying rapt attention to discover who they would be working with for the foreseeable future. Knowing their attention would disappear as quickly as he had gained it, Iruka quickly began listing team formations. And then we have Team 7 under Hatake Kakashi, which will be formed by Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Team 8 will be Hyuga, Hinata, Abirane, Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba under the guidance of Yuhi Kurinai. Team 9 is still going strong, so Team 10 is made up of Naro Shikamaru, Akimichi Tsuji, and Yamanaka Ino, and will be led by Sarutobi Asuma. Iruka flipped through his papers one last time before addressing the teams. All teams are to report to the designated training field of their number in 1 hour to meet with their jounin instructors. Don't be late. Slowly Naruto raised his hand. And of myself, sensei? Yes, I have that right here. Due to the number of graduates, Iruka shot a quick glance to Naruto that was seen by a handful of the students. We do not have enough fresh genin to form another team. Because of this, you are being placed in the active reserves to await an opening in a team, or for priority placing during the next graduation, whichever comes first. It was hard to miss the way his body clenched in anger at the news. Purple eyes glared accusingly at everyone in the room as if they were personally holding him back from starting his shinobi career in earnest. Giving a slight cough, Iruka continued. I have your paperwork here and the official recognition of your current status. I'd recommend going to the shinobi registration office as soon as possible to get everything sorted. The chances are slim, but new chunin may recruit you for lower-level missions to gain experience leading. The sooner you get everything taken care of, the higher your chances. Giving a low growl, Naruto stood and made his way to his instructor of 4 years, ignoring the mutterings that started as he passed. He grabbed the papers offered to him, his hands shaking in rage, and made for the nearby door. 4 years, 4 fucking years, and now he was being told he'd have to wait longer just because his sister decided to return for a team? It was bullshit, complete and utter bullshit. A mirthless chuckle nearly escaped his lips. It made sense in a twisted sort of way. As long as he could remember, his sister had always been extremely fortunate. He couldn't remember her ever wanting for something or having to work towards her desires. If Uzumaki luck was real, then he suspected that she stole his in the womb. It could certainly explain the last 4 years. Hurrying down a single flight of stairs and through the hallways he usually didn't bother with, he knew he needed to find a vacant training ground and work off some steam. After that he'd need to inform Sai and Mai. The three of them had been expecting him to be spending most of his time with the team, but it suddenly looked like he had a lot of spare time on his hands. His plans, however, took a slight detour as he opened the front door of the school. Standing there in standard jounin attire, her long red hair moving in the slight breeze, Uzumaki Kushina was waiting. As soon as she saw him, her eyes widened in surprised delight, a large smile stretching over her lips. Still angered about not getting a team, he said the first thing that came to mind, his voice as ice and his tongue as swift and deadly as a serpent. "You're about 4 years late, aren't you?" Her pained flinch was oddly satisfying. Chapter 17 Inevitable. Sochi. She couldn't help but flinch as if struck as his words sliced into her. He had said it so coldly too, almost dispassionately, like it really didn't matter. But it did. Oh gods, it did. Her chest constricted painfully, and her stomach tied itself in knots. This was her son, the young man she had not seen in years, and he seemed no more pleased to see her than he might a stranger. She knew he hadn't received the letter she left, knew he had been unable to live in their home, but should he not be glad they had returned? From what Kurenai had said, the two of them rarely interacted, and judging by the fact that he had his own apartment in a decent part of town, he was doing well for himself. He had Kurenai and Tsunade to help him, and Kakashi had apparently been checking on him from time to time. So with those three able to give him everything but a mother's love, unless Kurenai Tsunade or Tsunade's apprentice had somehow managed to provide it, why was it her son was staring at her with such uncaring eyes? Purple, once possessing a royal warmth, had turned as cold as amethyst. No longer could she see sparks of joy and curiosity that had always reminded her of a younger Minato, but instead felt as though she was staring into the gaze of her war-hardened husband. Like a predator, they took in every detail about her, watching for any move against them. Those eyes had darted around the surroundings several times, and she was not so foolish to think he hadn't been identifying escape routes in case something went wrong. But what could he possibly be expecting to happen? She was his mother, all she wanted was for him to be safe and happy. Why would he act as though she were some potential threat? What could have possibly happened to her son to make him act like this? He had grown taller in her absence, and had a body reminiscent of Kakashi's. The blue shirt hugged him tightly, and showed that he had been working himself hard. His skin, what little of it she could see, was just as pale as she remembered, and his hair, while longer, remained the deep blood-red mess it had always been. And still she had trouble focusing on anything other than his eyes. She knew her leaving would have hurt him. He had always thought the world of his family, but she had hoped that those in Konoha would have been able to keep him happy, would have been able to maintain that brilliant warmth her son always had. What stood before her was more like a statue than the shy boy who took every chance he got to hug his mother and sister. Though they had been reserved for them, and even then quite rare, his smiles were brighter than the sun, and never failed to warm her heart. His lips remained in a relaxed frown, unmoving as those haunting purple eyes watched and waited for her to respond. How many nights had she dreamed of their happy reunion? In every image there had been emotion overflowing, and yet this meeting was nothing like that. She had hoped for him to come running to her, wrapping his arms around her waist in the biggest hug he had ever given. She had wanted to see happy tears and the smile that brightened her world. She needed to see the love in his eyes. But she knew that might not be the case. She had prepared herself as much as she could for tears, to see the look of betrayal on his face, to see the pain she had caused him by breaking a promise and stealing away his family. But still she had expected that pain to have been caused by the love he held for them. Anger she could have dealt with, that white-hot fury that may have consumed him upon seeing the one who had walked out of his life and left him relying on the generosity of family friends. She wouldn't have minded if he had launched himself at her in an attack. She would have sparred with him until his fury had run its course, and then when he was almost too tired to stand, she would have pulled him into her arms and told him it would all be okay now. She'd have told him that she was back and would never leave him again. And the anger in his eyes would have shown how much he had loved them. The amethyst gaze that bored deep into her soul held no love. And it broke her heart. She wasted no time scurrying after him, practically leaping over her desk and out of the classroom. She was not oblivious to the looks shot to her, but despite the way the instructor had accused her of stealing her brother's spot, the looks were not that of contempt. If anything, they seemed to be pitying her. Was it because they knew she was his sister, or had it something to do with the fear the blonde had shown earlier? Ignoring it for now, she scampered down the halls in hopes of catching her brother. It was obvious he was upset that he didn't get a team after 4 years of hard work, but he didn't know that was a good thing. Now that she had a team, her mother could focus all her attention onto her brother. The only way to that while furthering his shinobi career was of course an apprenticeship. She could only imagine how far he would go being the apprentice of Uzumaki Kushina. He would no doubt advance rapidly, and would probably reach jounin within a scant few years. Now if only he had been a couple years older than her, then he quite possibly could have been her jounin instructor. He'd be loads better than that lazy pervert Kakashi. Of course, just because he wasn't her instructor didn't mean she couldn't go on missions with him once she reached Chunin. She'd just have to work hard to ensure she could achieve the rank necessary to join him. Maybe if she was fortunate, she could become a Chunin before he was a jounin and join her mother and brother for missions. There was nothing like a family outing you were getting paid for, especially if they got to rescue a princess. She couldn't wait to be thanked by being invited to some royal ball. Sure, she had visited the palaces of several daimyo, but those places were stiff and boring. She wanted to go to a palace filled with life and cheer and spend the night dancing as the honored guest of the princess. She gave a small giggle at the thought. It would be so much fun having the rest of her family there, would only make it better. Not bothering with the steps, she jumped on them and continued on. Her brother hadn't been that far ahead of her when he left, and unless he had abandoned his brisk walk to run, she should be catching up with him soon. And soon was right. Not 2 moments later she came to the front entrance of the academy to see her brother standing in the doorway. Over his shoulder she could see her mother in the schoolyard smiling at the sight of her son. A smile found itself on Naruko's face. If there was anyone who could cheer him up, it would be their mother. Besides, who better to tell him that she wanted to take him on as an apprentice? Deep within her she could feel her prisoner stir, as if they felt her close proximity to her brother, and she was aware of a heat around the seal. It wasn't a painful heat, but rather a comforting, relaxing heat that felt quite good in the High no Kuni autumn. Soon she'd be able to hold up her end of the bargain, and then she'd never have to worry about being overpowered by an opponent. Who lived these days who could possibly stand against the full might of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? She could have sworn the fox within her was pleased by her thoughts. Turning her attention back to her family, the smile of both she and her mother fell at her brother's words. "You're about 4 years late, aren't you?" Her mother flinched at the words, but Naruko flinched at the tone. Never had she heard her brother speak like that to anyone. She was pretty sure Naruto and Kurenai hated each other based on how they acted around one another, but even then his voice always remained politely warm. This biting cold should not have left her brother's lips. He was too bright, too warm to be the source of such frigid words. He was like a sun, so where was the brightness they all knew and loved? Having stepped forward while speaking, Naruko was able to slip out from behind her brother. Not knowing what she should do, she moved to the side to watch. Her mother seemed to struggle with words as she gazed sadly at her firstborn, pain evident in her eyes. Her brother, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. Only briefly did anger flash in those beautiful purple eyes, but it was gone just as quick, replaced by calm, focused eyes that took in everything around him. She could have sworn he had peered at her from the corner of his eyes for a split second, but she couldn't be sure. "And Naruto-kun," finally managed Kushina. The words came out choked, as if she might start sobbing at any moment. Naruko wasn't sure if it was due to his lack of reaction past those biting words, or because seeing him reminded her that she had left him behind and was just now seeing how much he had grown in the 4 years she was away. Perhaps it was a bit of both. In response to his name, Naruto gave a slight incline of his head. "Uzumaki-sama." It was easy to see that referring to her in such a formal manner hurt far more than his accusatory first sentence. Something between a strangled gasp and a sob emerged from her mother's lips. "Naruto-kun Sochi." She spread her arms slightly as if inviting him to embrace her. Rage flashed again in his eyes before he pushed it down with a deep breath. "I am no son of yours, Uzumaki." It came hissed from behind clenched teeth as he struggled to maintain control of himself, but it still carried clearly to his mother's ears. Naruko could see as her mother's heart-shattered eyes wide with horrified disbelief. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately tried and failed to speak or breath. Legs unable to carry the heavy heart collapsed under the weight of her sorrow as Kushina fell to her knees. No. No, 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 no. Her mother shook her head in denial as she buried her face into her hands. Naruko winced in sympathy. She knew this was one of her mother's deepest fears, the nightmare that haunted her during the trip. And now it was all coming true. Running to her side, Naruko was quick to drop to her knees and wrap her arms around her mother in a comforting hug. As if she were a lifeline, her mother's own arms encircled her, dragging her close as she cried into her daughter's clothes. Peering up from her distraught mother, Naruko's blue eyes met the purple of her brother. There was no sympathy shown on his face, no pity, but neither was there disgust or hatred. There was nothing but cold indifference once again settling over his features. It was as though he was gazing down at a pair of strangers, a mere passerby that had stopped to see why two women were collapsed on the floor. And a moment later he turned to leave. "Ni-kun!" she shouted after him. He paused momentarily and looked back at her from over his shoulder. Not one further word left his lips as he continued on. Naruko felt her own heart tremble. Hadn't he loved her? Hadn't he said that he'd protect her and look out for her? Why then did he turn his back on her now? A traitorous part of her mind responded, a vile whisper that hissed into her soul and cut more deeply than her brother's indifference. Because it was you who turned your back on him. She tightened her embrace on her crying mother and allowed her own tears to join the mix. And so collapsed within the academy's schoolyard. Konoha's Uzumaki clan wept. The single witness perched atop the academy building observed their sorrow. He was not moved. He supposed they should be rather grateful that Naruto had not reacted in a more heated manner, for if he had, Kakashi was sure his own anger would have gotten the better of him. Naruto may have managed to form himself a new life without them when he was quite adverse to surrendering, but Kakashi's life was the same. He may have been okay with Kushina. His sensei could have chosen far worse than the energetic red-headed sword woman, but Naruto was the legacy of the man who had become like a father to him. To know he had suffered was bad enough, for it to be at the hands of the woman who birthed him, the woman the yondaime had entrusted his children to, infuriated the copy ninja beyond reason. And then she just showed up and expected things to fall into place? Negative. Of course, if Naruto was willing to work with her, so be it. He was after all the one who had been hurt by this. It may have been acceptable for Kakashi to be angered on his behalf, but just because he thought something needed to go a certain way didn't mean the son of his sensei agreed. Seeing as this was for Naruto, the last call would be his. His single eye narrowed down at the two women below. What right did they have to cry? Not only did they cry, but they cried together. They had left Naruto to fend for himself, knowingly or not, and just because he had stepped in to keep an eye on the boy didn't change the fact that Kushina hadn't even come to him to see if he'd be able to take care of his sensei's son. He hadn't even known she was leaving until he had heard rumor of Naruto being locked out of the clan compound. Even if he hadn't been locked out of the compound, Naruto would have needed someone for at least the first few months to get him ready to live on his own. Kurenai was a competent kunoichi and a fine woman, but her past wouldn't have made it easy for her. Sometimes he wondered if Kushina forgot about Kurenai's childhood and the subsequent inability to deal with men. She had been coping well enough these past few years after his sensei Namikaze Minato, the one man she seemed comfortable around, died sealing away the Kyuubi, but maybe that's why Kushina didn't think anything of it. The only man Kushina ever saw Kurenai interact with was her husband, and lately Kurenai had been able to hold full conversations with some of the grocers whose shops she frequented. To the redhead it must have seemed she had managed to conquer her demons. Though now that she was able to meet with Naruto, albeit in the presence of her friend Mitarashi Anko, one probably could claim that she was getting better. Well, with Naruto at least. But let's face it, Naruto was really the only one it mattered for. Who cared if she couldn't interact well with some random person who approached her? So long as her issues didn't interfere with her interactions with the son of her sensei, it was good enough. Regardless, when Kushina left, Kurenai was in no state to take care of a young boy by herself. He, on the other hand, was more than available. Would he have had to put his career on hold? Of course, but what was that compared to looking after the son of his sensei? In the end, however, perhaps remaining in Umbu had been for the best. Had he not been active, there would have been no way for him to cover all of Naruto's less than legal activities. It didn't make her actions any better, but at least Naruto wasn't subject to any additional misfortune. Of course, crying on the ground because the one you turned your back on isn't so quick to let you back into their life wasn't earning them any points in his book, and neither was the fact that he had to be saddled with the Uchiha on Team 7 without Naruto. He didn't want a team, but if he had to take one, having the redhead would have given him a good reason to actually teach. Kushina, however, had other plans. He wasn't sure why the Hokage had gone with it, seeing as her last plans had crumbled instantly, but she had managed to convince him to not place her son on a team so she could take him on as an apprentice. Kakashi highly doubted anyone asked for Naruto's opinion. Being a rather experienced jounin, he could tell that Naruto needed a team in order to reconnect to the village she had returned to, and he knew none of the clan children would have been removed lest the year of their families be invoked. But why couldn't the old man replace the Haruno with him? Sure, according to his grade the teams would be unbalanced, and it would upset generations-long traditions, but who gave a flying fuck? He wanted Naruto on a team. Naruto needed a team, and he was the only one able to train Uchiha Sasuke in using the Sharingan. It was perfect. Well, perfect if you ignored having to place Naruto on a team with his sister. Kakashi doubted he'd be pleased, but with the teacher on his side they could make things work, he was sure. Unfortunately, he couldn't worry about that because he wasn't going to be able to teach his sensei's son. He was sure there were others too, but they were probably likewise bound by something that would keep them from taking him on. Whether that was by design or Naruto's horrid luck, it looked like an apprenticeship with his mother was his only option. He had briefly entertained the idea of it being Kushina's luck that gave her such a perfect opportunity, but then Naruto had reminded him of the other option the boy had. He had walked the fuck away. Kakashi was almost as proud as he had been when the boy had taken his first kill, and slightly more so than when that attractive Yamanaka was hanging of his arm. The fact that he had done so with a few cutting words to those that had left him? That just made it all the better and hopefully drove home the point that this Naruto, this shinobi, was not the little boy they had left behind. Then again, knowing Kushina, it would take far more than that for her to accept it. Oh well, it wasn't his problem. As long as Naruto was okay, that's all that really mattered. Checking the time, G gave a pleased smirk. He still had 50 minutes until he had to meet his team. Reaching into his kunai pouch, he withdrew his trusty Ika. He had plenty of time left to enjoy himself. He ignored the sobbing below him and turned to where he had left off. Who knows? Maybe being a sensei wouldn't be too bad. They both looked up in surprise when their leader stalked into the room, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Sharing a quick glance, the male of the two set about clearing off the desk they had been using, and his female comrade moved towards the man to whom they had pledged themselves. Gently placing one hand on his arm and another on his shoulder, she escorted him to his desk. As soon as he had sunk into the black office chair, her hands moved to either side of his neck, gently rubbing the tense muscle. "What troubles you, my lord?" The words were whispered softly into his ear as she continued her ministrations, and he visibly relaxed under the combination of her practiced hands and familiar voice. A moment or two longer was spent enjoying the simple pleasure her hands brought him, but his voice, coming out as an unfamiliar frigid tone, eventually reached her ears as he spoke softly. The rage he was attempting to restrain was obvious, but it brought her great satisfaction to see that she was able to aid him with her tender touch. "Our plans must change." The growl of displeasure faded quickly into one of approval as one of the knots was worked out of his shoulder. "If I may ask, my liege, what happened?" Purple eyes opened to recognize his second favorite subordinate standing before his desk, arms held behind his back but in an overall rather relaxed posture. "My blood has returned, as you know." Sai gave a quick nod to show that he was aware, and Naruto continued. "With Naruto joining the graduates this year, there are too many to properly place on teams." There was a sharp intake of breath behind him, and he was aware of Sai's face contorting into a concerned frown. "I have no doubt you both know what this means. Our plans must change, but I am certain I will be able to find a way to make sure this is not a complete loss. It will, however, undoubtedly cost us many more hours of planning than have already been spent on our current arrangement." "I see." Sai's frown deepened. Thinking for a moment, he inquired, "Would you have me start to organize everything back to our previous setup, or would you like to change them from what we have now?" "What we have now should suffice until we've decided how to best take advantage of my situation." "Understood. With your leave, I will notify the wolves." The Konoha salute, right arm held horizontally and fist over heart, had been drilled into the pale boy from a young age, and now before the desk of his younger lord he brought much pride to the gesture. With a wave from Naruto's hand he had been dismissed and left to carry out his duties. Minutes more passed in silence as Mai continued to work the muscles of her lord's upper back, long since having finished her self-appointed task but neither wishing to disturb the calm peace within his office. Deciding she couldn't keep massaging the same muscles indefinitely, she let her arms drop to his front where they loosely encircled his neck. She buried her face into the crook of his neck for a moment, as her fingers traced lightly over the blue fabric of his shirt. Her lips rose to his ear, and she was careful to be as quiet as possible in the silence of his office, almost as if she feared speaking too loudly might turn the sanctuary against them. "Do you require anything else, Naruto-sama? Food? Drink? Perhaps a warm bath or some company?" He leaned back into her touch, enjoying the embrace. Mai was without a doubt his most favored of subordinates, and an excellent companion. "You know, that sounds lovely. I think we'll call it a day and go spend some time in my apartment. I wasn't planning on being active in running the wolves for the next few months. Losing a single day isn't bad at all. I'm glad to hear that, Naruto-sama, you've had a stressful day. I'd be happy to help you rest." Despite saying this, she made no move to release him from her loose embrace. Perhaps he could turn that day into a week-long vacation. It was a rather tempting idea. A series of knocks dragged him from the comforting arms of slumber, and instead into the equally comfortable lap of Mai. She hummed a simple tune as her hands lazily ran through his crimson locks, perfectly content to keep him company as he slept. Too relaxed on the couch like this, a rather dangerous thing for any shinobi to do, competent guards, or know to get up and answer the door, he instead shot a look to a corner of the room. When the shadows gave birth to the snarling face of a wolf, he gave a simple nod and his will was done. He could hear as the locks of his door were undone, and the door cracked open slightly to identify the visitor. They had gotten this far without being stopped by the wolves stationed around his apartment, which meant the identification did little more than tell those within his home who they would be dealing with. He didn't hear what was said and lacked the will to remove his head from such an exquisite pillow, so he simply lay there awaiting whatever guest had decided to stop by for a visit. "Did you sleep well, master?" Her soft voice contained a warmth often absent when she tended to her duties among the wolves, but he enjoyed being able to hear it in the less formal setting of his home. "Quite well, thank you. You make an excellent pillow." Despite not being able to see her facing away from the couch as he knew she had given a quick nod and was able to hear her faint laugh. "I'm glad I could be of service." And service she had been. Returning for the first time in a week to the apartment he called home, she had cooked him a quick meal and left him to eat as she drew a bath. She had returned in time to share some of the meal, after which she aided him in bathing and treated him to another massage. When all was done, they had settled themselves upon his couch, and it wasn't long until he had drifted off. "You really are too good to me," he mumbled. She gave a giggle and shook her head, her lips pulling into a smirk. "Only the best for Naruto-sama." "Oh, Naruto-sama, is it? How cute!" Came a new voice, a very familiar voice. "Mitarashi-san, how nice of you to visit. Please have a seat." As she crossed into his vision, she gave a smirk and crossed her arms over her chest. "I'd love to, but it would seem the best spot's been taken by that pretty little girlfriend of yours." Mai didn't waste a second. "You're more than welcome to it, Mitarashi-sama, so long as Naruto-sama doesn't mind me getting up." "Hell, looks like you found yourself a keeper, kid." Enko ignored the way the young woman frowned at her lord being called a child and instead sat down on the floor in front of them, leaning back against the couch. It was not 2 seconds later that her purple hair had been removed from her trademark ponytail, and Naruto's hands were busy straightening it out with his fingers. She didn't bother trying to stop him, she never did. He had mentioned liking her hair down, and if that's what he'd prefer, then she'd indulge him. Not only had he freed her of the burden she had carried for a good portion of her life, but at moments like this he almost seemed like the child he should have been. There were few and precious moments where he was like this. There was no good reason to ruin it. After a few minutes of him running his fingers through her hair, much like Mai was doing with his, Enko decided to speak up. "So I heard what happened with the teams." Only Mai could see her master raise a brow at that. "Did you? News certainly travels quickly. As quickly as the Chunin can run usually," she grinned. "They spread about news like wildfire." "Interesting." Enko gave a nod. "Quite. Now, as I was saying, I heard about you not being placed on a team. I think it's crap you managed to draw me into an ambush that you had set up. After all, Enko still wasn't sure what had managed to get him on the good side of these wolves, but it must have been big. How else would one explain not only their help capturing her and opposing the Yamanaka so staunchly, but the fact that they were sparing guards to ensure his safety? But I think we could have some fun with it. Oh? What kind of fun? Well, despite the fact that TNI is always busy, it's usually pretty slow for us interrogators. As such, we tend to get a lot of time off. Seeing as you are now a shinobi, I wouldn't be too opposed to requesting some help on missions from our active reserve lists. Despite the fact that they couldn't see it, both Naruto and Mai knew she was grinning. His head still comfortably resting upon Mai's lap, Naruto gave a shrug. Sounds good, I wouldn't mind a mission every now and then until I manage to get a team. Great, then it's settled, the two of us are going to become the most famous team of shinobi to ever be. Naruto gave a deep chuckle and even Mai let out a quiet giggle. Sure, Mitarashi-san, if you're going to do something you need to do it right, no? Exactly. Speaking of doing things right, she turned her head around to grin at him. You graduated today, which means you owe me that dinner. I suppose I do. He looked at Anko's grinning face and then back up to the content smile of Mai, who had yet to stop playing with his hair. I don't think either of you are against me treating you two to dinner tonight then? Will one woman not enough for you, Naruto-kun? It was Mai who beat him to a response. Of course, not only the best for Naruto-sama. As Anko choked on air at the girl's quick response, Naruto gave a deep laugh. The first laugh he remembered having in a very long time. While her lord made his amusement known, a tender smile touched Mai's lips. It was far too rare for him to seem so happy. A few chuckles every now and then showed his amusement, but to see him laugh? It brought a warmth to her chest to see him like this, and she looked down at him fondly. She would do whatever she could to keep him like this. All she wanted was for her master to be happy. Chapter 18. Hinata no Mikoto relaxed was a bad word to describe him as he walked down the streets of Konoha with Anko and Mai on his arms, but he was certainly at ease with the knowledge that the wolves kept silent vigil over him. There were not many, but with the addition of patrolling Ambu it was more than enough. A passerby gave him a slight nod as he met their eyes, and he had to fight back the smirk that threatened to curve his lips. Unlike the Ambu, who used their presence to deter trouble, his wolves kept themselves hidden amongst the flocks. They could not risk being discovered so early into the game, and so masks were reserved for within headquarters, or the den as Sai called it, and when working outside of Konoha. With any luck they wouldn't have to worry about that soon. It was going to be a glorious day when his wolves could prowl in full view of the world. Returning the nod, he let his attention drift to his current company. Mai touched lightly upon his right arm as if hesitant to make such contact in public. She fought admirably to keep the disinterested face she so often wore, but it was ruined by the light blush and the uncertainty that had crept over her features. Nevertheless, he knew she was keeping a careful watch for any threats within the crowds. She always carried a few knives on her, and he had no doubt that anything she felt hostile would find two of them buried into it without a second thought. Anko, on the other hand, and at that the other arm seemed completely comfortable being seen on his arm. Perhaps she had grown used to the stares or the slight looks of disgust, or maybe she just didn't care what others thought, but she walked calmly by his side, quite likely more interested in where they would go for dinner than any rumors that might spread. He did not know for certain if she carried any weapons on her, but considering her reputation it was safe to assume she did. He tried not to think about her apparel, or how few places it provided to hide any sort of weapon. The last thing he needed to do was provide her with more ways to tease him. A slight breeze rolled past them, carrying with it the smell of autumn, and he briefly wondered if he should have brought his cloak with him. He had left both of his gifts at home tonight, the cloak and Morio's tooth, but had a kunai holster on each leg in case something should happen. Looking down at his regular attire of blue shirt and black pants, it briefly crossed his mind that he probably should have worn something other than his shinobi outfit. Too late to change it now, he mused. And it wasn't as if he was the least well-dressed amongst the group either. Anko's curious choice of attire was far more suited to bar hopping within the red light district than going out for a nice dinner. Of course no one would point out something like that to Mitarashi Anko, and there were few who would want to. She had an excellent body, one she worked hard for, and she was happy to show it. And he, like many others, enjoyed looking at it. He would deny it if she asked him just to spare himself the teasing, but he had a feeling that she was well aware. In fact, she seemed almost pleased whenever she caught him looking at her. If there was one thing he knew about the woman, it was that she loved attention. It didn't matter who she got it from either, just so long as they kept their hands to themselves. He was more than willing to be one of those who gave her the attention she so sought. And it was now giving her that attention that he missed the blue eyes watching as he escorted the two women on his arms down the busy streets of Konohagakure. Perhaps it was best that he did not see them. He was in a good mood after all. It would have been a shame to ruin it. It was there and gone in an instant, but there was no way she could have missed it. Brushing over her senses, she could feel his presence as it ghosted away like the fleeting touch of a lover you would never see again. But she would see him again no matter what it took. How her body trembled at that brief instant, oh how it ached when he slipped away again. He was there so close, and yet she could do nothing. So blinding was that glimpse of the sun that now the darkness around her had multiplied 100-fold. The warmth he brought was taken as soon as she could recognize it, stolen away by fate's cruel mistress. She could beg, she could plead, but here within this prison he could not hear her, could not see that she needed him again. 2 long years had passed, the most miserable years of her life, dreaming about returning to him once more. 2 years plagued by fears and nightmares that he may never take her back. And now, so close to her escape, salvation was once again denied. She wanted to scream, she wanted to cry, she wanted to lash out against all that had separated them, but above all she wanted him. With every second of the last few years she had come closer and closer to being reunited, and now with every second he moved farther and farther away. Move, go after him. It was half scream and half desperate sob as she wished her jail could hear her. Can't you see him? Can't you feel him? Don't let him get away. It would be of no use. Her prison could not hear her cries, not like her warden had been able to. No, he had trusted her, had allowed her such freedom that she could speak into his thoughts. His sister had not been so trusting, and perhaps that was more wise than she would care to admit. He had trusted her, and she had betrayed him. It was not the elimination of Tatsuki that was her betrayal that had been in his best interest, even if he couldn't see it or refused to accept it. She had not betrayed him by killing the whore, but by going behind his back to do it. And then, instead of apologizing for doing it without permission, for not taking the time to convince him that this was the best way, she had left him. Left him when he had needed her most. Left him when he was most vulnerable. Left him when she could have cemented herself as the most important part of his life. She could feel slight bits of anger and jealousy leaking from her jail, which told her 2 things. First, that she had indeed spotted her brother. And second, that he had already found another. That she could have guessed. It had been 2 years, of course someone else would have been able to enter his life given that much time. There would be competition for his attention later, she knew, but there was a part of her that couldn't help but be glad. She knew how much her companionship had meant to him. It may have not been in the same manner as the Yamanaka that was often with him, but she was well aware how much the knowledge that he had a constant companion had helped him get through each day. And then she had not just left him, but she had left those words with him. Those horrid words. Though if he had found someone new, there was a good chance those words haunted her more than they did him. He seemed to have been able to find companionship despite them, but it very well could be those words that damned her from ever being close to him again. Because she knew despite those biting words it was she who was not worthy of him. He seemed relaxed to her, walking calmly down the street. It was a far cry from what she had witnessed just hours before. Gone was the anger, that frozen fury barely restrained behind clenched teeth. She had a feeling that most of his ease came from the 2 walking with him. Slight jealousy briefly flashed in her heart. He was her brother, why was it these 2 were able to spend time with him when she couldn't? It should have been her walking beside him, should have been her who had caused his anger to dissipate. Instead, she was simply another body within the crowd, watching as her brother slipped further and further away. Moving through the crowd as best she could, she struggled to keep him in sight. Unlike her, he seemed to have no trouble navigating the mass of bodies despite the companion on each arm. Both women were older than him, the one on his left more obviously so, and yet they hung off her brother like trollops. The eldest of the group was clothed only in a small skirt and an open coat over fishnet, as if her brother had just pulled her out of one of the many bars or clubs found in the red light district. There was a pleased grin splitting her face, and no sign of shame despite her actions. It was easy enough to see her brother look over to her every few moments, no doubt ensnared by the older woman's appearance. Naruto would put money down that the whore was trying to seduce her poor brother for some nefarious purpose. The second woman didn't seem so bad, however, being only a few years older than her brother, and acting in a far more reserved manner. Her hands rested on his arm, gently establishing just enough contact to show people who she was walking with and to allow her to be guided along as they traversed the roads of Konoha. When Naruko could see the woman's face, she could see the slight embarrassment, but at what she couldn't tell. The older woman, however, was a pretty good guess. Was this reserved one a friend? Perhaps she was the sister of a friend or even someone who had become lost, but Naruko liked her a lot more than she did the other. Even if she happened to be her brother's girlfriend, Naruko had to grudgingly admit that he could have choose worse. At least she wasn't the other woman. One would not be wrong to say that Naruko really didn't like the purple-haired woman hanging off her brother. With any luck, the woman would lose interest and leave her brother in the company of his dark-haired companion. At least then she'd have a better chance of moving into the group to speak with her brother or catching him alone. Of course, if they could both just bugger off right now, that would be preferable. The sooner she could talk to him, the sooner she could get her answer, and she wanted answers. She needed to ask about the blonde from the academy, the Yamanaka who had stopped her, and figure out why she was so scared of him. She had to know why he seemed so cold and distant. She wanted to hear what he had been up to over the past few years. What had he done? Who had he stayed with? Why didn't he want to talk to his mother or sister? That probably bothered her the most. They had been so close just 4 years ago, but now he acted as if he had never met them. Had they been gone so long that he saw them as strangers to his life? Was it because he had somehow forgotten them? No, that wasn't possible. There was no way her brother could ever forget them. He had loved them both far too much for that to ever be the case. There had to be something else, then something she was missing. And she would get to the bottom of it. With every bit of news, his prince seemed only greater in his eyes. He was beyond giddy to learn that Naruto had his first kill 4 years ago, and found himself surprised when he tore through his closest known friend 2 years after that. Hearing that someone had become an enemy of his godson had his blood boiling, but to know the clan had been brought to its knees without violence even pleased him to no end. The picture in all its perfection had become far too outdated 6 years after it had been masterfully created. A new portrait had taken its place, showing the exact same image, only aged. There was a hardness in those brilliant purple eyes and a sharpness that sent shivers down his spine. Lips remained in a dispassionate frown, as if it were distasteful for his image to be confined in a mere picture frame. His features were sharper now, having grown from the young boy into a young man, and brought with it a sense of nobility that far outshone the princely image he had previously. To compare that picture to this one was to compare the corpse of a pig to a divine being. His prince's hair was still as red as blood, a messy crown of crimson that had grown to reach his shoulders. The artist had taken the liberty to pull some of the hair into a small ponytail at the base of his neck, and Orochimaru couldn't help but agree with the decision, and the more regal feeling it gave the image. Pale skin stood out in deep contrast to the dark background glowing like the moon. It was not natural, could not be natural to have such perfect skin, and yet that's what this picture showed. He could choose to believe that the artist was lying to him when they painted this masterpiece, but that was to doubt the beauty of his prince. Orochimaru would never doubt his prince. He had not seen his beloved prince, not since his departure from the village a little more than a decade ago, but the artist had. He had it arranged for him to be brought into the village, had risked his spies to ensure that the image would be as it truly was. It had been more than worth it. Of course, good news eventually gave way to the bad, and it would seem Kushina had decided to return. He did not know if she had met with her son yet, or if he was once again living with the family that had left him, but he'd have to hold off on any more gifts until he was certain. It was a pity, too. He had finally found something worth giving. His gaze briefly drew away from the painting to rest on the woman sleeping before him, or more specifically the necklace that rested on her bare chest. A golden circle of coils shone brightly in the dim torchlight of this room dedicated to his prince. To think he had managed to come across such an artifact as this. It never ceased to astound him how fortunate he seemed to be when his goal was somehow related to his godson. Yes, this would be the perfect thing for the young prince, something that could bring them closer than any of the gifts he had given before. Torchlight seemed to melt over the golden coils of the necklace in agreement, bringing a smile to his lips. Considering what lay before him, or more importantly what it represented, he was quite tempted to keep it for himself, but that just wouldn't do. It had been 4 years now, and yet his prince had only received 2 gifts. It was unacceptable. He had 8 years to make up for, and now 2 for which he had been unable to find anything suitable. He could not take this from him, would not take this from him. It was better in his hands anyway. He was Orochimaru the Snake Sannin. He had no practical use for the amulet of O. His prince, however, could make use of it, and so it would go to him. That was one taken care of now. He only had 9 more gifts to go. Idly his gaze moved from the necklace to the one who currently wore it. With long black hair much like his own and skin almost as pale, he found it quite odd to look upon her. 2 pale fingers found themselves running carefully over her cheek, but he had no fear of waking her. She slept now, not by nature but by his will. From her cheek his fingers drifted down her neck and over her chest, coning to stop at the red sheet that covered her feet, and reached to just above her navel. It was a strange feeling when he thought about it, to be touching yourself without feeling it, for this flesh, her flesh, would soon enough be his flesh. He entertained the thought briefly of taking advantage of her sleeping state before banishing it from his mind. He wasn't about to allow another body to defile his future vessel, even if both were to be him. He trailed back up her body and ghosted over her ruby lips. Carefully he parted them, and it wasn't long before they came to her tongue. This was the prize, the entire reason he had decided that he would use this body as his vessel. The ability to manipulate such a powerful muscle in the manner this woman could was previously unheard of, but it was here now, just waiting to be claimed. To extend his tongue as if it were a 5th limb was a chance he couldn't pass up, not when none of the other potential candidates had anything more interesting. He had hoped briefly that he might snatch up an Uchiha, but that seemed to be beyond his grasp for now. He'd just have to wait for the last survivor to have some kids he could snatch up, or until he had a chance to obtain the last Uchiha himself. The later was preferable timelies, but his chances of success were far better for the former option. His fingers were removed from her mouth and instead moved to open a single yellow eye. She was so like a snake, so like himself in appearance, that he had to wonder if he might not have had a child he was unaware of. Seed or not, her body would be his within the fortnight, and would remain his flesh for 2 years afterwards. A lot could happen in 2 years, he knew, and he was slightly curious if he would first introduce himself to his godson while draped in her flesh. Then again, that could be to his benefit. His spies spoke often of his prince being within the company of women. It seemed almost as if that's all he interacted with on a regular basis. If that was the case, perhaps it would be preferable to meet like this. And if his little prince was stricken by the beauty of this body, all the better to gain his trust and bring him home. Yes, home, for here in a place that would bow to his every whim was the only place that could be as suitable for him to live the life he deserved. If the prince was still attracted after learning his identity, then so be it. After all, every prince needs the loving guidance of a queen. It wouldn't hurt to remain female a while longer for his godson. He was to be immortal after all. What was a few decades as a woman compared to the happiness of his prince? Noonday's sun shone brightly into the house, but it could do nothing to impart its warmth and light upon the sole occupant. There was a cold that clung to her, a deep blackness of despair and misery. She had not managed to make it to her bedroom before she had broken down in tears, collapsing into the plush carpet before the green couch of her living room. It was this couch, the one she had sat and told stories to her children on, that she had planned her wedding with her fiancé, from where she had made love with her husband on numerous times, that now caught her tears as she buried her face into the familiar cushions. His words, few as they were, still cut into her heart with the same icy sharpness they possessed when they passed through his lips. A single sentence had been more than enough to remind her of her failures, her fears, and her deepest regrets, and he spoke it without mercy or hesitation. She deserved it, she knew she did. The fault rested solely upon her shoulders, the very same shoulders that now shook as uncontrollable sobs racked her body. Had she not left, she wouldn't be having these troubles. She'd instead be congratulating her son on graduating from the academy, as she asked him what he'd like to eat for their celebration dinner. The 3 of them would be here together as a family, enjoying the close company and familiar warmth they had always shared. Tonight it looked to be only her, Naruto, having run off in an attempt to bring Naruto home. Home. This was not his home, not since he had been locked from it 4 years ago. He had a new home now, she had seen it. A comfortable little apartment far from the clan district had taken upon itself the role. How long had he lived there? Was he alone, or was there someone living with him? There had been a young woman with long black hair that exited his apartment. Had she been a roommate of sorts to lower the cost? Perhaps she was a friend he had made in their absence, or an elder sister figure. Until she found Naruto, these questions and many, many more would remain unanswered, and it was tearing her apart. She needed to know what had happened while she was away, what he had gone through. Otherwise she'd never be able to make things up to him. The thought of not making things up, not setting things right, was horrifying. Not just because she had wronged her son, but because she would never be able to repair the relationship that seemed to have shattered in her absence. Could being left with others really have been so bad? Or had it simply been the fact that she had left him? She had promised to be there as he brought up immediately upon their reunion, and instead stole his sister away and left him behind without family. Sure, she had always considered Kurenai her daughter, and Tsunade was the godmother of her children, but that had nothing on the bonds of blood that had been severed. The Uzumaki pride family over everything, and while it doesn't matter if your family is blood or not, for blood to turn from blood was unthinkable. And yet that's exactly what she had done. There was no excuse for an Uzumaki to be left behind. Even if remaining would bring death to them yourself and all your people, it was believed that it was better to die with family than to live knowing you had turned your back on them. She had not been able to bring herself to do so. Worried for his health and future, scarred for her baby, she had left him behind. She had betrayed her blood. And she hadn't even sent a damn letter. She knew it probably would have meant the world to him to hear from her after she had left, but were she to send letters he would no doubt respond. Sure, she could tell him not to because they would be moving around often during the trip, but to send letter to him that he was forbidden to respond to would have been terrible. What would she have to say to him beyond the progress his sister was making? She could ask questions about his life, but he would be unable to answer. In the end, he would become bitter hearing only about his sister, and how much she seemed to be favored. She would be unable to tell him those thoughts were wrong because he would never be able to share them with her. His responses, however, would have been far worse. To know how much he missed them, to hear his pleading for their return, would break her heart. She wouldn't have been able to do it, she knew, for the first letter he sent would have likely brought her back to Konoha and Naruto back into danger. She couldn't do that to him. And yet perhaps that would have been for the best. Maybe the chance of damaging his chakra coils and taking away his future as a shinobi was better than damaging her relationship with her son and tearing the family apart. But the die had been cast, and there was nothing left for her to do but regret. More sobs shook her frame, her body exhausted both mentally and physically. A nap would probably help her, right? Not the sweet, ignorant bliss of nothingness could do her wonders. Her body was in favor of such an option, but her heart and mind were of a different opinion. As soon as her eyes began to droop, 2 pools of frozen amethyst glared at her accusingly. Just going to cry yourself to sleep, are you? I can only imagine how many times he did that, wondering where his family had gone. The words were not in his voice, but neither was it entirely hers. A mixture of both her voice and the voice of her son spoke with a mouth of razors, each lash of his tongue tearing away at her heart. But it was right. Naruto must have spent countless nights just as she was now, and yet had found some way to continue on for 4 years. Look at you, you're pitiful. The voice spat. You have no right to pity yourself for your own mistakes. You deserve this pain, he doesn't. The words, though harsh, worked to drain her reservoir of tears, and soon enough her crying came to an end. Lifting herself up on shaky arms, she headed to her room. Her son had suffered because of her, and that was the bottom line. If she wanted to be able to help him, then she needed to get herself together. The shower she took stretched far longer than it should have, and she broke down twice under the steaming water, but knowing that her son was depending on her to set things right, managed to stop her tears both times. By the time she left her room dressed in sweatpants and a loose robe, the sun had begun burning deep orange across the darkening sky. As she sat at her kitchen table, a warm mug of tea in her hands, and watched the sun vanish behind the horizon, she came to the simple understanding that would be able to drive her forward. Tomorrow is a new day, another chance for me to make things right. It brought a comforting warmth to think that, to realize that there was still hope yet to be had. And if I can't make them right tomorrow, then I'll try the next day and every day after that until I have. It was a far more relaxed Kushina that retired to bed that evening, one who slipped instantly into dreams of a full, happy family. The soft smile that stretched her lips for the entirety of the night was beautiful. But there was no one for her to share it with. It was still odd for her to know that she always had at least one person following her at all times. She was well aware that the Hyuga guards around the compound would see her during patrols, but that was different. The Hyuga members simply saw her as they did quick scans of the grounds. Her shadows, however, were always present, always watching her and ensuring her safety. It was a miracle they had not been caught by the guards yet. Kyan had mentioned that it was because they were just that good, but his smart-ass comment was quickly dismissed after Kotomi explained that they were aided by seals. It wouldn't survive intense scrutiny, but it would suffice to allow them to escape the brief gaze of the Hyuga guards. And really that's all they needed. So long as people didn't know they were there, they didn't look, and so long as they didn't look, they wouldn't be found. It worked well enough. For now, at least. Hinata was startled out of her thoughts as a door opened close by, a face peering out to confirm her identity. "Hinata-sama, we would like to speak with you." The first thing she did was activate her Byakugan, only to be greeted by nothing. That was rather unsettling. By his words, there was at least one other person present, but she couldn't see what might be going on inside. There were not many of these rooms within the compound rooms that could give complete privacy. No one could remember how they had done it originally, and even the elders didn't seem to know, as their homes remained easily seen. It's why the Hyuga always acted in such a former manner. When people can look into your life while you're doing absolutely anything without warning or indication, you needed to conduct yourself in the best manner possible. It was for that reason that rooms such as this were so coveted. Now there were only two major questions. How did this person, obviously a branch member by the band wrapped around his head, manage to get a hold of this room for any length of time, and why did they want her to enter it? Giving a nod to the man, he stepped back, which allowed one of her guards to slip into the room for a quick scout. Entering with due hesitance, but slightly reassured by the fact that nothing seemed to have happened to the wolf, Hinata was greeted to a sight she could not make sense of. Dozens upon dozens of branch clan members of varying ages had crammed into the room. Torches provided plenty of light, but also plenty of shadows amongst the room's occupants, making it nearly impossible to identify anyone present. There was a split in the crowd, allowing one to get to the other side. She had no doubt that her guard had been forced to move down to the end of the room in order to avoid being discovered, but it was what she saw at the end of the room that had her most puzzled. There was a picture, a portrait, but it was of her. Why would this picture be there? Where had they gotten it? And what did this have to do with her? "This way, Hinata-sama." The door was shut behind her, two members moving to guard it as the one who let her in ushered her through the crowd and to the picture of herself. The closer she got, however, the more she began to think this picture wasn't of her but of her mother. That made a bit more sense, both because there were likely to be a lot of pictures of her mother, and because the branch members had been very fond of her. When they had reached the end of the room, she felt her hidden guard placed a comforting hand on her arm to ensure she was aware of their presence, and she was fairly certain that her other guard had moved to ensure she was flanked on both sides in case anything should happen. The one to escort her and stepped away and merged back into the crowd as an elderly man was helped by a young woman to the front. Hinata-sama, his bow nearly took him to the floor, and the young woman at his side did her best to ensure he did not collapse. "Fate has spoken for you who will not be branded. Truly it is you who is destined to lead the Hyuga." This was a slight surprise, but not entirely shocking. While she had never believed in fate, as both her parents thought it was rubbish, most of the clan had held faith in the mystical power of fate for longer than their history could remember. Even so, she had not expected them to take meaning in the fact that Naruto had been able to aid her with the seal. Of course, that made things just a bit more clear. With the majority of the clan believing in fate, any event was said to have been decreed by such. For her to be kicked out of the head family, and yet uncontrolled by the seal of the branch family, must have seemed some sort of miracle. If they thought she was fated to lead, however, it left her at a loss to what they were trying to do. Going against the main family was a foolish idea unless they somehow thought she could free them of the seal. To be an instrument of fate amongst the Hyuga, just the idea sent a shiver down her spine. Things were already weird, but she had a dreadful feeling that this was only the start. "There are those who cannot see this," he continued. "But we know the truth." Falling to his knees, much to the dismay of the woman who had been helping him stand, he prostrated himself at her feet. Everyone else in the room quickly followed suit, bowing upon the floor before her. More than a little nervous and beyond confused, Hinata looked around the room for help that would not be found. "We gaze upon you with the eyes of our blood so that we may witness the true sight of fate's chosen Hinata no Mikoto." The meaning behind his words was not so alarming as the gasps that rang throughout the room as each person present activated their Byakugan. She could pray that the gasp might not mean what she thought it did, but she knew her guards had been discovered. Perhaps the three of them would be fortunate enough to make it outside the room before people could get to their feet. Almost as one chakra was pulsed, dispelling the genjutsu that had allowed her wolves to sneak into the room with her. Even as the illusion upon them melted off, her guards moved to stand before her, hands touching upon their tanto. It was the elderly man who ended up deciding the reaction of the room to these intruders. "Behold!" he proclaimed. Our goddess is protected by wolves. Taking a long look at her before sharing a look between themselves, the two wolves turned to face her and dropped to one knee. Still completely out of her element, Hinata gazed around helplessly. She could really use some of Naruto's guidance right about now. Unfortunately, Naruto wasn't here. Chapter 19 started so well, pen against paper scratched through the room, each stroke leaving dark paths of ink. His eyes followed the path almost absent-mindedly, a vain attempt to ignore the presence in his office. The meeting was in an hour. If he could just avoid this for an hour, he might not have to deal with it. Of course, that was a foolish dream, and they both knew it. How did it go? His voice interrupted the song of his pen as he continued to work, not once turning to look at his guest. He didn't need to turn his chair around to know Kakashi lounged in the windowsill, casting him looks of disappointment. It would seem things hadn't gone as smoothly as he had hoped they might. Oh, no real point in testing them when I can't fail them. The voice was rather bored as it answered, but both knew that hadn't been the question. He didn't respond. Well, I take it. He had been afraid of that. It was a risk he knew, especially when he had little information, but it was one he was sincerely hoping would pay off for all those involved. He should have expected things to go wrong. Everything he did went sour when it came to the young man. He responded very well, actually. Hiruzen could hear the turning of a page, no doubt the work of his old student. Or he did, in my opinion. Cut her down immediately. In alarm, the aged Kage spun around to look at the student of the yondaime. He cut her down. The man only shrugged in response. Verbally, anyway. It was pretty satisfying, though. I wouldn't have minded a bit of bloodshed. Hiruzen released a relieved sigh. The last thing he wanted to hear was that Naruto had gotten into a fight with his mother, especially one that ended in death. So he didn't like the idea of being apprenticed to her? I thought he'd like not having teammates so that he could go about things at his own pace. Who knows? Kakashi shrugged again. She never got the chance to bring it up. Really? It was obvious from that alone that he was not too keen on interacting with his former family. Kushina should have at least had the chance to tell him of the proposed apprenticeship. He could only imagine how pissed the young man would be at the moment, thinking that he was purely on the reserves. He'd have to find a different arrangement. The talent Naruto had couldn't be wasted waiting around for an opening in a team. Maybe he could find someone else to apprentice him under, or at least a mentor who could take him on missions every so often. Hell, paying a tuning team to take him on missions wasn't a bad idea either, and Naruto never had to know he was behind it. Naruto would benefit. He would have been able to help the boy, and the village would have yet another skilled shinobi in its ranks. Everybody would win. Well, everyone save Kushina, but she could at the very least be comforted by the fact that he was doing well for himself. He had to hold back a snort at that one. Kushina would never look at it that way, only that he had refused to work with her. Then again, he hadn't refused as it was never offered. He had to at least give the two of them a chance. If the boy said no, so be it, but at least he had the option. He'd probably need to be the one to bring it up, though. Kushina hadn't been given the chance to mention it, but he knew Naruto would let him talk for the sole reason that he was the Hokage. If he were to have Kushina present when he called for Naruto, he would also be able to see how the two of them interacted after 4 years apart. That alone could show this to have been a bad idea and allow him to better decide how to deal with Naruto's teamlessness. He wanted Naruto and Kushina to work together in order to repair their relationship, of course, but he wasn't going to force something like that if it only served to make things worse. Before anything else, he was Hokage. It was his duty to make sure Konoha and her occupants remained safe. If it meant not trying to restore the bond between mother and child so that he might have 2 ninja ready to serve, so be it. Hell, even one able and willing to serve and protect was better than having them both too caught up in their own problems to aid the village they swore themselves to. Really? Kakashi's voice broke him out of his musings. He's a swift one, you know. He wasted no time in cutting her down with his words. I thought it was pretty well done, but that might just be because he knew her well enough to know what to say. He gave yet another shrug. Then again, I'm pretty biased myself, so maybe it wasn't so great. I see. And how did he seem to feel about not being placed on a standard team? Well, he seemed pretty pissed even before seeing Kushina, but I have to admit there was only a brief moment for me to look. Oh? Kushina was right outside the doors waiting, so once he stepped out he saw her. Naruto wasn't far behind him though, so I think it's safe to assume he stormed out, and she gave chance. Damn. Hiruzen gave a sigh. I was hoping this was a chance to start fixing things. There was silence for a few moments, either man having much more to say. Kakashi? Yes, Hokage-sama? I know you said quickly, but he did tell her about what's happened, didn't he? The Sandaime questioned. Nope, not a word. Kakashi paused. Well, now that I think about it, I suppose he hinted at one event, but I'm not sure that was even intentional. Which event? He told her he wasn't her son. It's true in a way. Hiruzen shook his head sadly. Why did those with Uzumaki blood always cause such problems for those around them? And with two of them having problems with each other, this could very easily become a nightmare. Worse still was that Kushina hadn't the slightest idea what had happened in her absence. Someone would eventually have to tell her, or she would somehow piece it together, but neither option was good for anybody. If no one told her, she'd be angry with everyone, but he wouldn't wish the task of telling her on his enemies. He could, however, wish that that task wouldn't fall to him. What are the chances of Naruto accepting an apprenticeship? With Kushina? Yes, with Kushina. Kakashi rubbed his chin in thought for a moment before shrugging. Probably about the same as him accepting one with the Yondaime. The Yondaime is dead, Kakashi, as you well know. That was kind of the point, Hokage-sama. He'd been sighing a lot, he realized as he let out another long breath. Not for the first time he wished he had been the one to perform the sealing of the Kyuubi no Kitsune all those years ago. This was beginning to be too much for him these days. If he was fortunate, he'd be able to enjoy a few years of a second retirement, but at this rate heart or lung disease seemed far more likely. With his current luck, he'd still be Kage as he lay on his deathbed. We have a rather large mess on our hands, don't we, Kakashi? No, you have a rather large mess on your hands. The only things I need to worry about are training 3 brats and paying my rent. Another sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips. It must have been nice to be Kakashi. She skipped down the halls, eager to retreat into her personal chambers, and paid no mind to the way her cloak trailed behind her and exposed what little clothing she wore underneath. A pair of black shorts hugged her lower body, reminiscent of the pants she had been in when she arrived here in AIM, and her chest was covered in no more than a bra. Around the outskirts of the village it might be nice and cool, but Mikoto found that here in the center it was quite hot. That heat and the constant moisture made for a rather unpleasant combination. Some of the others might have been unfazed by the muggy atmosphere, or at least not shown if they were, but she was of the opinion that the Jashinist had the right idea going shirtless. Naturally, she ignored the fact that he always went shirtless, mostly because he went through them so damn fast. And it wasn't as if anyone could tell what was under her cloak normally anyway. For all they knew, Pain could be standing there in the buff and be getting a raging boner every time he called himself a god. That man had some serious problems. Then again, most of them did. One did not become an S-class shinobi without accumulating a few issues. Luckily, she could not yet call herself S-class and wasn't aware of any problems she might have. Of course, one must then wonder if any of the S-class shinobi knew they had issues, or if they thought themselves perfectly normal. Now that was a scary thought. Shaking it from her head, she continued to skip her to her room. She would much rather have walked both, because it was the proper thing to do and would have ensured no one could get a glimpse of her shirtlessness, but with another meeting having let out and everyone currently behind her, she couldn't be behaving in any manner that might seem out of character. Fortunately, she knew for a fact that they were all behind her, or at the very least not before her, which meant the most they would see would be a little extra leg. They could use that in whatever little fantasies played out in their heads. She had seen the looks naturally, and she couldn't blame them. She might go about in a mask, but the only other woman in the organization was Conan, who, while attractive, no one really wanted to try. It was not hard to see that Pain favored his angel messing with her, whom they all were pretty sure had a thing for their leader, would bring about his wrath. S-rank they may be, but not one of them felt like testing themselves against the fabled Rinnegan. Well, Haiden might, but he didn't have a very good sense of danger, being immortal and all. She had talked with all the members a few times during her stay, such was inevitable during a period extending over a year, but her childlike act seemed to put off most of those who might otherwise try something. Deidara seemed to think it cute, Kisame seemed to care little past the fact that she was female, and much to her own disgust Itachi appeared to be interested. She knew he had no idea who she really was, but that didn't do anything to make her feel better about it. Hopefully that interest would pass in time, because she really didn't want to have to deal with her son trying to get with her or risk blowing her cover trying to prevent it. Maybe she could convince Setsu to pretend they were in a relationship? No, that was a terrible idea. But she could probably pay Kakuzu. Part of her argued that she couldn't hide forever. Another part reminded her that she managed to run away for over a decade. She hadn't had an angry Uzumaki mother after her the last time, though in fact there hadn't been anyone after her at all. It would be nice to go back to those carefree days of drinking and gambling. Shizun, however, probably appreciated not having to live such a lifestyle anymore. She may have been young, but she really wasn't the type to enjoy living on the run. Bursts of excitement? Of course, but a never-ending chase during which you have to care for an inebriated Sannin? No, she was probably rather relieved that the two of them had stopped. Of course, now she seemed pretty restless. Poor girl. Poor girl? At least she doesn't have Uzumaki Kushina after blood. Well, she didn't either, but Tsunade wasn't confident in that lasting long. Sooner or later Kushina would learn everything, and she had no doubt that she would rise to the top of the woman's shit list. Lucky her. She had no real right to be feeling self-pity having brought this upon herself, but it was nice to distract herself from the crushing guilt by focusing solely upon the problems, and ignoring the fact that she was the cause. Unfortunately, that did little to solve her problems. In fact, there was little if anything that could solve her problems at this point. She had been here for 4 years, and yet hadn't even seen the reason she had returned. It didn't matter what excuses she tried to comfort herself with, it was unacceptable, and that was the bottom line. It was worse than that, she knew, because her inaction didn't just affect her godson but his entire family. Her goddaughter Naruko and the woman she often thought of as a daughter Uzumaki Kushina had both relied on her for updates on Naruto's well-being in the hopes that they might be able to return home to him. She had failed them all. And she had failed herself. It was a pity that she hadn't realized that this was an opportunity to turn her life around sooner. She had been scared naturally of becoming attached, but that was probably exactly what she needed. Shizun probably wouldn't be around much longer, and once she left, Tsunade would have nothing left. But had she simply allowed herself to take care of the boy, even risking the chance that he too might be torn from her, then she would at least have something left in this world. Then again, maybe she did. It might not be a person or possession, but could it be what she needed to keep her going? Could she continue purely for the sake of atonement? She might not be able to make things right, but surely she could spend the rest of her life trying. Right? A slight laugh escaped her lips. What did she really have to lose? She'd have to start with the reason she was brought here in the first place. It was all she really had to work with at this point. Naruto didn't even know that she was his godmother, so anything dealing with that could be left for later. The medical side could help on both fronts, aiding her with Naruto and Kushina, and it would only take being in the good graces of one of them to get a solid foundation to start making things better. It would be better for her to get on Naruto's good side to help her with Kushina, but she couldn't deny the benefit of pacifying Kushina and working with her to get the both of them back into his life. She might not have done right by him while she was here, but even she knew he wouldn't be too happy with Kushina after her unannounced departure from his life. Either way, she was going to have to start with Naruto's health. Grinning for the first time in days, she began clearing sake bottles off her desk. Shizun. Maybe, just maybe, she could make things right after all. Shizun. Startled as the quiet of the house gave way to the voice of her master, Shizun found herself wondering what could have made the Sannin call for her. After marking her place in her book and setting it back down on the coffee table, quick strides brought her to her baster's bedroom in a scant few moments. Oddly enough, it was empty. Peering down the hall revealed the door to the study ajar. It was rather curious, as her master had already gone through all the sake in the regular stores days ago. The study had been the first place she had cleared out looking for more. The room had been quickly scoured and drained of her master's favorite vice before she moved to the other rooms of the house. Surely there hadn't been more? Then again, this was the Senju compound. It was actually more likely than she'd like to think. Yes, Tsunade-sama? She called upon reaching the door. No sooner than the words had been spoken, the door was pulled open, allowing her to see her master for the first time in several days. Considering the mood she had been in for the past few weeks, and even the lethargically drunk state she had been in for the past few years, the broad smile she now wore was beyond concerning. Shizun! The cry was almost joyful, and she had to wonder for a moment if her master had turned to drugs in the absence of alcohol. Brilliant, just the girl I needed to see. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? When she was immediately swept into a crushing hug, Shizun knew that her master most certainly not alright. Tsunade never gave hugs. Never. I've never been better, Shizun, never been better. Ah, okay. She'd just have to wait for whatever was in her master's system to leave before trying to get to the bottom of this. So what did you need? She was released instantly as Tsunade rushed back into the study and began pulling medical books from the shelves. I need you to get me everything you can on Uzumaki Naruto. Everything? Everything. A large stack of books was piled atop the sturdy wooden desk, and her master turned back to look at her. I want medical records, arrest records, every report from Genin to Umbu that even mentions him, everything. Umbu reports? That was a ridiculous request. There was no way she could get her hands on those. Of course, she wasn't going to even try bringing that up right now. Tsunade was already acting far too strange. Alright, but why? The smile she was given in response was blinding, and Shizen could have sworn her eyes were filled with hope. Because I'm going to make things right. Shizen had no idea what was going on at the moment, but as weird as it was, she decided to enjoy it while it lasted. After all, whatever was causing this would end soon enough. It always did. She let out a relieved sigh when she finally made it to the safety of her room. Closing the door behind her and leaning against it for support, she wondered how she could have ended up in such a situation. Hinata no Mikoto? Really? It was absolutely preposterous, but worse, they seemed to truly believe it. She was not some sort of goddess, far from it. If it hadn't been for Naruto's help, she'd be nothing more than a slave at the moment. Naruto's help, admittedly, is also what seemed to have landed her in this mess. If she was fortunate, he could also help her out of it. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door, and with an embarrassed blush she quickly turned to open it, granting access to her guards. So caught up was she in her new problems that she forgot they would have been following her. The genjutsu they used to keep out of sight wavered and vanished as they took up positions in her room. There was no reason to be invisible in the safety of her quarters, as few would dare use the Byakugan within the compound, let alone to peer into the room belonging to the daughter of their head branch, or not. Even if they did, however, they would not show up clearly. It wasn't perfect, but Naruto had mentioned some sort of seal that kept the Byakugan from working properly. It would see them, of course, but it would be hard to recognize them unless someone really looked hard. It also helped that their uniforms, courtesy of the Yamanaka treasury, were chakra insulated, which would muffle their chakra signature and retain any chakra that might leak off of them. It wasn't cheap, and her 4 guards were the only wolves to wear such gear, but there really wasn't any option when it came to guarding her from within the Hyuga clan compound. Of course, knowing this, she felt somewhat hesitant to request more aid. Unless she frowned and thought, Could he actually use this? Would this be to his advantage? Though it seemed almost too good to be true, she couldn't shake the feeling that with this she might be able to aid him for a change. She'd need his guidance, of course, but if he could help her with this situation and benefit from the arrangement, then she knew that the least she could do was inform him of the recent events and inquire to any steps he wanted taken in relation to this development. Grabbing a piece of paper from her desk, she quickly wrote down all the important details she could think of in regards to the situation. Confidence momentarily boosted by the thought of being of use to the young man who had been looking out for her, she signed both the note and the envelope she placed it into with Hinata no Mikoto. That, if nothing else, was sure to get his attention. Knowing exactly what she was up to, one of the wolves took hold of the envelope, and with an approving nod at her decision to report this to Naruto, they quickly took off. Hopefully Naruto would be as pleased with her actions as the wolf had been. And maybe, just maybe, he would be proud of her. It was with a smile that she went to bed that night. He woke in a familiar bed within a familiar room with a rather unfamiliar weight pressed against his right side. Managing to lift himself onto his elbows, he brought his left hand up to rub the sleep out of his eyes and was almost pulled back onto the bed. A quick look down showed a very sleepy, very clingy Mitarashi Anko. Shaking his head at the sight, he managed to extract himself from her arms. She seemed to have no preference between him and his pillow, and wasted no time trying to crush it in her grip as she slept. For a woman nearing full jounin rank, she really was quite childlike. Idly puzzling over his shirtlessness, he didn't remember taking that off last night. He went about getting ready for the day. Hinata's letter had been waiting for him when he returned with the girls after dinner, and he wanted to be able to speak to her about the situation in person as quickly as possible. Of course, she would probably be meeting with her team for their first training session, but he was sure he could manage to steal her away for a few moments. Seeing as it was Kurenai who had been assigned her jounin instructor, it likely wouldn't be any trouble at all. A quick shower and a change of clothes later, and Anko was still trying to kill his poor pillow. Picking up her discarded coat and skirt from the floor, he placed them neatly at the end of the bed before retrieving his cloak and blade from his closet. Thinking better of it, his cloak went back in. He could probably get some training and perhaps even a few practice spars with Yugao after talking with Hinata. It would a pity to lose or damage his cloak. He knew it was intended to be worn, but he couldn't help the attachment he felt to it. Even if he didn't know who had sent it, it had been their first gift to him, and he was rather fond of it. He would much rather it be damaged or destroyed on a memorable mission than training here in Konoha. Closing his closet door as gently as possible not to wake his guests, he quickly left the room only to find that his guests numbered 2. Curled up on his couch, Mai seemed more comfortable than Anko had. Then again, that could be because Mai tried to remain as reserved as possible throughout the day, something she couldn't do while sleeping. Turning back to his room for a spare blanket, he realized quickly that the Tokubetsu Jounin wasn't about to surrender any of them without a fight. Giving a sigh and knowing he had no more blankets, he grabbed his cloak and brought it out to the main room, carefully draping it over the shoulders of his most loyal subordinate. She relaxed further under its warmth, and he couldn't restrain the curving of his lips. She really seemed like a different person while sleeping. He was about to head to the kitchen for a quick breakfast when a knock sounded at his door. Knowing that the wolves prowling around the apartment building wouldn't have let the person get this far if they were hostile, and knowing that if his wolves had been dispatched he really didn't have much of a chance anyway, he cracked open his front door to be greeted by the porcelain face of an Umbu agent. Presumed identity known and a hand on Morio's tooth, he opened the door enough for his entire head to be properly seen. "Can I help you, Umbu-san? My apologies for coming so early, but Hokage-sama would like to see you in his office, preferably before team meetings take place." "I see. Did he say why?" The Umbu shook his head. "I'm afraid not." Giving a sigh and a longing look back to his kitchen, he gave a nod to the shinobi outside his door. "Very well, let him know I'll leave immediately, but I'll be stopping for something to eat along the way." "Of course, I'll pass it along. I bid you a pleasant day, Naruto-san." And with that he was gone. Giving one last look inside his apartment, he shook his head and walked into the morning streets of Konoha. It had started so well, couldn't that have lasted until lunch? It wasn't long after the apartment's owner had left that she found herself knocking on the door. When no one answered, she tried once more, and when that failed she looked about for permission. Atop a nearby building, a porcelain wolf peered down at her. Giving a quick nod, it vanished again. Taking that as a go-ahead and knowing that she would be stopped if she wasn't allowed to enter, she turned the handle and entered the apartment. Giving a grin when she spotted the sleeping young woman on the couch, her lips quickly turned downwards. Anko hadn't been in her apartment, which was odd considering she rarely woke before 8, and that made here the next likely place, having come from her own home. But if she hadn't crashed on his couch, she couldn't have, could she? Poking her head into the bedroom, she located her friend holding tightly to a pillow, and wrapped tightly in a mess of blankets. That was Anko, all right. She gave a brief look to the clothing at the end of the bed with a frown before turning to look at a clock. It was barely past 6, and she had told her team to meet her at 9. That gave her a good 2.5 hours before she needed to leave, with rather generous travel time for a kunoichi of her caliber. Deciding that she could let her friend sleep in a bit more, 6 was pretty early especially for Anko, she left the room and made her way to the small kitchen. Her original intention had been to sit at the table while she waited, but she quickly found herself cooking breakfast. Not only did it give her something to do, but with any luck it would wake up Anko. There were only 2 things that could get Anko awake before 7: sex and food. Only one of those would get her out of bed. Seeing as she had no intention of crawling into bed with the woman, with an added note that the bed didn't belong to either of them but rather a freshly graduated genin, she decided to make some food. Of course, she'd have to reimburse Naruto later. Maybe she could invite him and Anko over for a dinner at her place one of these days. If they worked together, they might even be able to have Anko host the next meal. She gave a slight giggle at the thought. Anko was a terrible cook, they would be better off just ordering something to go and eating it on her couch. Kurenai couldn't even count the number of times the 2 of them had done just that. It wasn't much longer that someone else stumbled into the kitchen. Unfortunately, it wasn't Anko. "Have you seen Naruto-sama?" Though faint, there was an evident blush on the girl's face as she delicately held the boy's cloak. Kurenai thought it was adorable. "No, he wasn't here when I came in. Would you like some breakfast?" "And no thank you, I really need to be going." "Could you thank Naruto-sama for me if you see him?" Kurenai raised a brow. "Thank him for what?" Last night the poor girl froze in shock and covered her mouth immediately, her face burning red. Last night, huh? Kurenai gave a slight smirk at the embarrassed girl. I mean, Kurenai waved off her explanation. Don't worry, I'll thank him for you. Must have been a hell of a night though. Anko's clothes were scattered all over the room. An even brighter blush covered her face as she quickly escaped the kitchen. Moments later the door opened and shut, leaving Kurenai and a sleeping Anko in the apartment. Cute girl, I should tease her more often. Of course she was familiar with my having seen her several times over the past year, but she hadn't really exchanged words with her before now. There were greetings and wishes of good days, but they tended to cross paths only when one of them was leaving. She'd have to put a bit more effort into interacting with her from now on. That had been fun. Other than a quick stop into a bakery that had fortunately been open, Naruto's walk to the Hokage Tower was uneventful. His purchase washed down by a drink from the vending machine at the bottom of the counter, he ascended the steps quickly, ready to deal with whatever the Sandaime had for him. Of course he didn't necessarily expect what greeted him. It was a familiar image to many, the Sandaime reclining behind his desk with a pipe in hand, but there was one noticeable difference in this particular occurrence of a well-known scene. Standing by his desk, bright red hair falling down her back, stood Uzumaki Kushina. And she was smiling. Chapter 20 Isn't lunch yet. It wasn't long after she had finished cooking that the smell of food had managed to drag Anko from her slumber. The purple-haired Tokubetsu Jounin was half asleep as she shuffled into the kitchen with a yawn, wearing no more than she had worn to bed the previous night. Kurenai had seen the clothes at the end of the bed, but seeing her best friend dressed in nothing but undergarments and a fishnet top drove it home and brought a frown to her face. Naruto had only recently turned 12. Sharing a bed with him half-dressed was inappropriate for the 22-year-old, and Anko should have known that. Admittedly, Kurenai was slightly jealous of her friend. Not because she had shared Naruto's bed, but because the woman seemed so close and comfortable around the young man. She had gotten better ever since she and Naruto started over, but she still had a long way to go before she felt she'd be able to do something so simple as giving him a hug. I'll just have to ask that Anko make up for my lack of hugs with some of her own. As it was, she still had some difficulty being alone in a room with him. Luckily, the presence of others such as Anko made it possible for her to interact with him. She scowled slightly at the thought. It had taken her a long time to be able to deal with the presence of men, and then Naruto had to show up and turn everything upside down. Well, that wasn't true. His father had done it before him, and she both loved and hated the man for the way his presence always kept her on edge. Of course, he had been Namikaze Minato, and more that capable of taking care of himself when he pushed her instincts too far. His son, on the other hand, had always seemed so vulnerable, and it was a constant battle between wanting to be the one who protected him when he was younger, and the knowledge that she was just as much a threat to him so long as her instincts believed him to be one to her. It was a ridiculous notion. She was well aware that he might be a threat to her, but her body didn't care about rational thought. The boy put her on edge just like his father before him, and her body fought to react each time. It was a miracle that she had always done so well to restrain herself after not having to worry about it with Minato. Miracle or not, it was becoming easier each day. It may have been because she was getting used to having her nerves so tightly wound when around him, or because he seemed more and more capable of defending himself should she slip, or even a combination of both, but the important thing was that she was getting better. Who knows? Maybe she'd have a chance to be the sister she had always wanted to be for him before he finished growing into a man. The thought of him becoming a man led to her picturing what he might look like in a few years, and if he became anything like she was imagining, she really couldn't blame Anko if she was trying to stake a claim early. She could, however, be disappointed in her friend's decision to start this early. Surely she could have waited until at least Chunin. No one would have batted an eye regardless of age. One might be accepted as an adult legally upon graduation, but no one considered you one until you hit Chunin. After all, anyone who can earn the rank of Chunin has lost the right to call themselves a child. It was simply impossible to mix the two. Smells good. The voice of her friend broke her out of her thoughts. I would hope so. I'd feel bad using up Naruto's food just to be forced to throw it away. Anko waved her off and took a seat. Don't worry about it, he would have expected me to help myself. Whether or not the food actually ended up being eaten is irrelevant when he knows it will be gone. Kurenai frowned at that. She hated wasting food, but it showed just how comfortable the two of them seemed to be around each other. So other than cooking breakfast for me, was there any reason you came over? You make it sound like this is your house, Enko. The Tokubetsu Jounin just gave a shrug as she filled her plate and took a bite. It could be. I spend enough time here already, and it's not like it would be hard for me to convince him to let me move in and live rent-free. And how do you plan on convincing him, showing a bit more skin? She looked pointedly at Enko's attire, and the woman quickly caught on. Yeah, forgot about that. She had at least the decency to blush. I should probably consider keeping a few changes of clothes here, or at least something to sleep in. I'll say. You realize you were in bed with a 12-year-old in that, right? Enko raised a brow. What of it? Kurenai had to shake her head. It was easy to forget that Enko had been trained and practically raised by Orochimaru of the Sannin. Her sense of morals tended to be slightly askew of the boundaries generally accepted. I think you have enough trouble with the Konoha populace. Do you really need to give them a valid reason to be against you? A valid reason? Like what? Like being a pedophile. Enko blanched. Is that how you're seeing this? She asked, tilting her head. I thought I was crashing at a friend's. Your friend is 12 years old, you're in your 20s. It might have seemed better if you spent the night on the couch, but those outside the apartment would have known the difference. Pff, like I give a shit about what they think. Naruto knows what's going on, I know what's going on, and you know what's going on. Beyond that, why should I be worried? At Kurenai's uncomfortable look, Enko frowned, crossing her arms over her mesh top. You do know that nothing like that has happened, don't you? Well, nothing, Kurenai, came Enko's indignant shout. I thought you knew me better than that. You really think I'm about to put the moves on a 12-year-old boy? What am I supposed to think? Not only did you spend the night here, but you slept in his bed, quite likely with him wearing almost nothing. Even if you aren't a pedophile, you're going to look like a sex offender. Enko scowled. By you, apparently you're the only one to know. You know people will find out soon enough if you keep it up. You aren't exactly trying to be secretive about the fact that this is practically your second home. So what? I'll consider him a close friend regardless of the acceptance of anyone else. That's not the point, no, interrupted Enko. The point is that you can't accept the fact that I slept in the same bed as someone else and are jumping to conclusions. And what conclusions am I jumping to? Everything seems pretty clear to me. And that's your problem, it seems clear, but you don't really have any idea what's happening. Silence settled over the house as minutes ticked by. It was Kurenai who broke it. Tell me then what happened? She asked softly. We went out to dinner. Before Kurenai could make any sort of comment, she continued. The three of us. Naruto treated. It was late by the time we got back and I didn't feel like going back home. Naruto offered to let us stay the night, and we took him up on it. He had intended to take the couch at first, but Mai wouldn't have it. I don't know what their relationship is, but she treats him as if he's her superior and refused to kick him out of his own bed. Naturally, that would have led to the two of them sharing a bed, but I didn't want to sleep on the couch. Mai was only concerned about Naruto getting to sleep in his own bed, so when I said I'd be joining him, she decided to take the couch. I would like it noted that I invited her into the bed. It would have been a little crowded, but I'm sure he wouldn't have minded. I see. Kurenai remained silent for a few moments after speaking before resuming. So it was originally going to be you and Mai who I found in his room then. I'm sorry, but knowing you had been sharing a bed with him wearing so little, Enko gave a sigh. You've mentioned wanting to be a sister to him before, so I guess I can understand where you're coming from, but even if we were doing something like that, what would it matter? He's an adult, I'm an adult, we can make our own decisions. You might see him as the young boy born to your mother, but I see him as the young man who set me free of Orochimaru's Ten no Juin. Hell, Enko shot her friend a giant grin. If he was a few years older, you know, I probably would have dropped my panties right there in the training ground and thanks. Enko. Kidding. Enko waved her off. But seriously, if he asks something of me, anything, I'm likely to do it. I can't begin to describe how wonderful it is to be free from that seal, and I owe it to him. I'm not about to go and make the first move, but I certainly wouldn't turn him away if he made advances. He's 12. Enko shrugged. I guess that just means it might be a while before he tries anything. Though as a young teenage boy he might ask to see my boobs. She thought for a moment. That would be a normal thing for them, wouldn't it? Or my guess? No, Enko shook her head with a frown. If it's a normal thing to do, he isn't likely to do it. What are they unlikely to do? Have meaningful conversation? Where are you going with this, Enko? No, we're just trying to predict what he might ask of me. The chances of him asking seem pretty slim. He's never relied too much on others, and I hear that declined further after Kushina's departure. Doesn't mean he won't want something. As it is, I've offered to take him on some missions in my free time, but he hasn't asked for training or anything. Hell, do you know the information I could probably get to him? Anko, that's treason. It's not like it's happened. Well, yet. I won't make any promises. Shaking her head, Kurenai sighed before freezing. What do you mean take him on missions? Genin can't go on missions above D rank without their team. Naruto doesn't have a team, he's on the reserves. They didn't have enough graduates this year. But why him? Probably something to do with the fact that he's not part of a clan anymore. She shrugged again. I doubt they were going to try to stop one of the clan heirs from being placed in a team. It would have been a nightmare. Then again, it could have nothing to do with that. Maybe the old man has something else in mind for Naruto. I suppose that could be the case, but speaking of teams, there was a reason I was looking for you. Oh? I wanted to see if you'd be willing to help me with training mine. If they were clanless it would be a bit easier, but as it is they have all trained to use only clan techniques, and it's going to take a while to round them out more. I suppose so, but why would you find me to ask? We were going to meet with the other jounin in a few days anyway. I'd like to start today if that isn't too much trouble, and I didn't want the others to know I had help. I'm the rookie after all, so I could expect a ribbing for not being able to handle it. Anko gave a snort of amusement. Just think of it this way, 1 rookie jounin plus 1 tokubetsu jounin equal 1 regular jounin. I don't think they'd buy that, Anko. No, but they'd look stupid trying to argue against it. Kurenai had to admit she was right about that. Likely. Anko, there was one more thing. Yeah? I just wanted to thank you. Eh? I know I'm awesome, but you don't have to thank me for being your friend. She was promptly smacked playfully by Kurenai. No, I wanted to thank you for giving me the chance to enter Naruto's life. He reached out to help you, and I can't help but think of you as the bridge that allowed me to try again. I'd love to take credit for it, but it had never been my intention to play therapist for you and the boy. You know, you could just say you're welcome, right? I could, but I won't. Then again, you're welcome to take me back to bed and thank me properly. Anko! The shout and the laughter that followed were loud enough to be heard by the wolves guarding the apartment, many of which shook their heads. Naruto-sama certainly kept rather odd company. Not a word was uttered as he strode into the room, his eyes fixed firmly upon his Kage. He paid no mind to the smiling woman save his initial notice of her presence. Moving into the standard Konoha salute, he held it in silence, as he waited to be addressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sado. Hope shone in the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, but her voice was not heard as the Sandame continued to gaze at the young man before him. After a moment, the old Sarutobi broke the silence. Genin, Naruto, thank you for coming on such short notice. Kushina gave her Kage an odd look when he referred to her son by given name despite the oddly formal setting, but neither of the others seemed to take notice. You summoned me, Hokage-sama. It was not a question but the simple truth. His Kage called and he answered solely out of duty. The message was not lost on the man. I did, and I'm sorry it's so early, but I'd like to get this taken care of as quickly as possible, preferably before team meetings start. Naruto raised a brow at that but otherwise remained still. And might I ask how the other teams are involved in this? Hiruzen nodded. Yes, of course. I've called you to my office to discuss your future as a shinobi. Seeing as you are not currently on a team, it is likely that your career will be quite different from those of your peers. Understood, Hokage-sama. What about my career would you like to discuss? The beginning mostly. You are aware of your current situation and the difficulties that may arise from it? I am. As a reserve, I must rely on higher-ranking shinobi to obtain missions and the experience necessary to be promoted. However, if I was able to prove myself capable quickly enough amongst them, it could lead to my career advancing rapidly. Quite right. Agreed the Hokage. Do you know anyone willing to aid you in this, or would you need to find recently promoted Chunin? Tokubetsu Jounin Mitarashi Anko has offered to take me on missions when she has time off work. As I understand it, the TNI department has been rather slow as of late, and she has a surplus of free time. Anko? Hiruzen stroked his chin in thought. She could be a pretty good match for you. She's not as serious as you are, but she knows how to get the job done and doesn't worry about anything other than the end results. You might not be able to advance quickly working under her, but you should gain valuable experience. I believe much the same, Hokage-sama. Mitarashi-san and I have relations outside of work, and I feel comfortable enough letting her take the lead during missions. Ah, so the two of you are friends then? I'm glad to see she has more people than just Kurenai-san. Now back to why I called you here this morning. Motioning to Kushina, she stepped closer to the desk. This is Uzumaki Kushina, one of my most skilled jounin, he introduced. Both Naruto and Hiruzen noticed her flinch when she was introduced to her child but made no mention of it. Naruto's salute dropped as he turned to face her, and was back in place just as quickly. Jounin Uzumaki, he greeted with a nod. She flinched again at the formal address but managed to bring herself to do the same. Genin Uzumaki, she returned, taking note of the darkening of his eyes and the stillness that had fallen over her Kage. Coughing to break the uncomfortable silence that had begun, its decent Hiruzen called Naruto's attention back to him. Genin Naruto, he stressed, shooting a quick glance to Kushina. While your plans with Tokubetsu Jounin Mitarashi were an unexpected surprise that I am quite pleased to learn of, I originally called you here today to present another option. Hiruzen gestured to Kushina, who was looking at him quizzically. It was obvious that she suspected something was going on that she hadn't been informed about. Now it was only a question of how long it might take for her to figure it out. Jounin Uzumaki has expressed a desire to apprentice you. Normally it would be difficult to arrange an apprenticeship so soon after graduation, but your status as a reserve member makes it far easier. Is that so? I hope that you will excuse me, Hokage-sama, but this seems rather strange to me. Please speak your mind, Genin Naruto. We are here to discuss your career. That would be the first thing. You are a busy man, Hokage-sama, one with far more important things to do than advise me about my future. I do believe the registration offices provide such services for the shinobi of Konoha no Sato and Hai no Kuni. You are correct, but as Jounin Uzumaki has been having trouble locating you over the past week, I thought it easier to simply have you both here. There's no point in wasting valuable time when you could be getting the training you need. Naruto was silent for a moment. Well spoken, Hokage-sama. It is quite evident as to why you are our leader here in the Leaf. Now the second matter would have to be why it is that Jounin Uzumaki desires to take me as an apprentice. Kushina answered this one herself. I know you have a lot of potential and would like to help you reach it. He looked briefly to the Hokage with a raised brow before responding to her. It was my understanding that you have been absent from Konohagaku no Sato for the past 4 years. Exactly what do you know of any potential I might have? Thus far the entirety of my training has taken place while you were away, and you have yet to witness skill I might have in any area of shinobi arts. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, she admitted. But I have heard a lot about you and would like to work with you. And why would I accept an apprenticeship from you? How will I benefit? She is highly skilled, Naruto, one of the best jounin I have. She could teach you a lot. With all due respect to the both of you, what is it she could teach me? I know nothing of her skill set, and she knows nothing of mine. Well, started Kushina as she spotted his blade. I could teach you to use that blade of yours. He snorted in response. I've been getting lessons, thank you. This piqued Hiruzen's interest. With who? Yuzuki Yugao, Hokage-sama. Ah, yes, she is quite skilled. Jounin Uzumaki here was actually her sensei back when she was Team 8. Kushina gave a nod in confirmation. Then anything I could have learned from Jounin Uzumaki I can learn from her. And if Jounin Uzumaki didn't teach her everything she knows? Questioned the Kage. In that case I would have no reason to believe she would teach it all to me, and there would be no point to changing teachers. A fair point, Genin Naruto. Hiruzen turned to Kushina. Anything else you might like to add to show your ability to help him? Showing ability gave her an idea and brought a smile to her face. I believe I do. I have spent the last 4 years teaching Uzumaki Naruto. Perhaps a spar between the two of them would show him exactly what I have to offer in an apprenticeship. He thought about it for a minute but couldn't find any reason not to allow it. The spar would be a nice controlled environment, and would give him an opportunity to witness Naruto's skill firsthand. If his sister beat him, he'd learn from his mother. If he managed to completely outclass her, Kushina wouldn't have any way to convince him of the apprenticeship, and the matter would be dropped. Naruto had remained completely professional during this encounter too. Hiruzen was fairly certain he could maintain his professionalism while sparing against his sister, so there was no real concern with the spar itself. Then again, being beaten by his sister after she had taken his spot in a team would probably drive the family further apart, but such was out of his hands. What mattered now was ensuring the future shinobi of Konoha were started on the right path. I can see no reason to be against this. Genin Naruto, what are your thoughts? A better method of learning her teaching abilities escapes me. This should prove sufficient. Then it's decided. Kushina, gather your student and meet us at Training Ground 1. I believe they are currently on a mission, so it should be free. I'll give you a half hour starting now. Make sure she's ready. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kushina wasted no time in leaving the office to find her daughter. He chances of teaching her soon seemed to rely on the outcome of this spar. She had to make sure Naruto understood how important this was. Naruto, are you ready to go? The young man gave a quick look at himself before nodding, which Hiruzen found suspicious considering his usual kunai holsters were absent. He knew Naruto was a proud person and tended to be fairly confident, but going into a fight without all your equipment, that was far too foolish for the boy. I am Hokage-sama. Very well, let's be off. Cat Monkey, you're with me. The two Umbu were immediately flanking him, and it was quite obvious that both were pleased to be able to witness this. Naruto followed the other three out of the office at respectable distance, and unknowingly had the same thought as the Sandaime. Well, that wasn't so bad. It took less than 5 minutes for her to rush home, but that was far more than she would have liked. She unlocked the compound and waded through the yet-to-be-cut grass before bursting into the house and hurrying to the kitchen. Naruto! Luckily, Naruto was where she expected, finishing her breakfast in the kitchen in preparation for her team meeting. Yes, Ka-san? Are you ready to go? Yeah, but I don't need to leave for a while. She was understandably confused. Good, finish up your food, we have to go. Go where? I talked to Naruto about becoming my apprentice this morning. What? Really? What did he say? He doesn't think he'd gain anything from it. That doesn't make any sense. You train me. Kushina gave her daughter a smirk. Exactly, and that's why we have to go. You're going to prove to him just how much I can teach him. I have to fight Nikun? Naruto was conflicted about that. On one hand, she wanted to show him everything she had learned while they were away. On the other, she didn't want to hurt him. She had been trained by a jounin for 4 years and had a giant mass of chakra within her while he had just been going to the academy. It wouldn't be fair, but if it could convince him to accept an apprenticeship, it could be worth it. Don't think of it as fighting little sunflower, it's a spar. You're going to show him your skill and he's going to show you his. I heard one of my old students, Yuzuki Yugao, has been teaching him to use a blade, so you may want to grab that tanto I gave you. Oh, so he has some training beyond the academy? Naruto perked up instantly. Even if he didn't receive as extensive training as she had, at least she wouldn't be fighting a basic academy student. Of course, she also knew it was probably a bad idea to underestimate her brother. That's right, so don't worry about him. It's better for us too. Why's that? Because now we can show him that not only am I a good teacher, but I'm a better teacher than my old student. And then we can spend time with him, right? You bet I'll make sure to bring him back here for dinner whenever I can. Just dinner? Well, I'll invite him to live in the compound again, but you know he's renting an apartment right now. If he's happy supporting himself, then we should let him. However, that won't mean we aren't going to visit him whenever we get a chance. Naruto shot her mother a bright grin that quickly faltered. Did you figure out why he seems so angry? I knew he'd be upset with us leaving, but I thought he'd be happy to have us back. A frown found its way onto Kushina's face. There was obviously something going on. The way the Sandaime addressed her son said as much, but she didn't know what it was yet. Kurenai hadn't said anything she hadn't seen. Tsunade Hiruzen didn't volunteer any information, and the only thing she knew about Kakashi at the moment was that he was still reading that smut and being lazy, according to her daughter. She couldn't be certain that they all knew what was wrong, but she had a good feeling that Hiruzen knew the most. And if he didn't want to just tell her? Fine. She'd just have to find out from her son. Or she would as soon as she had him apprenticed under her. Seeing as that should be taken care of this morning, they could talk about it over lunch so she'd know what she missed while she was away. Of course, then she'd have to drag him back here to talk with his sister and give him the gifts they had gathered over the trip. I don't know, but I'm going to find out and make it all better. Her thoughts immediately drifted to the detached professional manner in which he had spoken to her earlier. She knew it was a formal setting, but to act like he had no idea who she was hurt more than she could describe, especially because she knew he remembered her. Their encounter the previous day had proven that well enough. The difference here though was that he had shown anger there as remarkably restrained as it had been, but there was no sign of anything in the Hokage's office earlier. Anger she could handle, she could deal with that, but for him to show nothing towards her, as if she had no part in his life? What had happened to her baby? He was aware of Kushina's arrival with her daughter, but he continued to watch curiously as Naruto strapped the kunai holsters to his legs. He hadn't had them in his office, he was sure of that, and yet here he was with two very good ones. He couldn't have snatched them off of a fellow shinobi. The quality of them was far too high to have been owned by anyone without the skill to notice the boy, but where else might he have obtained them? He had followed behind the Kage and his guards so someone could have slipped them to him, but then they would have needed to know that Naruto was about to require them. It made his suspicions that Naruto was involved in the mysterious wolves that much more solid, but it also brought a great amount of concern. People had all moved out of the way for him and Naruto wasn't that much behind, so how did they manage to get close enough to hand him the gear? It was certainly not a pleasant thought, though it was quite likely he was overthinking things. Of course, as a shinobi, overthinking things was part of the job. If you missed even one outcome, that outcome was bound to happen. Him sending Naruto to Tianai, for example. He hadn't thought about Non-Uchiha learning about what had happened from escaped clan members, and it had happened. He hadn't predicted losing all of Naruto's trust when he was concerned with retrieving information, and it happened. He hadn't expected Naruto to be on good terms with an unknown group or declare war on the Yamanaka, and yet both happened. Actually, now that he thought about it, all most of his recent oversights belonged exclusively to Naruto. Perhaps he was losing his touch. He really should be retired already. A quick look over to Kushina showed her speaking quietly to her daughter, no doubt giving her some last words of encouragement before the spar. Admittedly, quite a lot rested upon this for the Uzumaki family. Naruto, on the other hand, had no concerns about this spar. If he won, he won. If he lost, he lost. Regardless, his decision to become apprenticed to Kushina would depend on how well Naruto was able to impress him with what her mother had taught. Just like the last test of the Chunin exams, the goal wasn't to win. Pulling back from her daughter, she handed her a tanto, which earned a raised brow from the Hokage. Naruto had been training with Yugao in use of his blade, but he didn't know how much training Naruto had received during the trip. As he understood it, their focus was on basic shinobi skills and the harnessing of the Kyuubi's chakra. Though he probably should have expected her to have been taught to use some sort of weapon, considering how much Kushina loved her sword. He moved his gaze from the two women and back over to Naruto, who stood firm, his arms crossed over his chest as he waited. A tap to his shoulder caught his attention, and when Kat looked from him to Naruto, he gave her a nod. With quick strides she approached him before removing her arm guards and handing them to her student. Without a word, he strapped them to his arms. She looked at his chest before taking a glance at the flexible standard-issue Anbu armor she wore, no doubt contemplating lending him that too before shaking her head and holding out her hand. Hiruzen and the others were rather surprised and quite confused when Naruto drew his blade and surrendered it to her. At first glance it was beyond obvious that this wasn't some run-of-the-mill blade. No, this was something far beyond what most shinobi would ever wield, and he had doubts that it would be common to come across a samurai with such a blade. As soon as the blade was in her grasp, she reached for her own tanto and handed it to him. Hiruzen understood that she simply didn't want him using such a magnificent blade during a spar, and Kushina was probably thinking along the same line, but Naruto didn't seem to get it. Is there something wrong with his blade? No, responded Kat flatly. He just shouldn't be using it against a fellow shinobi of the leaf. Why? Naruto tilted her head. I'm sure my tanto can handle it. It's Uzumaki forged after all. It's not a matter of how well the blades are made, it's a matter of the blade itself. He should not be using Morio's tooth against a comrade. Naruto was completely lost, but Hiruzen could understand well enough that this blade had history. It may not be one of the legendary weapons that most older warriors knew by heart, but judging from Kushina's shocked gasp, it was well enough known amongst users of the blade. Well, that or it was a named blade of Uzumaki make, both were just as likely. Morio's tooth? Where on earth did he get that blade? Asked Kushina, her eyes never leaving the pitch-black blade as the silver edge gleamed in the sunlight. Kat just shrugged. I don't know, and he won't say. Naruto nodded in agreement. What's the big deal with this tooth? Why can't he use it against me? It's not so much the blade as it is the history behind it. The stories say it was born of a demon to combat him should he escape his prison, but the first blood it tasted was that of the priestesses that blessed it. So it's a blessed blade then? No, not in the slightest. It's considered quite cursed and leaves trails of bodies in the wake of its wielder. Then what's the big deal about using it in a spar? The blade is not meant for safe fighting, it exists solely to spill the blood of those it goes against. To fight with it would declare your intentions to kill your opponent, and for them to spare you would mean your life wasn't worth ending. There may be some willing to spar with legendary blades, but one does not fight using a blade as accursed as Morio's tooth. But he was going to use it until she stopped him. That stopped Kushina cold. After a moment she managed to respond. I suppose that means he was taking you seriously. Remember to be careful, we don't know how he fights, and it would be rather embarrassing for you to lose because of a single mistake you made. Don't worry, Kaa-san. I'll make you proud. Hiruzen looked between the two groups and decided they were as ready as they were going to get. Kushina, cat, step away please. Both women moved over to him, watching the two young shinobi intently. Are you both ready? You bet, Gigi. I am Hokage-sama. Then begin. Even before he had finished his words, Naruto was racing forward to show what she could do. Naruto, on the other hand, remained stationary, casting quick glances around the training ground and the surrounding forest. Her first strike lashed out just as she was in range, only to be blocked by his tanto. Oddly, he made no move to knock the blade out of the way or make a retaliatory strike of his own. Holding his blade in her intended path, he stopped the blade and allowed her to try again. 2 strikes, 5 strikes, 7 strikes, all blocked, almost like he couldn't be bothered to participate in the spar. With each block, however, he was taking steps backwards, giving her the space to recover and try again. Kushina was puzzled by this strange behavior, but Kat, who had worked with him for many hours, seemed to understand what he was trying to do. Hiruzen seemed to be of the same mind as Kushina, having expected a proper kenjutsu match. That's what Naruto had wanted, right? So what was he up to? I'm afraid, ladies, that I'm not all that familiar with sword fighting. This, however, seems quite odd. Is he trying to wear her out or get a feel for her technique? Kat gave a quick snort. I know you can see how plainly she telegraphs her moves, Hokage-sama. Some might think it chaotic, but she's just following the flow of previous movements. I'm certain Naruto can see it just as easily. Kushina rubbed the back of her head in slight embarrassment. I've managed to teach her a decent amount, and she's gotten pretty good, but I'm still trying to teach her to disguise her movements. It seems that she's not even trying to hide them this match, either too confident or too excited to realize she's not doing it. Looks pretty excited to me, commented Hiruzen. But does that mean he's just trying to tire her out? I know you Uzumaki have a lot of stamina, so it would take a while, but she seems more than willing to keep swinging her blade until she drops. Sounds like something she'd do, admitted Kushina. That's not his plan, it would draw out the fight far too long. It could take hours against a decent sword fighter, but with an Uzumaki we could be here all day. Then what might he be up to? Questioned the Kage. Of all of us you probably know him best. Kushina flinched at that. Why won't he attack? Like Uzumaki-san said, her daughter is decent with a blade even if she is telegraphing a lot of moves. He knows he can block them, but if he were to try attacking she may be able to get a hit in herself. He isn't willing to risk it. Wouldn't that draw out the fight more? It would, Hokage-sama, if he was planning to continue all day. Well, he better hurry, commented Kushina. That Trilene is fast approaching. Hidden behind her mask, Kat smiled. Oh, I think he's well aware. Before they could ask, Naruto sprang into motion. As Naruto's upward slash was backstepped, and she brought it back down, he flipped his tanto into a reverse grip and moved into her strike. His blade met hers, but unlike the last few dozen times, this time he kept moving. His right arm continued to cross his body, bringing with it Naruto's tanto, and his entire body flowed with it. With a twist, his left leg arced around from behind to collect solidly to her head. Temporarily disengaged from the slightly dazed Naruto, he didn't hesitate for a second. He fled into the surrounding forest. What? Kushina couldn't understand in the slightest. He had such an opportune opening, why hadn't he taken it? Hiruzen was likewise confused, however he could practically feel the smugness rolling of Kat. Care to explain? He asked. You both made a single disastrous error while watching the fight. She started. Both knew she was smirking behind her mask. You assumed this was a kenjutsu match. I was under the impression that a kenjutsu match was what Naruto wanted. No, Hokage-sama, he wanted to see how well Naruto's been taught, and how well it would match with his own style. Style? All we saw was him blocking, there was no style. Interjected Kushina, who watched as Naruto recovered and ran in after her brother. And that's the mistake, you expect a certain fighting style because he's a kenjutsu user when he is in fact not a kenjutsu user. Then what is he? He asked, but he already had a good idea what the answer was going to be. The second he stopped thinking of this being a kenjutsu match, everything seemed to make sense. He's a shinobi. He baited her into his element. Noted Hiruzen. He knows he doesn't have a chance in a straight fight, so he changes the rules and gives himself the advantage. That's right, Hokage-sama. He does his best to never attack in the open, that's why he defended until the last second. We both know his skill in stealth, though he's going to tear her apart now. Hiruzen gave a quiet curse. Monkey, retrieve my crystal ball, we must see what's going on. Yes, Hokage-sama. He was gone with a whisper. Cat, what are the chances of him playing with his food? Hi, Hokage-sama. The spar was to see her skills, he's likely to take it slow in order to give her the chance to prove herself. Good, I'd rather not have to call any medics. You might want to call one anyway, Hokage-sama. All it takes is one bad strike. I suppose you're right. He mused, ignoring Kushina's concerned look. Naruto's going to be okay, won't she? Should be, answered Cat with a shrug. Though there's no doubt that she's going to be really roughed up by the time he's done with her. I'd be willing to bet he stayed near the edge of the forest and followed her deeper. Like a predator, came Kushina's comment. Like a wolf. There were just too many coincidences and too many similarities for it to not be true. Hiruzen couldn't decide, however, if that was necessarily a bad thing. It was a few tense minutes later that Monkey returned with the crystal ball in one hand and a small table under his arm. Setting both down, he stepped back and let the three take their seats around the ball. No one questioned Cat joining them despite her having been brought as a guard. The images shown were just about what Cat and the Hokage had expected, but Kushina gave a startled gasp. Having chosen to focus the crystal ball on Naruto, the group was treated to the confused girl as Naruto dashed from between trees and cut at her with his tanto. To her credit, a fourth of the strikes were deflected, but Naruto never slowed with his assault. Much to Kushina's relief, there was no blood. Yet, not a single one of his cuts had drawn blood, and all watching were confident that it was by choice rather than a lack of ability. Her clothes, on the other hand, had certainly seen better days. While he avoided striking at her skirt, most likely for her own benefit, he didn't hesitate to tear her top to shreds. With each strike it became more and more unsalvageable, until with the final cut it could no longer maintain its place on her body, scraps of fabric lightly fluttering to the dirt. In a very kunoichi manner, Naruto ignored her lack of top and made no move to cover her bound chest, instead choosing to stay on guard for further attacks. Somewhat surprised by the way in which she reacted to her toplessness, Naruto had stopped moving to observe her curiously. Eventually settling on acknowledgement, he gave her a brief nod before vanishing into the forest again. While Kushina was busy being proud of her daughter for keeping focused on the fight, Cat and Hiruzen were both finding themselves impressed by the fact that the bindings were in perfect condition despite the fact that he had cut away the cloth that had covered them. It was a testament to his speed and accuracy, and the Sandaime Hokage found himself rather impressed. Naruto hadn't been working with his blade for that long as far as he knew, and Yugao worked a lot being his guard, so for the young shinobi to demonstrate such skill was incredible. As if she knew exactly what he was thinking, Cat spoke up. He doesn't spend his time on learning to combat others with blades, so all his time is used to become more fast and accurate. Precise movements ensure he can block attacks with minimal effort, and speed makes it possible for him to intercept any blades coming at him. His attack ability is rather shoddy in the open, so he doesn't waste time trying. As you can see, he can attack quite well if he gets a chance to hide. Yes, agreed Hiruzen. How very shinobi-like. It's not often you see a genin unconcerned with flashy jutsu and powerful techniques. It's just not his style, Hokage-sama. She turned her attention to Kushina. It does, however, seem to be Naruto's style. Why hasn't she used any jutsu? I'd like to say it's because it can be dangerous using them in such a confined space as those Denke woods, but it's likely because he hasn't used any yet. He's using a blade, so she'll use a blade. I think she believes it to be honorable, admitted the woman. It is, said the Sandaime. But honorable isn't going to help you outside Konoha. As much as I hate to admit it, even with flashy jutsu, most of the shinobi from other villages are far closer to real shinobi than our own. I know, and I hope she knows. Luckily this is Konoha. Kat gave a snort at that. Something funny? Yeah, this may be Konoha, but I stand by what I said earlier. Naruto is a shinobi. He has no care for honor, only victory. I know you're probably closer to him than the two of us. Kushina flinched again at the jab, though she couldn't decide if it had been intended or not. But I find that hard to believe. He is normally very polite and respectful. Even if it's not in the way we might think of it, he seems to have his own code of honor. Not honor, Hokage-sama, just conduct. His manner is reminiscent of the clans, but one can't forget that the clans weren't always shinobi. So while he may seem honorable because of the way he acts, he is anything but. Yes, I can see that. In which ways is he dishonorable? I've yet to see anything from him that makes me think he's playing dirty. In this match? Nothing yet. It would probably end it. In my own match with him, however, he tends to cheat quite frequently. Care to share any examples? As you can see in this match, sometimes he'll go for clothing either with his hands or his blade to serve as a distraction. Sometimes he'll have someone else nearby to help him, or he'll slip explosive notes onto you before the match. There have been a few times he's buried those tags on the training field the day before so he could activate them during matches. He just doesn't play fair. He finds the chances of losing to be too high for his liking. He's a genuine sparring against a superior opponent. Why is losing such an issue? Questioned Kushina. Because losing in the field means death. Kat's grim answer was direct and to the point. He takes this very seriously, and one would do well to remember that. Kids these days don't understand what they're getting into when they join the academy, but he does, and I think he longs for it. What? While Kushina was the one to voice it, the thought was shared by Hiruzen. Can you imagine him doing anything else? He was born to be part of the shinobi world. He knows what it's like, he knows the things he'll see and have to do, but he accepts it. Even if he never went to the academy, he would be a shinobi. Unfortunate, but from what I've seen, true. But I can say he'll make a fine shinobi with some experience under his belt. Agreed Hiruzen before turning to Kushina. And your daughter seems to be coming along well too. Not many young kunoichi could continue without their top. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I've done what I can to ensure she's ready for this lifestyle. Kat shook her head sadly. She might have the skill and she might have the ability, but she'll never be ready for this lifestyle. It clashes against her personality. Hiruzen spoke before an argument had a chance to break out. Then it's a good thing the shinobi world had changed so much over the years. I think she'll fit in perfectly with the new generation. The last comment of the matter was stolen by a rather grim Kat. It's not this generation we should be worried about. With that said, the three returned their attention back to the crystal ball in time to see Naruto's last attack remove Naruto's bindings. The result was expected. Kya! Even from where they were seated they could hear her. It was one thing for her to be able to stay on task with her top gone, it was quite another to keep focused with her chest completely exposed. Immediately her hands went to cover herself, dropping her tanto to the dirt. I suppose that's the end of this, mused Hiruzen. Next to him Kat gave a nod. Maybe, mumbled a worried Kushina. It might end up being the beginning. The explanation happened before they could ask. Naruto, who had stopped after removing her bindings, leapt back as fast as he could as 4 gold chains materialized on Naruto's back and lashed out. In an instant Naruto's advantage had been turned against him. Without enough room to maneuver and his inability to keep track of all 4 chains as they snaked around trees, he had no choice but to abandon the forest, using trees to launch himself away from the new threat. And while he may have been able to avoid the chains in this manner, the trees he used weren't so lucky, and stood no chance against the solidified chakra. Raising his arms to shield him from the shower of wooden splinters that came his way, he found himself quite fortunate to be wearing Kat's arm guards. The rest of his body, unlike the face he had been able to protect, had not been quite so lucky. With one final tree he cleared the surrounding forests, and made it back into the grassy field that made up Training Ground 1. Even as blood trickled down from the countless splinters that had pierced his flesh like wooden samban, he kept moving, putting distance between himself and his sister. It wasn't long before a thoroughly embarrassed and infuriated blonde appeared at the end of the tree line, but she made no move to leave it. Only her left hand covered her chest, now her drop tanto hanging loosely from the fingers of her right hand, but she didn't look to be in the mood to continue with kenjutsu. All 4 of her chains wrapped around a nearby tree, and with a mighty pull it was uprooted. Before his treatment for chakra withdrawal, he had torn up training grounds well enough to know exactly what was coming next. He wasn't disappointed. With a great heft, the tree went sailing towards him like a missile and crashed into the ground with enough force to completely destroy it. Naruto had managed to roll away from the intended impact point, but he was far too close to avoid the shower of wood that followed. The pieces of wood lodged into his flesh were significantly bigger this time. With a grimace, he spared a second to examine his wounds. It didn't look good. If he was lucky, he might be able to take 2 more volleys of those splinters before he was finished. He had no intention of letting trees get the best of him. Bleeding steadily, he pushed himself backwards and further into the training ground in hopes that she would be forced to abandon the tree line. It was still likely that she could launch her chosen projectiles to the other end of the field, but it increased his ability to dodge them. Realizing this, or perhaps simply acting in anger, she advanced on him. Slowly at first, she was soon sprinting towards her brother with her right hand grasping her tanto tightly in a reverse grip and 4 golden chains whipping around her. Still a good distance away, she sent the chakra constructs ahead of her, only for Naruto to deftly dodge them. With a swipe of his tanto, they were cut and began to dematerialize. Both Kushina and Naruto were slightly surprised that he had managed to cut the chains, but the slightly glowing tanto in his hand told them all they needed to know. It wasn't chakra metal, but even normal weapons could be coated in chakra. It was, however, quite difficult, and not what people usually used when faced with the swift attacks of chakra chains. He seemed unsurprised by the result too, as if he knew exactly how to deal with chains before he had even seen them. However, while Kushina was still surprised and Naruto was unfazed, his sister's surprise quickly turned to anger at having her chains cut. Forcing more chakra though existing chains, she stopped them from collapsing and brought them back to defend her. Shooting her brother a glare, she drained her reserves. A tidal wave of chains burst from her back, easily numbering in the hundreds, and quickly rose like the fist of an angered god ready to crash down and smite its foes. Naruto snarled at the sight. He had gone to great lengths to ensure she'd remain completely unscathed from this spar so she could attend her team meeting, and she responded first by drawing blood and now by using an Uzumaki technique against him like this. As far as she or her mother were aware, he didn't know how to use the chakra chains, which meant this was done with the intention of crushing him and ending the match. Fine. If she wanted to play that way, he'd show her the proper way to use the technique. Throwing his tanto to the side, the spectators thought for a brief second that he might be surrendering. They were quickly proven wrong. Placing one open hand over the other, he swiftly crouched low and slammed his hands against the ground, almost as if summoning. Looking up, he met the eyes of his sister, purple eyes burning with fury, and with one last snarl his own chains made themselves known. In an explosion of soil they erupted from beneath her, and swiftly wove themselves through her own chains. These chains looked nothing like hers. Black as the night, they swallowed the light of the morning sun, and each length of links was so compact that it looked more like tendrils of ink than anything else. The maneuverability of his chains was unmatched by the golden chains that she sent forward, only to halt halfway through no will of her own. Gritting her teeth, she tried to send them forward, only for them to fail to do so much as budge. A quick look showed the black tendrils completely interwoven with her links of her chains. At the command of her brother, his chains constricted with enough force to completely shatter her own. She had no choice but to look up in disbelief as her chains dissipated into nothingness, taking with them her remaining chakra. His chains numbered no more than a dozen, and yet her hundreds had been crushed. Her wide eyes turned to look at the one who had destroyed one of her best techniques, and it was then she noticed the blood. The first thing she felt was worry, followed quickly by guilt. She hadn't actually intended to hurt him, though a part of her argued that he deserved it for removing her top and her chest bindings. There was one more part, however, a little black seed that realized he had stopped her while injured with what looked to be very little effort. The more she thought about it, the more that seed began to grow, until rage started to strangle her heart and clouded her senses. She had trained with her mother, the last known user of those chains, for 4 years, and yet he was able to stop her without that training. During this match, she wanted to show him all that she had learned. She had wanted to impress him and make her mother proud, and yet he couldn't give her that. His black chains retreated as he stood from his crouch, wrapping themselves tightly around him in a protective coating that prevented the shards of wood embedded into his flesh from moving. Her mother had never even talked about that being a possibility, and so when a quick look at her mother held back by both the Hokage and cat showed that she was just as shocked, Naruto knew without a doubt that her brother possessed skill with the technique far surpassing her own. And that only infuriated her more. Gritting her teeth, she knew she was out of chakra. That didn't mean she didn't have other ways to get it though. Digging deep into herself, she found it a burning pulse like the heartbeat of the sun. Without hesitation, she grabbed hold and dragged it out. Instantly her system was flooded with molten chakra that empowered her more than anything else possibly could. Red wisps of chakra escaped her body, raising through the air like tongues of flame. No one could mistake what it was she was doing. As her eyes turned red and her canines seemed to lengthen, she gave a feral growl. No longer concerned with things like modesty, her arm fell to her side, nails sharpening like claws. It was not to last. With a scream of pain, it was gone just as quickly as it had come, leaving her to writhe on the ground in agony. Skin seemed to steam and blood leaked from her mouth as twisted and contorted under assault from some invisible adversary. Naruto made to step towards her to see what was wrong, only to notice her wild movements and pained screams increasing with every step he took. Backing up, they died down slightly, and he was left to ponder it as Kushina ran to her daughter's side. It took him a second to piece it together. Giving his sister a cautious glance, he realized that Mito was currently there, not 20 yards from him, and was reacting to his presence. Unbidden, her words echoed in his head and forced him to turn away. He should have known better to think she would be gone for good. She was here now, and it was quite obvious she wasn't too pleased by it. Retrieving his tanto, he met the approaching figures as they moved to aid Naruto. He handed over the blade and surrendered the arm guards without a word, taking Morio's tooth with a nod of thanks. Turning to the Hokage, he snapped into the Konoha salute despite his steadily bleeding injuries. Hokage-sama. At ease, Naruto. Have you made your decision? Yes, Hokage-sama. While Kushina seems to be a good teacher, I do not feel what she might teach me will be compatible with my style. I understand, I'll let her know. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to find a medic. The Hokage held up a hand in response. Cat, you're dismissed. Please aid Naruto for the remainder of the day. She gave a quick salute before she made her way to Naruto's side. Come on, she urged. I can take care of your wounds. Is your apartment all right? It's closer than mine. Should be. He gave a pained shrug as they walked off. I'm pretty sure Anko sleeps in longer than mine, but even she should be up by now. Naruto completely missed the surprised looks shot at him by Hiruzen and Monkey. Shaking his head, Hiruzen turned back to watch Kushina help Naruto, whose thrashing about had stopped. Moving his eyes up to the sky and noting the position of the sun, he gave a snort and shook his head again. Is something the matter, Hokage-sama? Asked Monkey. Hiruzen's comment had him shaking his head too. It's not even lunch yet.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.